Okay, I am live. I'm going to toss the link to the chat. Well, what am I doing here? This is always confusing. Let me see. I am on. People are going to show up on YouTube. This is the StreamYard. Let me see here. Guests. Okay, I'm live on YouTube. Guests. Copy the clipboard. Okay. Yeah, this is difficult with only a phone to do it with. So, chat. Comment. I will edit whoever comes in. Okay. Alrighty then. Crown Target. Welcome aboard. Well, welcome to the show. Okay, let's see. Got YouTube going. I hope I'm not too close to the camera. Let's see. Got one watching now. I believe that's you, Crown Target. Okay. That is not echo. That is me watching my video on the screen over here. Okay. Who else we got? Shadow said he wanted to come over. It's on my channel. Let me see here. Okay. James Elf, welcome aboard. Who do I got? Anybody? Nobody's coming in yet. Okay. They'll get here. So, James, you roasted me on the culture of Rome, and I appreciate it. I learned. That's the point of it for me. On that one stream. Okay. I am on Shadow's chat room still over here. Let me see. Is anybody asking in? Not yet. Marmaduke. Hey! Marmaduke? Hazelnut.
I just make these names up. Like, why not?
I can tell. Okay, welcome to my little stream. So, has anything weird happened lately?
Well, other than the conspiracy that I was reading on the chans last night about aliens, thinking that we're like one of the only species with a capacity of for spirituality and being kind of terrified of it.
That meaning us?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think so.
No, you don't think they're afraid? You don't think they're afraid of our shamanistic powers?
Oh, there definitely are. But see, that's the thing. See, there's the dude, Arkeith Andrews, right? He says that we, to them, are a dangerous species because we don't have fear of consequence, and we can naturally, because we don't have fear of consequence from their
not long term.
Yeah,
not long term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that we can, now, his words, right? We can manipulate 0 point energy natively and naturally. And I don't really know how to comprehend that. I don't really know how to interpret that other than because 0 point energy is from straight out of science fiction, right?
Right.
And
When you say 0 point, do you mean that it doesn't lose energy? Or
see,
in
that's it. That's just
transference?
it. I don't know. I don't know. I
Okay.
don't know what he means by that. And I've
Okay.
tried to get him to tell me, but he doesn't really even know. That's what,
Sure.
according to him, that's what they told him. Let me see. I'm trying to see if anybody's trying to come in. Oh, got one.
Mm.
Is it? Who? Oh, okay.
Mm.
And you are in. Let me get you in.
Hey!
Oh, okay.
Hey.
All right, you're here too.
The other ones are coming.
Here we go. I got to get Shadow in. Shadow just.
Hey!
I closed the door right as he was coming in.
The other ones are coming.
Here we go. I got to get Shadow in. Shadow just. I closed the door right as he was. Okay.
Okay.
You're here.
You're here.
Who is El
El
Restaurante?
Restaurante.
Hey, strangers.
Oh, I got loud echo. I can hear myself talking on somebody over there.
over there.
It's probably me.
Maybe. But I can hear
But I
myself
can hear
talking
myself
on a
talking on a
speaker.
speaker.
Yeah, headphones or anything? You seem to be. Hold on. Who is?
He's muted.
Oh, okay. It's Jack.
He's got a little line over the camera. Sorry, the thingo. What's that?
Okay, I got.
We're both muted. Kyle?
Yeah, you're both muted. Or Shadow, you're muted. Jack, hello.
Jack, hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, no.
You're both
You're
echoing.
both echoing.
Or somebody's echoing.
Or somebody's
I'm
echoing.
hearing a speaker.
I'm hearing a speaker.
No,
Got
mine's
headphones?
No, headphones.
muted. So it's not me
So
echoing.
it's not me echoing.
It could be me.
It may be.
It may be.
Hold on. I
You
got
have the
somebody-
video.
You have the video there?
The only way I can kill the echo is with headphones. That's usually what works. I'll have to steal your headphones, Sport. Am I echoing?
You're not.
You are not
You're
echoing.
not
I am echoing on someone's speaker.
speaker.
Okay. Oh, you know what? Let me jump out and come back in. I think I know what happened.
Okay.
Okay.
So where did James go?
So where did James go?
No, it's still me. It's still
No, it's still me. It's still.
Now you're echoing. You got headphones?
Am I still echoing?
No, you're good.
Okay.
Hello?
You were muted. Now you are live.
Right, no, because of the echo, I wanted to make sure I wasn't adding to it. That's why I muted myself.
Okay, no, everything seems to be okay with you two.
So
So
it's
far.
your dad, Jack.
Yeah, it was him. Well, no, it might have actually been me because I did have the live stream opened on another tab, but it was muted there, so it shouldn't have been that. But it could have been. Could have been.
Okay.
Because
Let me
sometimes
see.
I mute something or I do something and it's the opposite of what it says.
I got no more echo.
Yeah,
Either one of you are echoing.
Hearing any echo.
yeah, we're good. I made Vichy Swal for dinner tonight. I'm a happy, happy man.
Cool. I didn't do anything special. I went to McDonald's just to not eat to not die.
Technically, Vichy Swal is not all that fancy. It's just potato leek soup that's served cold. That's it. It's
Okay, hold on.
It's
We got.
pork
Oh,
French
keep
soup.
talking. It's fine. Okay,
Yeah.
we got Marmaduke, Amarillo, or oh, hazelnut, not amaretto.
Marmaduke Hazelnut the third. Because why
I
not?
mean,
Yeah, why
I
not?
was
okay,
I loaded
waiting
the wrong-
on Shadow
I loaded the
Dad.
wrong link. I opened the old link and I was like, oh, I'm living in the
Oh.
past.
Yeah. Waiting
I have to
on
say,
Shadow
though,
Dad.
James, I've never painted a metal fig before. I know I have primer and I know the idea behind it, but it's going to be a rare treat for me to figure out. I'm like, okay. So what size are they?
28.
Oh, so they're normal size.
Normal size. The only thing I would say is that maybe the primer doesn't love metal in the same way that it does plastic. So sometimes hitting it with a varnish after you've undercoated it is a good idea.
Okay.
And that's basically it.
Okay.
Everything else is
Oh
the
yeah,
same.
hit like. Why not?
I would, but I don't want to start the echoing again.
Oh
Let's
well,
have a
I
look.
actually have it running on the screen over here, muted.
Yeah,
So-
I muted it. It was definite. The microphone was crossed out and or the speaker or whatever was crossed out and everything, but it was echoing. And then as soon as I X'd out of that tab, it stopped echoing. Now, granted, my dad did leave the same exact second, so it could have been him too. But
No, you were both
Is-
echoing. I could tell on
is
this
there a
end you were
van-
both echoing. Hey,
All right.
Jack, is
Uh,
there a van outside your house with a satellite dish on it?
maybe
I got a question. And I
hey,
really don't want to go.
Shingoji.
there
I
is a
don't-
party. My neighbors are holding a birthday party.
I got a question for you, James. I know when I was living in Ireland, if I was watching news about America, America was always batshit crazy. At least the way that our news made them sound to be. Is it that way in Australia, or is it a little bit nicer?
Well, I would say that a lot of Australian media kind of falls within that same polarity as American media. So, like, a lot of people will just kind of fall in behind the CNN line and copy that, and then other people will fall in behind the Fox line and copy that. And I think it's because they all kind of get their news from tweets and Reuters.
Shadow is back.
You know what I mean? Like, they're all kind of just, it's all right.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
going to be replaced with AI soon. There will be no journalists.
Are you
I will
back?
shoot them all.
Yeah. I was
That's
just
the
curious
one thing
because
that we need to replace with AI.
Okay.
when
Yeah,
living
that's
in
fine.
Ireland, Clinton was in office, and depending
Clinton-
on the time of the day, Clinton was a walking hormone that humped everything. Everything walked up straight. And I'm like, well, okay. Then I come to the
That's
stage.
your man, Clinton. That's your man, Clinton. He's one of ours, So he is.
Of all the things, like I hate Clinton for a lot of reasons.
You hate everybody for a lot of reasons. That's why you're my nephew.
Jack.
I can't imagine where he gets it from.
Don't be like that.
Don't-
Don't be like that. Just be nice to Slick Willie.
and like I get why
Or
people
I'll make it
Clinton
I'll make it disappear.
Oh.
for that. But of all the things to get mad at Clinton over, all of that is certainly one of them. But you think that there are other reasons?
I didn't get mad at Clinton. Have you seen his wife? I mean, I'm just saying. Sometimes a man needs some oral refreshments.
You may have a point, but you're
Sorry,
still
Nathan. I'll shut up.
I'm with her.
Okay. Welcome to the Paranormal Quantum Show.
all right. With that out of the way,
Okay, Jack, you said you had something happen lately. I would like to hear about it.
So I'll describe the setting. So I'm riding home from school, and because the idiots who built that neighborhood decided, what if we just put like a 90-degree turn in the sidewalk? So I'm riding down, and I see this 90-degree turn, and I think this is probably going to be bad. But it's at this point where I can't just ride off the sidewalk, because that would be a dumb idea. There's a car going by. I don't want to be ran over. So I have to turn, and I almost make the turn until I fall down and ram straight into a car, full speed.
Ooh.
Car?
It was a stationary car, but
Oh,
I
parked car.
thought
Okay, you ran into a car.
yes, the car didn't run into me. I ran into a car, which was better than the alternative of actually being hit by a car. But my arm, I couldn't use it for a full minute. I just had to stand there. But I went home. Things were fine. I also was carrying my uniform in the back of my backpack, so that wasn't very good. I thought that my inner tube ruptured because I was riding home and my tire was falling out, but apparently it was fine. But my mom got super scared of it when I mentioned it while we were walking. Did you have insurance? Did you leave your insurance info for the driver? So I feel like my bike was more injured than the car.
Okay.
So my mom was like, "Oh, please show me where did it happen?" Because we were just walking down around the neighborhood, we always do. But then we went through the desert, which is you'll see the desert. It's the same desert that got lit on fire a couple years ago.
It's the same desert in New Mexico, same desert in El Paso. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we go through there and we're walking back, and there's this massive, just weirdly green area. Like you took a forest and just plopped it in the middle of this small patch of dirt next to a Mormon church and a neighborhood. What just happened? I'm sorry, I can't continue. What is that?
I've just started foaming for some reason.
Okay, then I'm gonna try to ignore that. So basically,
They're just soap bubbles, Jack. I realize.
it's just weird.
I thought we were doing some weird science. I thought you were wearing a bra. I'm down with that. It's the paranormal show.
I
It's
have no idea what
qualified.
just happened. Like, wait, why is he covered in soap?
He's a mad Australian. He's foaming at the head.
Guys, it's so obvious. It's ectoplasm.
Exactly.
You're right.
Exactly.
How is that not war
You know what I thought it was at first? You're not going to believe what I thought it was at first.
What?
Okay, you guys remember Hamburger Helper?
Yeah.
Remember the little hand thing?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's what I thought it was. I'm like, what the? Oh my god! So finish your story, Sport.
Alright,
Yeah, please.
There's this patch of just sand, put kind of a desert. Well, it is a desert, but they just split it in half with the road. And right next to the Mormon church, behind the brick wall, there's this extremely, like, you take a forest, plop it in the middle of this sand pit, pretty much. And we're walking down there, and I see what I first think is like just a cat walking around on the brick wall. This is over by the neighborhood, not the one by the Mormon church. But typically, cats walk. This was almost pure black that just floated from the corner of my vision, passed behind the trees, and disappeared. And it wasn't like, oh, I see something in the corner of my vision. No, it was very clearly a black, like, human torso that just was flying right in front of the brick walls, behind the trees, and then just disappeared.
Okay, that's an excellent sighting.
It was kind of a combination of the two things that I was talking about last time.
What?
Last time I was talking about those weird white blurs that I often see, one through a window, one went through a bush, very clearly through the bush and not into someone's yard, and obviously the shadow people, which I've seen like twice. But yeah,
I'm just amazed that it wasn't Connell who brought up the topic of black pussy. But okay.
Okay. Well.
Alrighty then.
Okay,
I'm
so
behaving
it was
myself. Don't get me kicked out. I'm behaving myself.
okay,
Yeah,
so it was a human torso, pitch black, blacker than black.
Yeah, it was almost like a human torso, but like somewhat faded and like kind of like just a blurry human torso like figure flying across in front of the brick wall behind the trees.
Okay. Okay, I can only compare two things that I have heard of that other people have seen, and it was these guys saw a spirit. It was in an old castle, and you know what? That area, you see the Mormon church?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mormons are weird.
They have their own branch of paranormal. I don't know what else to say. Magic. They got their own thing going for sure. Don't think they don't. They do. Look at their mythos. We call it a mythos. Look at their beliefs. I can't recall much of it right now, but
Their prophet was walking through the woods. An angel. I remember the angel's name. I always jokingly say it's Lucifer, but that's just me being a smart ass.
Joseph Smith did have visions and stuff, didn't he?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he very much had that kind of like experience of like, I've had a vision and I need to transcribe this, and this is how we're going to be this is a new way of living for us, kind of thing out here in the desert.
Yeah.
the desert's a great place for stuff to happen, y'all. Okay, you've heard of like skinwalkers and things like that. Well, I've been to New Mexico. Who's been to New Mexico? Yeah.
I might have driven.
They don't call it Land of Enchantment for nothing. The whole place is very active. I mean, if you want to get, okay. So I'm confusing myself. If you want to get something going, start in New Mexico. Because, oh man, go ahead.
It's interesting you bring up Skinwalkers because I was watching a program, not Skinwalker Ranch, although I have watched that one. Something is definitely going on there. But just I was watching a program on Native American mythology, just some of the Native American mythos, and the Skinwalker is absolutely horrifying as a thing because some of the shit that is kind of right up there with like what's the thing called? A Wendigo. Yeah. And I mean, like I said, growing up in Ireland, we have our own mythology, but Native American mythology is a whole different creature, I should say. And I bring up the you brought up the Skinwalker. Well, at some point, Jack and Shadow will get back to the Dresden Files, and there's do you know Jim Butcher's Dresden Files, Nathan?
I do, but I am not very well versed.
In one of the books, one of the guys, and I'm not trying to give too much away because I do want Jack and Shadow to read it. He's coming through New Mexico. It's funny because you said New Mexico, and a Skinwalker is pursuing him and throughout the book. That's all. That's really all I really want to say about it because I don't want to ruin it for Jack and Shadow. So it's kind of funny that New Mexico's been a hot spot for a lot of different things.
Oh boy. Oh yeah. I got a friend who possibly saw some weird stuff. He experienced it, and YouTube took his video down because they said animal abuse. Would you like to hear what he told me? And I saw the video on his phone.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. He was going, he was in a Jeep Wrangler with a soft top. Soft top is up. And he was going through New Mexico. Full moon. And and when the moon's full in New Mexico, you know it, right?
Oh yeah, big sky.
Oh man. And it's like amplified there. But he said that he went to New Mexico and there's a lot of wildlife there. And they stopped in the middle of the desert. I think they were actually looking for a skinwalker, right? I can't remember. Yeah, why? I don't know.
Why?
Right. But they didn't find one. What they did find was some wolves came upon them, right? Now, that in itself, wolves coming upon you in New Mexico, that in itself is not too weird. They don't like to come upon groups of people. That was weird because there was like 4 of those guys, right? Yeah. And the wolves chased them. Now, okay, there's some details that aren't linear, okay? So just bear with me. The wolves chased them on top of the Jeep. Now, it's a soft top Jeep, so it's not real stable. And he's kicking at these wolves, and that's what he got on video, but he also got, there were the wolves, there was a pack of wolves down here. First, they went after a group of people. They don't do that, okay, normally.
Right.
And then
either the next sick or really fucking hungry.
Right. The next weird part was there was He said there were two big wolves out there on the ridge watching, and that's where it was like these were not normal wolves. I don't know what was going on. That's all I know. And he said that it was the weirdest thing because he kicked them off, and you don't use your hands when you got bitey wolves coming at you from below. You kick. And that's what got him kicked off of YouTube for animal abuse. But it's like, no, there were other details. Like, he crossed a road. They got chased back to the Jeep. And then he saw in the full moon, like the big wolves on the ridge watching. Two big wolves. And that right there that's some New Mexico stuff right there. That's the kind of stuff that happens to normal, everyday people in New Mexico. And he was out in the boonies. Like most of New Mexico is boonies. And he was out in the boonies, out in the desert. So that is that paranormal story about New Mexico. I personally don't have anything, but there's a lot of people. If Alien Girl 111 shows up, she got some New Mexico stuff. If she shows up, great. Yeah, I know. Joe's saying in chat, right? Wolves in the desert, odd. Coyotes more common. I don't know about location. I don't remember. I was told this story like 13 years ago. Let's see.
Coyotes are some of the most pathetic animals that exist. I've seen them.
Not a coyote?
Coyotes are everywhere, or at least they used to be everywhere that I live, until someone called the exterminator and they all died. They're just coming back in. Did I ever tell you the story about how I almost died because my mom was scared of one singular coyote?
I've never heard this story.
I'll tell it quickly. Me and my mom were walking my dog up in the mountains of the desert. My mom saw a coyote in the distance. Obviously, it makes sense to want to leave. What you typically don't do when you see a coyote is go off trail down a mountain and then think, oh, where do we go from here? And then go ahead walking around looking for a trail for 3 hours. Because that's what ended up happening. Even though when you see a coyote, here's some advice. If you ever find a coyote, first thing, you probably shouldn't need to worry. But if you do need to worry, the best advice I can give you is just don't be afraid of one coyote or two. Just kick them once and they'll just run. You don't even need to just yell at them and maybe throw something in their direction and they'll run.
Oh,
Yeah, they're scared of people. They avoid people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no need to be afraid of a coyote. And if for some reason you do, just yell at them or throw something at them and
Intimidation. They're dogs.
Exactly.
Intimidate them. They don't like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. We used to, like he said, we used to have coyotes in the neighborhood here. When we first moved in here, there were two coyotes when we were first moving into the where we live. In the street that turns into our neighborhood, there's a little patch of dirt, and there were two coyotes just kicking back, hanging out, watching us, drive by. And like he said, we would have encounters with them, riding our bikes to school, and then one day they just all disappeared.
I mean, they're showing back in again now, but
I'm not a big fan of whole-scale extermination of any said animal. I think all animals have a place in this world. This is just me as me personally. I'm not a fan of snakes, but I'm not saying let's go kill all snakes. But at the same time, that's weird. Coyotes are skittish. They are one of the top 5 skittish animals in the world. I mean, next to Dalmatians. I mean,
and rabbit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't mess with squirrels, man. Squirrels will mess you up.
Oh yeah. No, I'm wondering if the coyotes were sick, because like the thing with the wolves will only do that with humans if the human is hurt, the wolf itself is sick, or they're starving.
Right. Well, the obvious answer would be that they were starving.
Right.
However, the big ones off in the distance.
That doesn't make any sense.
We're losing you, Shadow.
He muted.
The big one's off in the distance, and it stopped.
Yeah. I don't know how that happened. The big ones off in the distance would have been right there to get the first bite, so to speak. They'd want they wouldn't be like telling them, in their doggy language, go, eat kill the humans,
Coordination.
and then let me know when it's dinner time. They'd be a lot closer, for
Yeah,
cow time.
that's the weird part about it.
Also, I can't believe that somebody got their video removed for animal abuse because they kicked the wolf to get them out of the truck. But a woman who squids and just like chops them up on camera and eats them alive, that's perfectly fine.
Well, squids are not people.
Well, that's
They're
Gen
animal?
Gen for you. That's Gen. That's the genitors. Every time I see that happen, every time I see them remove something that might be of interest to people in our kind of sphere, I just say, thanks, Gen. Sure, Jan. Because the janitor is always there.
Yeah.
I would probably do it if it paid anything. Naughty.
Okay.
Delisted.
I've just been told that, okay, I live in front of a cemetery, and me and Shin Goji in the chat, we investigated it properly, right? We had all the ghost stuff. We had, we thought we had a night vision camera. It was not. But we did get some pictures, got some audio evidence that apparently nobody knows how to play a WAV file anymore. That's okay. And got some, he got some pictures. And he just told me in a text, I can't text back. You're correct. I can't text back because every time I do that, it kicks me out. But that was from a while back, maybe a year ago, a little less than a year ago. Okay, just interjecting that, and I said, back it all up, get it to where you can distribute it. He's done that apparently by now. Cool. Says 2 pictures might be a fae. I believe that. Around here, anything goes. I'm in Nashville. This is still Appalachia.
Yeah, Nashville is its own. Nashville's fun, but yeah, no, I get that.
Before I get into any kind of my story, I'm gonna, if I do a channel like this, it's gonna be local paranormal because there is plenty to work with. Let me tell you.
There's some really, really cool videos of people doing the whole urban exploration thing around different places in Australia, like abandoned homes that were owned by religious cults in Adelaide that were burnt down, that kind of thing. There's a lot of quality stuff out there.
I saw one guy on.
Okay, well, you're our roving reporter then, man.
Okay.
When you're feeling a little up to it,
I do
go
have
talk to these people.
I do have a small.
Or if you're driving past an abandoned building, go there.
I do have a small property in Adelaide, which is another city of Australia, and at the end of the street where that little place is one of the oldest cemeteries in Adelaide. One of the oldest cemeteries in New South Wales is just over where I live now, and probably the oldest cemetery in the southern hemisphere is very close to where I used to live, and half of my family are buried there. Like my mother is buried there. So I've spent a lot of time in cemeteries, a lot of time.
Okay,
but carry on.
Okay, well, if I do the local thing, the first place I want to go to is Vanderbilt area because that place is just dripping with cultiness. The Parthenon. Let me tell you about the Parthenon.
Yeah.
Okay, The
Yeah.
Parthenon. Oh, I see. You know what I'm talking about. Okay.
Oh yeah,
There's
no, I've been there
more.
a handful of times. Yeah.
Okay, there's more. The Parthenon, as we all know, historically, was spoils of war, Civil War spoils of war, and it got granted to the city of Nashville after the Union took it. And that's all you can find, right? That's as far back as you can go. And then they built the Parthenon building as a temporary structure at first for the first World's Fair. This is in the history books. What is not in the history books is when they rebuilt it as a permanent structure, they built it on top of a cave mouth. Who does that? It's got a cave downstairs, and they built around
Somebody
it.
somebody who wants to either be a little closer to home, or somebody who has something to hide.
Well,
Maybe?
Practically speaking, sure, okay, but there's nothing practical about building on top of a cave entrance. It's
Sure, but when I say closer to home, I mean,
talk about hell.
Yeah.
Well, I'm talking about Hellier. Have y'all seen Hellier, the series?
Yeah, I've seen. Yeah, I think so.
It's all about them caves, y'all. Okay. It really is. Caves. Now, okay, what can be gathered is that it was Indian ground. Of course, everything is Native American around here. The whole state was taken from Native Americans. Okay. And it was built on top of that cave. And another thing, underneath somewhere, Abandoned Nashville did a video and he covered it. There is a aqueduct system underneath built by, who are those guys? The Masons. And
The Freemasons, yeah.
yeah,
Hey.
built by the Masons. And the Masons built the Parthenon, but they built this underneath. It's still in use. This was 150, 160 years ago, right? And he did video coverage and pictures. I looked at the pictures, the videos. Of course, you got to have got to have an awesome camera. And apparently he didn't. He took great stills, though. This place looks like it's out of one of the D&D campaigns. It looks like a dungeon. Archways, plaques on the walls, things that look like there's a door there, but there's no door, or there was a door, or they were supposed to be a door. It's crazy. Okay, it's still in use. It's being used as part of the sewer system because the river is very close, right? And everything dumps into the river. And so the local businesses, they put their modern stuff basically attached to it. You can read that in the history books too. And yeah, it is nuts. And they recently redid a lot of they were doing, what was it? I want to say 4 years ago. I think I did a video. It's in there somewhere on my YouTube. But they redid a bunch of the storm drains, what they were telling me. I was working at a bar near there doing morning cleanup. And I saw that they were over there and there was a guy there. And I was like, okay, cool. I can go talk to him. So I went over and asked, I was like, hey, man. And this jacket looks very official from a distance until you see me. It says like Halo and Star Wars, right? It looks very official. So I was like, hey, man, come over here. And he was one of the foremen, turns out. I was like, and he's local guy. Sorry, I'm itching for some reason. My nose is itching. Maybe I shouldn't be telling this story. What?
So somebody's thinking about you if your nose itch.
Oh,
Sorry,
okay.
it's something I've always heard as a kid.
I have never heard of that one, but okay. But I said, hey, man, what is your job here? He goes, he tells me he's the foreman and he's digging places for, and he points those pipes to go down new storm drains. And I'm like, oh, okay. Hey, have y'all found anything weird? He goes, oh, well, we found some arrowheads. I'm like, yeah, that's cool, but how about weirder than arrowheads? Because, are you from here? And we got to talking. And yeah, everybody snoops around. Let me tell you, you find arrowheads, you just walk around. You can find an arrowhead if you just look for one. They're common. They're all over the place. And
That makes perfect sense.
awesome.
A friend of
Is
mine
that-
who I worked with in the US, it's I think it's Navajo.
hmm
A friend of mine in the US who was a native guy who I worked with when I went over there and trained for my job. We became quite friendly and went out kind of partying and hanging out and stuff after work. He was showing me how to do the job and that sort of thing. And he was a pretty hardcore guy. Like, he was really into his culture and into keeping it alive. But he gave me that at the end of my stay there. And just the other day, Ree, my partner, brought this home from the charity shop, which is a book of native mythology.
Excellent.
So it's all
Excellent.
lining up really. It's all
That's
lining
good.
up really nicely. You know?
Yeah. Well, I wish I had some stuff around here to talk about, but everything's action figures.
Back when textbooks were textbooks, like, damn, beautiful photos and stuff. Really interesting. I'm gonna have to spend a bit of time on it because I do find
Definitely
that stuff
do. The culture is amazingly rich. And go far back. Go way far back, dude. Look at more than just the book. Look at the Star People. And check out the Old Brothers. I think that's what they called. But they will tell.
Yeah, that's some weird ass shit, man. That is some weird ass shit.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But okay. Awesome. That's bold right now. I'm glad somebody has something to contribute other than me. And all I do is talk about stuff that I do around here, local yokel.
Well, like your good self, I sometimes get a bit conscious that I talk too much. And so I've just been happy to kind of kick back a little bit in this session. But if I see anything that I think you'll be interested in, I'll definitely show you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
But I love this thing. It has the kind of it does have a kind of energy, and it reminds me of my friend who, I mean, he was a bit of a wild man, and he was going back to the reservation after his time working where we worked because he was really keen to start a family. You know what I mean, and keep his line going. But he also, because it's a reservation, he also kind of faced, some difficulties going back as well, because some of those places are a little bit lawless or under-resourced, or they have other issues. But yeah, he was a great guy. I don't think I'll ever be able to track him down now. There's no internet where he is. He has to go into town.
Really?
Yeah, he has to go into town. He's like way out in Arizona somewhere.
Oh, dang. Okay.
But I gave him some books. I gave him some books about Australian Aboriginal history, and I did feel a bit churlish because you know what? It's like you don't necessarily know enough about what's in your own backyard sometimes.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Speaking of backyard, cemetery right there.
Yeah. I'd be happy to record a cemetery walk and put it up at some point.
Wait, somebody went out and is coming back in right now, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, well, everybody's here.
Sorry, I moved location.
Yeah,
good. You're back.
I'm
just glad you're back. Okay.
Does everybody here know who H.H. Holmes is?
Nope.
Yeah.
The
guy who made the murder
Holmes was a serial killer.
Wait, no. Yeah, I've heard of him. He made like this big contraption to kill people in his house or something like that.
The Murder Mansion. It was up in Chicago, Illinois.
Okay, it did ring a bell.
Right.
Yeah, I just didn't know his name, or I forgot his name, but I watched a video about this.
He is from the same time period as Jack the Ripper, which is funny. He's considered America's first serial killer.
Yeah, I remember this guy.
So they burned down the murder mansion, not long after his demise. What they have there now is a post office. I think it's a post office. Yeah, it's pretty sure it's a post office. Anyways,
Wouldn't you prevent people from build stuff this is where the murder house was? You don't build stuff here because ghosts or something, or just because you don't want to.
right?
There's one of those around here.
Hundreds of people were murdered.
Got one of those around here.
There's tunnels underneath the post office, and some of the post offices I've talked to, because I used to live up in Chicago and I wanted to know where the murder mansion was, just out, curiosity being curiosity. And he's like, yeah, well, there's all kinds of tunnels in the basement. We don't go anywhere near them. Like, yeah, I can't imagine why not.
Okay.
If it wasn't
There was so many
at the end of the tunnel.
Hey, Bruce, is Bruce still here?
He had to go help his wife.
Yeah,
Okay.
I remember that. He said that.
Is who still here?
Bruce. Yeah, he's one of the family.
Is Bruce here? Bruce. What's his username?
Bruce
Lombardo of Dick's Division.
He's the guy who all you see is his hands while he's painting.
Oh, I don't think I see anybody like that.
No, he said he would.
Sometimes he's wig as well.
But yeah, I don't know. So I don't know. Like in Ireland, most of the supernatural stuff, I mean, we say is more fae than is like aliens, and especially growing up. And with my grandma being Romanian, me being superstitious is just kind of a joke because yes, it's a given. But there's just things you didn't do. It's like you didn't go out, during a certain time of the, especially during the EQ and the Beltane season, because that was more of the time for the wee folk to be more
Active.
More spunky, I should say.
Connell, your Irish relatives must be such hayseeds.
I'm Irish Romanian, man. It's just
because most Irish people I know are like atheist IT executives. You know what I mean?
Oh God, yeah, no. My grandma would have beat me if I told her I was an atheist with a frying pan.
With a frying pan?
With a frying pan.
Yeah,
that sounds about right.
I think the atheism over there is because of the political climate. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about it.
I don't know nothing about Irish politics.
Well, if you're raised Catholic, you get picked on because you're Catholic. If you're Protestant, you get picked on because you're Protestant. So if the only option
we should pick on Protestants
is to don't believe anything, is to be the only option you get to be left alone is not to believe anything. I can understand why some people go that route. I disagree with it, but that's just me.
Jack, I've got some fascist art for you there. There's a Mussolini poster.
That's a Mussolini poster? Okay, first of all, I'm going to say this. Mussolini kind of gay. Also,
Mussolini was not kind of gay. Mussolini was the man. And I blame not Mussolini. I'm thinking of who am I thinking of?
He's like, hang on a second. I could be getting into trouble there. I just like the futurist art, but okay.
God, who am I thinking of? Not Mussolini. God, who am I thinking of?
Castro?
Castro. Yeah, I blame baseball for Castro. If Castro, seriously,
that's Justin Trudeau's dad you're talking about.
So you're probably right. I would.
Yeah. So back to the supernatural stuff.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Quantum physics, supernatural stuff. Do you believe, in your personal thought process, Nathan, is a bunch of different? There's a couple different arguments. Do you believe that is just there's one dimension? Do you believe in the multiverse, or that Earth is just split up into 50,000 different dimensions, and there is a not see-through, but a thin layer between each one of them? I mean, that's how you get the fae, the ghost, and everything else.
Okay,
Nathan,
I'm gonna have
what's
to.
what's your cosmology? I want to know your cosmology. Like, yeah.
Well, it
Because
seems like
I heard you were reticent to refer to the world, which I was
to
like,
what?
that's interesting. You were reticent to kind of refer to the Earth in the kind of traditional model. You were kind of talking about it in terms of a realm or a plane of existence, and I was like, there's an interesting thread that I'm going to pull.
Oh,
at some
okay.
point in the
Plain, yeah,
future.
frequency. Frequency. Um. So all of that and none of that. Sorry, I'm going quantum on that answer. Okay.
Do it.
Frequency. Uh. So yes, there are different levels of reality because there are different frequencies. Everything we see is on one frequency. What we got here is on one frequency. And all the light, sound, electricity, all the things that seem to be used to be considered magical are like sub frequencies right here. And everything out of the frequencies are the other dimensions. I think that could be translated to. I don't know. Dimension is such a weird word. Pop culture has taken that word and just assigned it to so many things.
No one
It's
really knows
just-
what it means. I
When
don't
I
think
My
think of
girlfriend's
knows.
Right.
my girlfriend's
When I think-
laughing at me. My girlfriend's laughing at me because she's a filthy materialist. You know.
And when I think dimensions, I think like Alice in Wonderland. Alice walks into whatever and pops on the other side of a dimension. Like Oz or Wizard of Oz being a different dimension. Alice in Wonderland being a different dimension.
Okay.
So that's the variant I'm using for definition.
Okay. So sounds like dimension equals frequency. So we're on a frequency going to other frequencies. And okay, that brings UFO sightings. People have said they pop in and pop out.
Yeah.
And
like
they,
in multiple like water to sky to upper atmosphere, right? Like
right.
no
Because
transitional
all that stuff,
friction.
they are
Like-
bypassing that stuff. The 90-degree turns, the ability to, I can't get a word in edgewise on these UFO shows because they hear me in the chat, but they're like, oh, yeah, that's a great comment. Next comment. So here I
Like
am.
you, I'm going to start my own show. What?
Yeah, I'm not
I'm
even.
telling you guys. I'm telling you. This guy knows his stuff, and
Yeah.
those other channels are missing out. You
Well,
know, I've
they're
done my
all
own research.
invited. What?
when you make the big time, hear that
Well, you
Clark
know
Bell?
what they say. You know what they say. It's not what you know, but who you blow.
Ah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
no.
not going to be happening. But
yeah, no.
but okay.
Like and subscribe.
Going back to it, it's
Hey.
like they're bypassing gravity as we understand it. They're bypassing material pass through like transmedium. Okay, that's how we are. That's a muggle word. Come on. They're doing something so out of the box that we don't have words for it. So we make up words with our silly science words that seem to make sense to us. Transmedium, right? Even quantum is a made up sciencey word for shit we don't understand.
Yeah,
Because-
I feel like a lot of those
Yeah.
guys who try and explain it, like they're on the tip of an iceberg that could be better explained in the future with more data, right? Like,
Right. And more
um,
context. Because
I'm open to the possibility. I just need to get a description I can wrap my head around, if you know what I mean.
Yes. Well, okay. You won't get one because this will wrap around your head. I'm telling you. Because, man. Yeah, anyway. Okay, I'm not dissing all the other channels that follow mainstream. Yeah, Muggle. I'm not dissing all the other channels that do the mainstream UFO Twitter, UAP Twitter, looking straight at you guys, the
Well, Nate,
mainstreamers over
you've also
there.
got-
I don't
You've
participate
also
over
got
there.
a bit of a. You've had a bit of a life. Like you've traveled. You know, you've been in the military. You've got your own experience to offer. You know.
I think so. You know what? We're all full of crap, but it's interesting crap.
Yeah.
But
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm pretty regular. I don't think I'm full.
It's because
would-
I'm being
The only
jacked
reason
to
you're
it.
not full is because they just put too much in you and they couldn't contain it.
What's the old joke? Hey, Jack, how tall are you?
Like 5.
Don't
6,
answer.
7.
Don't answer.
I didn't know
I
they
don't
stack shit that high.
I don't know.
Just kidding. Just kidding. Speaking
Yeah.
of that, it's my fault. I brought that up.
He's a big boy. He can handle it.
Yeah, he's
If he can flip it, if he can dish it
He's
out, he
a-
can take it.
he's a
I'm the only one
Mexican.
getting roasted tonight.
He's a
Back off.
Mexican, not a Mexicant.
But we're making up stuff. So to your question, yes and no. Hello,
Okay.
Rudolph.
You've just cut Connor loose in a sea of doubt.
No,
He's
I mean,
adrift. He's
Words-
adrift.
we as humans, we don't have. We have words for everything. If they are the right words or the wrong words, we don't know. We just know that we have words damn near for everything. It's when we bump into something that we don't have words for, it catches us off guard.
Right.
I
Well-
mean, things are no longer scary. Ghosts, banshees, leprechauns, UFOs, gray men, Martians, whatever. Things stop being scary the moment you attach a name to it.
Right.
I was looking
Okay.
at some really interesting line drawings of some of these sightings. You know how, like, they ask you to describe, well, what did you see? Like, who did you interact with? And they do the little drawing of the little grey man or the little elf or whatever it is.
Mhm.
And there's an amazing consistency across a lot of them, really. Different sightings,
that's true.
different. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There is no end. I've got a book somewhere around here by R. Keith Andrews, and it says Races of the Worlds.
Mhm.
It's about the aliens that are out there, the ones that do things, the ones that don't do things. And from my best interpretation of everything, see, I got to translate, because if I told you what he told me, it would make no sense. And plus, see, he lives it. I got to tell my own version. Filter it, I guess, adapt it. But it seems to me that we are living in a wildlife preserve, and we are the endangered species because of some reason. There's, I should chapterize this,
Because we're awesome.
but whatever.
I said because we're
That's
awesome.
why I've always enjoyed those Predator movies.
Well,
to be
we're
completely
awesome.
honest.
What?
That's
I
why I
said 'cause
kind of
we're
always
awesome.
enjoyed those. Why I kind of always enjoyed the Predator movies. Earth being what Earth is, we are the most dangerous species on this Earth. So why
Also,
would
also, we're the most dangerous because, like I said in the beginning, we don't care about consequences by and large, and we can affect reality by the use of all this mysticism stuff. And the Mormons, they got their own flavor, brand, whatever, and Native Americans, European paganism, South American Indians, or South American natives, and even everybody. We all got something. Everybody's got something. Everybody does ritual, whether we know it or not, because it helps us to define our reality, and that is stemming from our quantum roots. And I really do believe we are star stuff, where consciousness, where a ghost. I don't know who said it. You're a ghost piloting a bone mech with meat armor on a rock, hurtling through the galaxy. Fear nothing. And it's like,
My son has said the
hell
same thing.
yeah. What?
I've said the same thing, yeah.
I read an article. The scientist believes hundreds of millions of years from now, I mean, way out of our own lifespan. I mean, if there's any any humans left on this planet, the moon will slowly drift out of its orbit and it will be gone. It will just be the Earth.
Yeah, it gets like 1 centimeter further every year or something.
The
Yeah.
moon, Connell. The moon.
Yes. You know, the sun will burn
You
out one
still
of
believe
these
in
days.
the moon?
Yeah. What was it? How was it said? The sun
You know,
will,
it's more surprising that he believes in Australia.
hey, I believe in
Oh, shot
I believe in
fired.
Hey, I live in
Damn.
Australia. Tom Selleck was there.
You know, what's the
That-
actual theory of why
Not a very good
Australia?
argument.
These were the
It's
last
really not a
two
very
guys
good
that
argument.
said Australia doesn't exist. Okay?
What is that? What is that again?
Wait, what was that?
Free frozen sausages.
What?
What's the actual theory on why Australia isn't real? Like, what's the not mainstream, but what's the main idea proposed by Australia isn't real people?
That's a Mac thing.
That's a
Oh,
max
yeah,
thing.
you need to ask
What
me.
you got to understand, first thing you have to understand is Australia is not real because it is a prison colony. Therefore, they don't get a flag. I know.
You see this red coat, Connell? I'm
Yeah.
going to set fire to your village.
Okay, totally off topic. I was watching some stuff on Australia. I love you guys' cars. Oh my God, the Ford truck car. What is that thing called? Inu? No.
Yeah.
What is that
Wait.
thing called?
The car?
Yeah, the Ford Falcon.
Oh,
Truck?
Yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about. I have no idea what the hell it's called, though.
Oh my God, I want one so bad. You're gonna have to send me one. Tell me your take
We'll
on
get
it.
right on that.
As ugly as it is, and I can't believe I'm saying this, I kind of want the Tesla truck. Only for one reason. I could paint it up white. I could paint it white, put a couple stickers on it, and it looks like I have a moon crawler.
I don't know about Musk because he wants to put a Raspberry Pi in my head. And I don't know whether doing that will make my spine operate better or whether he'll just control my thoughts. You know?
A prison
I have
planet
mixed
surrounded
feelings.
by a solar system and void. Yeah.
But the
Oh,
whole Australia as prison colony thing is like the most overstated, worn out kind of like I'm like
It wasn't even the
Six-
entire island. I was going to say continent.
yeah.
It
Like
wasn't even
it's
the
like
entire island. It was
basically they
one of
started
the
sending them there because it was as far away from England as possible. And
Hey, I
they were
have a
just
lot of
like, look,
ancestors.
ultimately when they serve their time, they're going to be able to develop the place into something useful in the future. But I'm like 6th generation on one side, 5th generation on the other Australian, and we've got no convict ancestry at all.
My
And,
question was, did your family go there voluntarily or non-voluntarily?
Well,
Hey, it's
my mother's side were kind of more Irish and kind of Catholic, so I guess they were a bit more like working class. My father's side were more English and Protestant and a bit more middle class. So, you know, I don't know. I guess you could say that things were there were more opportunities here at the time.
Australia.
actually,
Really
you know,
really had
different
convict
places,
ancestry.
different prison places to go. I'd rather been sent to Australia than where the French send you. Devil Island.
Ree has
Hi.
convict ancestry, don't you?
I do. I have one. I think she's still bred. And yeah, she came out here. She gave birth under an alias to a child which she called Covenant. And we can't work out who the father was, but she came into a lot of money. So you call yourself covenant, which I think is an agreement with God. Technically, is
She
the
came
definition.
into a lot of money. I just
She
used
did.
tissue.
Yes, there you go. But she did. So we've got no idea who the father is. It's really interesting, but yeah, there was obviously something going on there.
Oh, I
Yeah.
have no doubt.
Yep.
I have no doubt that I have some family members that ended up in Australia, knowing about my family.
Yeah, I can't say anything. My family was
in Australia.
my
Given
family
the
was
random-
kicked out of Ireland for stealing horses, so I can't say shit.
Given all the random humping.
And the other,
no,
the other side was kicked out of
descendants.
Lithuania.
Anyways, going back to
That's
this,
not a real place.
Supernatural. Out of do you think this is for the? I know this is your show, but I kind of have a question for the panel. Me being superstitious the way I am, I don't watch horror movies or horror movies at a certain time of night, and I do believe around like Halloween, the veil between here and using Jim Butcher's term, the never gets thinner. Do you think there's any time between the seasons where the veil, I'm using veil because that's the most appropriate term I could think of, gets thinner, where we get some linkage of ghosts? And UFOs are a whole different subject. UFOs are very much a whole different subject. I'm speaking more on a supernatural bit because I don't have much experience with aliens as I do with things that go bump in the night, per se.
Yeah, how do you know they're not the same thing, though?
But I would need to test it first.
How
Time's gonna have to tell. Some of them are, some of them aren't. Could be.
I've said it before. I'm 100% convinced that either my house, my neighborhood, or just this city is haunted.
Well,
and
it's
I'm 100% convinced.
You know, Jack, it's probably the meth that your dad's cooking that makes you think your neighborhood's strange.
Haha, it's spreading. The truth about my dad's meth lab spreading. He will
It's
be
not
caught.
meth. It's glue and molding compound.
It probably is.
I promise.
It most
It's all
likely
fun and
is.
games until someone gets swatted, right? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what you do with your meth, huh? You mold it into to miniatures.
No, it just funds my plastic crack habit.
if it was meth, like the background would be a lot messier, but all of the appliances in the house would be like rewired.
Yeah. Joe in the chat
going back
is
to the
saying
question.
there are 8 traditional times of the veil becoming thinner. I do not know the 8 traditional times. If I did, I've forgotten. Joe, put it in the chat. Talk to me. Of the can y'all see that in the chat?
Anyone else want to
Yeah.
Does anyone else want to jump on to
Yeah,
discuss
we can jump on.
Does
let
anyone
me
else
go
want
ahead.
to
I mean, with you being in Australia, is there any time of the year where you hear more weird or supernatural stuff than others? I mean, I can only speak for the areas I lived in.
Connell, I am a psychic null. I swear to God, these things do not like me, and I cancel them out like a paladin. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally believe it.
Yeah. I don't have the energy that attracts those things. I think they see me and they go running. Honestly.
Yeah, it's your positivity, buddy. You get that positivity going.
I'm too happy and I'm too straightforward to be kind of like open enough for that kind of energy to leak in, if that makes sense. But you know what? These could be famous last words, because I could go walking tomorrow night and then see something like incredible.
You better not.
Right?
You better not, dude. I will come in. I will come over there and I will raise your ass from the dead. You will not. No.
Yeah.
Well, he would if it wasn't for how much he fears flying. He'd rather swim to Australia.
You don't remember the wheel of the year?
Well, I was saying actually earlier.
I'm not even.
Yeah, there is a wheel of the year.
I've spent a lot of time around cemeteries, like a lot of time, right? I remember being in a cemetery and someone thought I was the ghost, and they would not accept my explanation that I wasn't. which was really interesting.
That is weird as hell.
Yeah.
Were they on meth?
Well, they were some drunk punks in the cemetery, drinking in the cemetery, and they were just absolutely freaked out by me because I had come from a gig. I was watching a fairly average band, and I had broken up with my girlfriend that night. So I went for a bit of a long, dark night of the soul, you know, a bit of a night walk, and I came upon Newtown Cemetery, which is, you know, over 100 years old, and some punks were in there, and they just would not take me at my word that I was not an ethereal being. I had to really work at it, like, you know, which I just thought was hilarious. Maybe it was the way I was dressed because I was wearing a suit, but like,
Oh,
you know,
man.
and it was the middle of the night, and I was walking through the cemetery in a suit, so that could have been it.
Also, what could you have told them to explain that you're not a ghost that they wouldn't believe?
I don't know, like,
What can you think somebody's a ghost, and they explain to you that they're not a ghost, and you're like, nah, I don't believe you. I don't trust you.
They had to calm the guy down because he wanted to like take me on. He's like, no, you're not right. There's something wrong here. He like wasn't having it. You know what I mean? Like it just, and I was like, I'm just having a walk, man.
It sounds like he might have been on something.
Yeah, I think he was. They were
It
all,
definitely sounds like that.
they were all very drunk. Like, yeah, as punks in the park sometimes are, right? Like,
Okay, that 111. I have to change the topic. We've been on for 111. Now it's time for me to start the main thing of the show, live for 1 hour 11 minutes.
Oh no!
And okay, yeah, it's just numbers. Okay, last night I recorded this as a solo already. Feel free to watch it, but now I have some feedback. I can get some feedback from you guys.
Who we're here for?
Okay, cool. Yep. All right. That's why I wanted y'all. So last night, I went to my buddy's job. She works at a gas station, and we made friends, right? So we're both very pagan, very witchy. We both do that. Yeah. This is when some people are going to click X. So yeah, that pisses a lot of people.
I totally want to address like the pagan Christian divide in this conversation, like in a constructive and positive way at some point. But please continue.
Okay, well, we will get there because this is
cool. Please go ahead.
Okay, and we were hanging out, and she's like, "How long are you gonna be here?" I'm like, "I can be here as long as I need to be, or as long as you want me to be." She's like, she just wanted me to hang out, so her boyfriend was coming to pick her up in the car they've been building, and that's cool. And it's a car; they're building it. Awesome, right? Very young people, early 20s, and I'm like, "Booyah, y'all! Keep going." And while he is there, he gets there, and she goes to him and me. I want to visit the cemetery behind my house. That one. I'm like, right now? It's 12 o'clock, midnight, right? I'm like, oh, okay, sure. I mean, I work nights, so I'm up now anyway. And she has to go change and stuff. I follow her, she follows me. So she comes over. She follows me to my place, and we go down there, and everything's fine, right? Yeah. Okay. I invited Joe. Joe can't do it because of noise levels. Understandable. Okay.
Yeah.
So we go back there, and I'm telling her, hey, these people were Christians, so be cool. And it's a cemetery from the Revolution. So yeah, it's a Revolutionary War era cemetery.
Cool. Wow.
I've got there's a sign by the street and everything. And the cemetery itself is a state park. So you can't mess around with it. And some of the headstones are broken. I would love to fix it, but I'm literally not allowed to because they have to do it. State park. Okay, and everything's cool, everything's fine. Y'all, I talk to these people. Okay, the residents. I speak to them whenever I go back there. Sometimes I have to. Well, sometimes I put up this trail cam I got. I never got anything, and I talk to them, and I don't get any. I've up to this point, I've never gotten anything back. Up to last night.
Right.
I'm still tripping out over this whole experience, y'all. Okay.
How did you sit on that for an hour and 10? Like, I feel like an idiot diverting you with like, oh, here's a book, here's a like arrowhead.
How did I hold on to it?
Yeah,
Because
lay it on me, man. Like, tell me.
I have already told this as a solo, so I was like no longer chomping at the bit. But we went back. Okay, yeah, we went back there and everything's fine. Everything's cool. I let my eyes adjust. It's starlight. It's tree cover, but pretty bright starlight. Well, close to a full moon. So, I could see. Just let your eyes adjust. You can see. And something else I can do. I have not told anybody except in that solo video online, right? I don't know how else to explain this. I can see everybody notice what you see right here. You see the Klingon forehead, the blue shirt. You see the background.
Forehead.
You see this. Yeah, I know. I got a forehead like a Klingon. Whatever, kapla. Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm just.
But that's what you see, right? This is the common thing. I have some kind of ability to see in a different way. Okay, because see here's the deal. I took a picture just goofing around at her work. I took a picture of Adana when she wasn't expecting it. And I looked at it later and it didn't look like her, but it was clearly her picture. I see something else. No joke, it was not a full moon. It was not the third eye that I'm aware of. Samo, welcome to the show, Samo. Didn't see you come in. My bad.
What's happening?
And,
yeah, he's been here for a while.
Oh, what? Okay, Rich is not here. Rich, I think, I don't know. I don't think Rich believes anything I say, but this is the experience. But I can sense someone. Okay. Tim is out, or Shin Goji's out.
Later, Shin. Have a good weekend, buddy.
Yep.
And I don't know how to say it other than I can see the force in you, right? If I am in, like, ever since I started doing this quantum stuff and the AI stuff, that's another episode.
Oh, yeah.
It has been starting and just going, and more stuff has been happening. And I said, forget it. I'm going with it. Call me crazy. I don't even care. Okay. Back to the cemetery. We're in the cemetery and everything's fine. And now it's arranged a certain way. It's a big rectangular area of this fence that's back there. The cemetery is bigger than the fence. They fenced it wrong. They didn't survey it correctly or enough. It's a lot bigger, but there's a fence. It's a rectangle. I call it the family in the front and then everybody else in the back, right? Okay, well, we're slowly going through here and there's more or less a midpoint, but it's not really in the middle, but it's like a gateway. It looks like a gateway. It's two cement slabs that are fairly recent, not like 150 years old, right? But fairly recent, like the 60s or 70s. And it looks like it was something started, but they abandoned the project. Shin knows what I'm talking about. Okay, Samo, you asked a question. Sorry. She was different how? She was not different. I'm different. I see her in real life and I look at her picture, and that level of perception that I have is not in the picture. When it's a picture of her, it's her, but it's not her. Because I look at people with the force. I have no idea.
It doesn't have that kind of heat signature that you get. Is that what you're
That's
kind of saying?
one way to put it. That's the the ghost hunter way to put it.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
like, I can sense someone as well as see and sense them other than the physical senses.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm reading. Right. Okay. Moving on. Yeah, I can just like send someone that way. Okay, we're walking back and we get to that part. And now everything has been chill up to this point. The residents have been, oh, well, you're here, so cool. Wasn't expecting you, but all right. You know the rules, right? And they're all like the ones who follow the rules as well, not the ones that enforce them. They're like, they'll get us all in trouble. Well, they didn't, nobody said that, but it's like that attitude. So we go back there, but then we get to that part and I get the fear response. There's nothing changed. I get just hair on the back of all of my, this is just like, it's the fear. Up until this point, the fear has been, don't trip, don't walk into a tree. It's nighttime, stupid human. So that's what I've been scared about up to this point. Don't drop your phone. Don't do something like that. Don't smoke. They don't like smoking. Shin knows what I'm talking about.
Interesting.
Yeah, they don't like that. But then
The people who live there?
No.
Not really.
Do people live?
living.
No, they live around. I live there. I mean, it's literally, you can look out every window and see it. People do live around there, but I'm about 500 feet from my house, and then there's about eight to 1,000 feet that way is another house, and then it's across the street. But there's a dry stream right there. It's just like runoff stream, and it's not a river. It's like as it runs off, it goes in there and goes to the river. But okay, I get the fear response. This is like palpable. Okay, I mean, I'm not scared of nothing. I don't care. I've given up on fear. Fear does not affect me. It's like fear of stepping on Legos is the worst thing I got to worry about. Okay.
Yeah.
But this was.
I hate.
This was
deceptively light objects. So when you brace yourself to pick them up, and then you go flying across the room.
That's a legit fear. Legit.
Yeah.
Okay. But this was the fight or flight response, and I froze, and I was like, Adana, do you feel that? And she said something. I couldn't hear her, right? But it got darker, right? There was no clouds. Nothing was blocking out the light from the sky. It got darker.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm frozen there. And she keeps walking, and she's going back there slowly, okay? Y'all. Oh, sorry, not sorry, okay? But now I'm glad okay, dark, I'm used to it. I've been there. I've done this a lot. Okay, I've been through a lot of paranormal stuff. Darker than dark? Nah, it's okay. I'm accustomed to it. And then, okay, I see people in the forest. Up until this point, I'm able to perceive her as well as the very tiny little bit of light. She vanishes. She's gone. And I'm like, oh. And I'm like, I take a step back. I get the mental message, you stay right there. I'm like, okay. 3 distortions that look like the shapes of people. They're there. They're just there. And they're rapidly moving, walking with a purpose back there. And then the 4th one walks right next to me. And there was no cold chills. There was no cold feelings, right? But I had just been told, you stay right there. Where are you doing? Where are you going? Stay right there. I'd taken a step back. And I was like, okay, watch my solo video. And yeah, instinct said,
Yeah, I think I
follow
will.
directions.
You've always got something up your sleeve. Like, I definitely will, because I'm starting to. You know what? Like, even though I don't have much direct experience of this stuff, you're really firing me up on the paranormal, conspiratorial kind of rabbit hole, and I'm really having a lot of fun with it. Whereas last time I was there, it was kind of getting me down a little bit. Maybe I wasn't approaching it the right way, you know.
You mean the last?
James, how long ago was that, though? How long ago was that?
I think it must have been around the time of your election.
Okay. What has changed with you drastically since then?
Well, I think I've kind of become a lot more social. And also, because I'm not really under the auspices of my insurer anymore, I don't know, I feel kind of free to kind of work on my health at my own pace. I kind of feel like
have you stopped or started anything, like medication wise?
I did get put on some weird medication that made me really nuts, like breaking a window and the police coming to my house, kind of nuts. Yeah, we've had some dramas here over the last 5 years, but I did, and I do take something for nerve pain and anxiety, but not like what they were kind of doling out to me at the start. I kind of got wise to the fact that they'll just fill you with pills if you've got a broken back. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you're less, right? Right?
Way less. And when
remember
it comes
what you said about the toothpaste and stuff?
Yeah.
Maybe it's something along those lines.
Yeah.
And you're obviously in better spirits.
Yeah,
emotionally.
I kind of just sort of made a choice to be happy because I was really internalizing a lot of what had happened to me over the last 5 years and really kind of taking it out on the people around me and becoming really aggro. And, I really needed to pull back on that and have a bit of a look at myself and actually go, you know what, I can just decide to be happy if I want to. I can just decide to make.
Doesn't that all make a little bit of sense then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what y'all are talking about, but that's okay.
Well, I injured myself at work about 5 years ago, and I have about 5 cracked vertebrae and nerve damage in my hands and my neck and my feet. So I get a lot of.
He was saying how he used to look into this stuff, but it was it always resulted in a darker effect.
Oh
yeah, like it was kind of fueled by my need to kind of go deeper into that state of mind, and then I just got really sick of it. I got really sick of that. I got really sick of politics. I got really sick of everything, and then I just sort of hit the reset button and decided to approach everthing really
go in the opposite direction, right?
Yeah.
Go in the opposite direction. Okay, that totally makes sense.
Yeah.
The closer you get to that dark crap, all this other negative shit is gonna, manifest itself in all different aspects of your life. As soon as you do a 360, you're now seeing more positive things, as well as being able to appreciate the positivity that Nathan's bringing out.
Absolutely, but also just to kind of be able to listen to it without any sort of prejudgment and just enjoy the ride as well. You know, like it sounds like Nathan definitely has some kind of awareness. You know what I mean? It sounds like he's not making any money out of making it up. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't want to make money. Here's what, making the money part. Here's the thing. Okay, y'all have, Shadow, you've seen my customs. A couple of y'all have seen my customs, right? I tried to do it for money, and I fell off of doing them. I tried to do and then when I decided I'm just going to do it for fun and give them away, my skills got better. Those paint jobs are post that, okay? I was trying to figure out what's the most efficient way. Well, how do I do this? And I don't know if I was getting covered up in those ideas, but I said, forget it. I don't care about making money. I'm going to do this because it's fun. Boom. Got the Void Troopers coming out. Boom. You got the Cybermen coming out that I did. And you got the Arctic team that I did. And I was like, oh my God, this is so fun.
Well, that's the other thing.
I don't care about it. What?
When you kind of take the Morrissey approach to everything and really kind of just bake in your own misery, it's very hard to get things done, isn't it? Like,
yeah. So I was like, I don't care about the money. It's fine. It was like COVID lockdown time. I didn't care. I got better at it. And these people, they talk to me when I'm buying these weird mixes of toys. Oh, tell me about your kids' toys and stuff. Do they like it? I'm like, yeah, that's me. That's me. See, that's me. I'm the big kid. And they're like, and it always gets to it about, well, you can make money. I'm like, you know what? Guess what? I don't want to make any money off of it. I want to do it because it's freaking awesome and I'm loving it. And I've given away so many figures. And
the thing is, I noticed with those gaming guys that really do like have to live off their channel or whatever. Oh, it seems like a lot of work, doesn't it?
It is. That's why I don't do it. There is self-management is horrible. I hate it. I can't. Well, I'm horrible at it.
What was Max just talking about last night? Remember, Connell? About about self-management. And,
he's going to have to stop doing what he's been doing. I mean, he's not going away. He's going to have to stop watching a lot of other people's stuff so he can just start working on his own. Because the time he turns on one of our shows and he thinks he's going to be able to get some work done, then we go into whatever conversation piece we go to, and he's ready to start typing out, arguing with us or whatever on the chat, and it's just eating in his time from writing and doing things that he needs to do.
I'll be right back.
Is that where you're going? Was that where you're going?
Exactly. And
well, Max has at least one good game in him for sure. For all of his idiosyncrasies, he's definitely got the grounding to produce at least one great game.
He knows what he wants. He knows what he wants. Definitely. He knows how it should be. His dogma dogma is actually the right word for it. Dogma for what he wants the game to be is amazing. I don't necessarily agree with it, but it works for him and people that walk in that branch of thought processing. I'm not a second edition person. I like being Lego characters. I don't mind having 101 different races. If you can just take out all the politics and all the woke shit out of D&D or 5th edition, it's a game. It's a game meant for a different generation. That's really what it is. Unfortunately, it's being polluted by politics and other people's agendas.
Well, sorry, Connell, I've just got to put my head in the oven while you guys talk about mechanics and, which stuff is left.
No, I'm sorry. I'll shut up. But that's just my opinion.
What I was getting at is he's kind of detaching himself from, he's sort of isolating himself. You know,
I kind of try to do that from time to time, just to kind of contain my kind of madder moments, if that makes sense. And also when I feel like, oh, I'm getting all of the benefits of socializing with you guys, but I'm not doing the work, sometimes I'll pull the plug for a few days, definitely. Because it's just too easy to just talk to you guys forever and you know, have a good time and all that.
Yeah, well, that's what I think that's what he's missing out. I mean, like last night was proof. You know, we were up till, you know, like 2 hours after he said he had to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's
And-
Max. He's got that
I've said
long
this.
goodbye.
He was
And I
kind of
said this,
missing. He's kind of missing out on the fact that there is a healthy balance.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
think so
And
too.
he might be
Fact.
tipping the scale in the wrong direction. I don't know. You know, I love the guy. You
I
know,
get it.
I just
I
hope that
get
he
it.
doesn't. He doesn't. You know, do the exact opposite of what he's trying to do by doing it just a little hard.
Sometimes
I
it's just
totally
a bit,
get it though.
sometimes it's just a bit overwhelming as well. Like, you know, most of my old friends from my kind of subculture days and my music days, I don't really ever want to see again. And I've just spent so much time on my own that sometimes it's almost like, oh, you know, that old kind of like need to kind of protect yourself and your feelings and kind of contain your thoughts before you kind of brood them properly. You know, it rears its head from time to time. I definitely understand that impulse. Definitely.
The only person that can work out Max's issues is Max, and if he thinks,
Well, I don't even think he really has what I would call issues. Just I just hope that he's not, you know, tipping the scale in the wrong direction a little bit too much. Because for him, it would only be a little bit too much because he's not like, you know.
No, he's fairly self.
You know, if he doesn't watch anybody else's, channel, but Fritz, that would be fine. But if he like, you know, goes dark except for his own show,
oh yeah, I mean, yeah,
Fritz is, you know, just saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't think he's going to completely exile himself into his own mountain.
Well, no, obviously he's going to be doing shows, but you know, there's so much positivity out there to be, you know, to bask in the sunlight, so to speak. That I hope he doesn't just you know,
try
to
you know couple days that I'm going to be gone for my birthday. Yeah, I'm going down to Nashville area for my birthday this coming the weekend of September. I'm going to be over there at Montebello State Park. What?
I got a state park I want you to visit.
More like Smashville.
Smashville.
I don't know.
What state park?
I don't want anything.
The one behind my house. Gower Cemetery State Park.
It won't be this trip, but I do plan on making another trip down to Nashville here really soon. If I given the chance, I'd move back down to Nashville in a heartbeat. I absolutely love the area, especially
I'm gonna be pissed off if you guys get to meet in person before I get to meet you guys. I'm gonna be pretty fucking jealous.
You know, to be honest, Nathan,
I'll just have to find some way to just go hang out with James. Jackie and I'll just he'll hold my hand on the airplane the whole trip, and
go to Australia.
Hey, you know, I was already to say, you know, Nathan's going to be a whole lot more cooler to meet than I am. I'm kind of I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. What can I say?
Yeah, that's probably about the same with me.
Yeah, I know. That's why I enjoy it.
Just stump up.
I'm a little worried about your head exploding, bro. Jack, I am, honestly.
All you got to do is get yourself the visa and the airfare, the accommodation, and the food is free. Okay?
Oh my God. If I get to go to Australia before Jay does, he'd flip his ever-living wig.
I also need to go to Mexico in probably during November. In a few years, I'm planning on going to Vienna. After that, maybe Poland or something.
You know, I always joked if I hit the lottery, I was going to move down to Mexico.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it.
It's getting very expensive for gringos now because
I
they're all
noticed that.
Like,
Well, I'm not going to, my problem with Australia is, and I know we should get back to the topic at hand. I'm sorry, Nathan. But my problem with Australians is every Australian I've ever met has been able to outdrink me, and that bothers me.
oh, no danger there. Like I'm a 2-pint screamer.
Of course you are.
I like that term.
Yeah. We don't really. I mean, we got over drinking, really, didn't we? We got all of our drinking out of our system when we were young. Yeah, Rhea used to see out at like goth clubs with like a Sambuca in her hand, Sambuca and Coke, and I'd be like, "How are you?" She'd be like, "I'm fine." Above the music.
I was playing rugby. When I was playing rugby, one of the other colleges had a Australian in house, and on the rugby team, he was a prop. And whenever me and him got together, there was always bets on who was going to be underneath the table by the end of the night. Then most of the time,
no, you would definitely flatten me because we almost never drink now. I don't even think about it anymore, to be honest with you. But I guarantee you, even with all your fancy legal weed and your edibles and all of it, I guarantee you I could smoke you into another dimension.
Oh, I don't smoke. I mean, yeah, I have. I do edibles, but I don't smoke.
Hold up.
Actually, what I like
Drugs are bad.
You'll be seeing things that Nathan couldn't even describe in human language. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got you. I was about ready to say there's a few places in Ireland I'd love to take part in something and have a spiritual moment out on a hill, maybe above a fairy hill.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'd be fun.
Well, I'm sure you know a lot of fairies who would be willing to oblige.
I actually do, and most of them live out in California, funny enough.
Luckily, you won't have to.
Already then.
What if you just think it's an overgrown mosquito and you get the bug spray out? That's the start of a war between the mortals and the immortals for sure. You know what I mean? Like,
Yes, we very much do.
Okay.
So here's another thing for your supernatural thought. Is it funny? Not funny, haha, but just kind of funny that almost every culture in the world has the same thing. When I say this, a Santa Claus of some sort.
Yeah.
A vampire.
Big dirty backlash comes down the chimney.
Man, you Australians killed Santa Claus, man. He has to be thin. He can no longer say ho ho ho. What the hell? What was the other thing? Santa Claus and vampires. I've yet to run into a culture or a country that doesn't have their own variation of a vampire.
Well, I watched a video on different vampires in different cultures. Most of them, I don't see why they'd be called vampires. One of them was like a frog. They are like a big red frog that eats people and then spits them out as new big red frogs. I don't see how that's a vampire.
Vampire is just a Eastern European term that just got labeled on everything. It's an umbrella term.
In England, they combined Santa Claus and the vampires and created Jimmy Savile.
Yeah, they did in real life.
Yeah, so was in there talking
worst
about
Halloween costume idea ever.
Just why though?
What was that, Nathan?
Sam was in the chat saying that it's good that I'm not scared. No reason to be at all. I agree. I have my theory about what scares the people, what people get scared of. But
especially if you go there regularly, especially if you're a regular, they probably have some familiarity with you.
They know me. I've been down there several times, and I even want to go down there with a tray with cups of coffee, but I don't have enough cups or coffee. And but he's saying it's good I'm not scared, no reason. By embracing it and not rebuking it, it seems to be enticing them. Possibly. I have an accepting nature. This is another click away moment for a lot of people. I accept people, right?
Oh no! What a
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
You kidding?
But I.
That's funny.
Oh, okay, everybody's giving me the unsub finger.
Keep it coming, man.
Okay, but I'm very accepting to people. Whatever they do, I'm not doing it, but I'm not going to stop them from doing it. And if it makes them happy, fine. Same goes with the dead and the undead. Up there goes. Yep, Lost Shadow.
I'm surprised he left before I did. And it
Bio
sounds
break.
awful.
Sorry, you guys don't want to see what I'm going to do. Trust me.
Nor do we want to hear it there, old man.
We were.
Yeah, I know.
good.
That's why I muted.
All good. Okay. All right. Well, he's still listening. He's
He's
with
gonna
us
have
in
to-
spirit.
Not
See what I
the
did there?
fact that echo the way he
Mute
did.
your speaker, please.
Okay. Anyway.
Don't do that, though.
Yeah, I accept people, and I've decided against fear because I have had the most fear I have ever. It gave me gray hair for a little while, and I don't know why, but my hair turns gray and turns back to not gray. But okay. Joe saying personal info tomorrow. I might give personal info tonight. I don't know.
That's I mean this in all due respect. When it comes to the gray back to natural color, back to your natural color, you can kiss my ass. My hair went from black to mostly gray now. It has never decided to go back to black.
That's like the
My-
opposite of my entire
my beard
family.
did not.
Our hair just refuses to go
This
gray.
stays gray. It comes in gray. It stays gray.
Oh yeah,
But
when
this
you know,
is-
some of us commenting that my beard looks patchy in the middle. No, this is just all fucking gray right here.
Connell, I think you need to cultivate like a Dave Banian type stripe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
I don't know. We're like the opposite when it comes to that. Everybody in my family, except for maybe my grandpa on my mom's side, refused to just get gray hair. My grandmother still some of her hair
You know
is gray, but a lot of it's still brown. Same with my mom. My dad, as
You know
you've
what?
seen, has some, but a lot of it's still blonde.
Here we
This
go
old
with the
grandma's turning grey.
enter back to the quantum. If you decide something, it will become.
Yeah.
If you decide something, you will either do
It's
something
called
about
Paradise
it.
Board.
Oh no, he's
What?
back.
Even in the very materialistic world, like mindset is everything. You know what I mean? Like
Oh yeah.
even without that extra layer, mindset is everything.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
learned
sports.
that more and more. I learned that more and more. The more I try and buck against certain limitations, and kind of act out in a frustrated way, the more I learn. No, it's really down to your choice to perceive things in a certain way.
Yeah, I choose
Yeah.
to do things. And like, okay. My joke, when I go to buy something I have to get carded for, I tell them my birthday and I say, I'm not going to say my birthday here. Sorry, guys. But I say my birthday and can still scale the fence with a backpack once.
Hmm.
And I can. I've done it. And I will do it again. But,
It's
yeah.
funny you bring up. Yeah.
You decide something and it will become. Pop culture, what is this? Pop mysticism calls it the secret. But it's just, we going back to the quantum, we are entangled. And
Man, I
when
worked
we
in a
decide
bookstore.
something, huh?
I worked in
I
a
don't-
bookstore when that came out, and everybody wanted to know.
Yeah.
Have you read it?
What's
I was
the
like,
secret?
Yeah.
You're
Yeah,
engaged buying the book.
Book for muggles. Okay.
Yeah.
How to,
Yeah, I not only have I read it, but I've watched like the movie like 50 times.
okay. Well, you know what I'm talking about, right? This is the power of positive thinking.
Yeah.
CE5 is the same thing. It's the same thing. It's just repackaged by frickin' Greer. Okay, anyway, getting back. But yeah, I'm reading the chat, and thanks, Joe. The greatest secret is there is no secret. It's 42, damn it.
So tell
Remember,
us, like, just recur back to where you were for a second. How did this resolve? And, like, how did you find your friend? And like,
okay, yeah, she was gone, vanished, and the minute the Minutemen came up. These are revolutionary guys, right? The Minutemen came up, and they walked with a purpose. And I took a step back. Hey,
Wow.
you stay right here. That happened. And I was just like screaming in my head, Adana, right? And the next thing that went through my head was, if she disappears here, I'm going to be blamed for murder. that's because
did they have the appearance of Minutemen? Were they wearing like the tricorn
no,
and all that
no.
sort of thing?
I mean, that's the only
they were
thing I
just
can liken them
shadowy
to.
kind of.
They were
Right.
shadows. They were predators. They were the predator. 4 of them, and one right next to me. Okay, I'm getting the feelings now, after the fact.
Yeah.
Because at the time it was just shock, fear, grounded. Right. I was told what to do, and I did what I was told. And okay, after a couple of minutes, it seemed like the alarm, the panic receded. Okay. And then I heard her, and then she was there. Out of nothing, she just appeared, okay, about 10 feet away. It was like the blackness dissipated and the light came back in.
And out of interest, did she experience anything as well? Like, did you talk
She
to
did.
her about what? Yeah.
Oh boy, at length. She had trouble explaining it. She said there's a lot of angry people back there, and it was not angry with anyone in particular, angry with the world. Okay.
Wow.
And I'm pretty sure it's because they were, said it in the chat, they brought it over from life. It wasn't anything we were doing. We were the friendly ones. We were admitted entrants. We were the ones, I think we're the only ones bridging the gap. What?
Paying respect.
We did. We are very respectful.
And out of interest, I mean, if you look at things from their perspective, maybe they have a reason to be disoriented, kind of walking around half in this time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and we're these weird dressed people. I wasn't wearing this. I was wearing a different droid shirt. It was a different droid shirt.
This isn't the shirt you were wearing?
No, these are not the spooks you're looking for.
But yeah, there was no real, it just, something calmed down. They calmed down. And I guess the predators said, hey, you stay right there, to that guy. Because she said, there's a lot of angry people. I have another report from someone that I brought back there about a year ago. There's a black shape, a big black shape. And okay, paranormally speaking, when you hold on to anger, jealousy, all the dark side stuff, it tends to congeal. And ectoplasm is the Hollywood answer, right?
It's a cancer, honestly.
Oh, it's a what?
It's a cancer. It's very bad for you.
Yes.
Very bad for you.
That's what, yes. And these guys seem to have held on to it after their passing, but they're still here. They're still there.
Well, they would have experienced a lot of upheaval and a lot of violence in their time.
Yeah. And I think that's what they're hanging on to and what has upset them. And Samo saying, yeah, don't collect things, make memories. That's what we were doing. I agree with that. Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay. But okay. And she came out and I said, what's up? Somebody leaving?
Oh, No, Empress, Auslan Conduit. That resonated with me deeply. Hello, everyone. New viewer. Just welcoming a new viewer.
Welcome, Empress.
Welcome to the show.
Oh,
You know what? You were predetermined somewhere to be here. It's quantum. Trust me. Okay.
So talk to me about the pagan angle.
The pagan
Talk
angle?
talk to me about being a person whose religion is rooted in nature in an environment where
Oh, in the
these
Bible
people
Belt.
would have, yeah, but not just that, but also coming across people who would probably not have much of a conception of that outside of folk tales, right? So
Mhm.
do you think they were aware of your different religiosity or
Well, I don't really do it in the form of a religion. Really.
Sure.
It's odd. Now, I told Adana in the first place, these people are Christian, so mind your manners. And
Yeah.
I don't think they cared because we were nice and we were respectful and we weren't back there being stupid. And we were really there. I don't know. Every time I go back there, I'm like, I just get the sense, be on your best behavior. I just get that sense.
well,
There's more to that. There's more to that. Oh my God. Okay.
Well, the key word to your statement there is when you're dealing with anything is be respectful and don't be stupid. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're dealing with a human, a dog, something from the other side. Don't be disrespectful and don't be stupid.
Right. Oh, who did we lose? That was, I hope he comes back.
Yeah, me too. I'm sure he will. He might have had difficulties like last time. Let's hope not.
Okay.
Probably.
Okay, well, as for his question about the paganism stuff, that has given me, I think he's coming back in. Do I need to open the door?
Yes.
Pigeon and something. Okay. Sorry, my phone sees everything.
He had to change the pillow. I got it. I see how
Sorry,
you are.
it's so damn hard to find a comfortable position. This is why I spend all my days standing, basically.
Okay. Pigeon.
At least you have sunlight
Pigeon.
right now.
Yes.
Pigeon something.
Yes.
Okay.
Pigeon
Okay. Fancier.
I fancy those pigeons.
I assume that's French.
No.
Okay.
Carry on.
That's French. I got another word for you. Anyways.
Yeah, because every time I talk to anybody of like strict Christian, they say it's Satan, they say it's evil, and they want to exercise it. And I'm like, that is not the case.
Man,
not every single time.
I have such a heretical understanding of Christianity. That's why I call myself Christian adjacent. And, I really do believe in God, probably more now than ever. And I certainly look to the example of like Jesus, who is a kind of revolutionary in some ways, right? But not in the modern sense of the word. But I know that there are a lot of people in our extended sphere who are totally not down with that, and they have a completely different experience of like church and all that sort of thing. And to them, the connection with their ancestors and their connection with nature, that resonates more with them. And I don't have a problem with it personally. I think that I have a pretty syncretic view of religion, especially in a time where a lot of people don't have very strong values. And I look to, say, someone like a Muslim guy, and I'm like, well, he believes in God, and there are limits that he places on his own behavior so that he can make his way in the world in a peaceful and constructive way. We have more in common than not. You know what I mean?
I do. And it's not, okay, I'm not going to Muslim. Right? I'm not going to that topic.
I just picked the
That's-
most controversial example because I'm an idiot.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
mean,
well,
like I said, back
booyah, buddy. I'll go there. Booyah. Okay.
Yeah.
Like
But,
I said earlier,
fired.
about the commandments. Commandment number 1: don't be a dick. I mean,
Yeah.
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 you want to get along in this world with people of all kinds of backgrounds and whatever. It's really easy. Be respectful, be nice, be honest, and don't be a dick. It's
Honestly,
not that hard.
like when I hear people talking about like denominational frictions, it makes me really angry because I'm just like, is this person open to spiritual possibility? Is this person looking for a moral path in life? You know what I mean? Like, those are the questions to ask. They don't have to be a Catholic just because I was raised Catholic. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I was
And
raised Catholic. I get you.
Yeah, and that's why I say I have a kind of heretical understanding of Christianity. That's why I call myself Christian adjacent. Go ahead, Shadow.
Just pointing to the little guy.
All
Of
right.
course you were.
Why?
Because in recent years, I've become very, let's just say the opposite of what I used to be. Let's just say
Like
that.
very orthodox in
Sweet.
your view, or
Wait,
I wasn't
I
there for
used to be
that.
like one of those, you know, when you think of those like atheists who are like, I'm going to use my big brain and my fedora to disprove
Yeah,
you
yeah.
foolish religiousites. You foolish Christians believe in God. Nah, I believe in the science. I used to be that.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
completely the opposite now.
Well,
I mean,
you know,
can believe in both.
I
for you.
kind of left that church life because I didn't feel it inside, and I felt like I was being inauthentic because I was looking for some feeling to kind of affirm the belief system. Whereas now I just kind of worked my way backwards. I was like, well, there's X amount of supernatural evil in the world. That obviously proves God is real. Because look at Satan's legions; they're everywhere. Like, you know what I mean? But anyway, maybe that's not the way to look at things. But yeah, like as long as someone is aware that there's more to the world than just stuff, then we're on a similar page. You know what I mean? That's my view. Take it or leave it. You know, like I'd rather keep the tent big and include people who I think are awesome, and you know, they just vibe more with getting in touch with their ancestors and getting in touch with nature. It's not really for me. Like, I prefer something more formalized with like a few hard rules, because otherwise I can fly all over the place.
Right. I understand. See, that's quantum.
You know?
We filter.
Yeah.
We have to give
Yeah.
ourselves structure. Okay.
Yeah.
That brings me to something I've been wanting to bring up. Structure, right? Okay. Rules for structure. If you go at things and it's all chaotic and you don't have structure, then you have no discipline.
Yeah.
And whatever is out there, whatever you come across, okay, from the gaming to here to real life, but back to real life, paladins. Okay, there's a guy I've been following on TikTok. He started out on TikTok, right? Y'all may have heard of him. Alex Calvo is Haunted. That's his TikTok, right?
Yeah.
He found out.
Okay.
What?
Unused Chinese
Yeah,
spy.
yeah. No, I know who you're talking about.
I was thinking what he was saying, but I didn't have the youthful audacity to elucidate it.
All right. Well, he found some artifacts. Actually, he started having paranormal activity in his place. His great grandmother passed away and left him the house. Okay. He started having a bunch of paranormal activity, but it wasn't really bad stuff. It was scary. This guy is a super muggle, okay? And he thought paladins were only from D&D. I'm like, no, where do you think D&D got all their material from? Real life history. All
There
of
are
it.
there are some people
Yeah, and-
sweeping. There are some people sweeping the front steps of the Crusader castle in Syria who would like a word. You know?
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
And okay, he was like, I don't know what's up with all this stuff. And he went to Witch Talk and said, how do I deal with this?
Sure.
They don't know. This is old school, old discipline, right? Okay. Well, there are a few things that I want to bring up about his situation. The discipline thing, okay? I get away with whatever I get away with because ever since I was a little kid, hero was Luke Skywalker, Jedi Knight, right?
Mhm.
Jedi Knight. And he had rules. Well, I give myself the same rules. It's just the way I do. Those are paladin rules. There really are. And I'm not going to go comparing that stuff, Star Wars, to the Catholic Church. Not going to happen.
Well, no, I think
No
Luke was
time.
more of a. I think Luke was more of a jihadi freedom fighter, but that's
Okay,
another stream for
possibly.
another day.
I'm
Possibly,
gonna
yeah.
pull out.
I will let one of you
Oh, I'm
guys
gonna be
host
back.
that show.
There's
Not me.
another YouTube channel might start yelling at me. I'm not touching
I'm
any
gonna
of
go
this.
grab a gun. I'll be back.
Also,
No,
the Empire
don't
did nothing
Make
wrong.
it a nerf. Okay.
The Empire
Anyway.
did nothing wrong.
Anyway,
Okay, the
anyway.
very fact that they're called an empire makes me inclined to agree with that.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't want to use the same. I don't want to use the same drinking fountain as like 7-foot hairy aliens with like a giant eye for a head. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
Okay,
But
anyway.
I'm still confused on why
Anyway.
the emperor was called Emperor Palpatine instead of Emperor Sheev the First.
Oh
But
God,
no
I've
one
got
uses
an
the
emperor
last
story
name.
for you guys another
The
time. Maybe
Emperor's my
tonight. I
favorite.
don't
The
know.
Emperor's my favorite. Like I'm not a huge Star Wars guy. Like really since childhood, but the Emperor is actually my favorite character, and I feel like a bad person because of it. I just really like him when he's going through his whole period of like corrupting the other, like what's his name in the prequels, and you know he's like, but I love democracy, and I'm like, that's me.
I love democracy. I love the Republic.
Yeah.
Okay. Circling back.
Circling back.
But that
I
is
can
the
just be the symbol of
discipline.
this entire group just circling back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
circling back. But I use that discipline, and he has discovered artifacts in his place that's been handed down. Okay, there was a couple. There's this trunk, and it had in there a vampire hunting. It's a Van Helsing box. You all know what that is.
Yeah.
It was a literal Van Helsing box. Vampire tools, hunting tools, werewolf hunting tools, potions still sealed, potions dried up, things that were dried in jars. And he went to Witch Talk. The wrong witches replied. They didn't give him any context. And he did the best he could. Super muggle he is. And, well, it's fine. But all the while, his grandmother was there holding him. But there's one thing that just blew me away. He found, steampunk. Everybody knows steampunk, what it looks like, right? Well, this is the original.
It's much healthier than fried punk.
He found a clock, and this clock was all of 100 years old. Okay, it is original steampunk looking stuff, Victorian era brass, and there were no gears glued to it. Okay, it had the OG stuff all about it.
Right.
And I urge you to go check his channel. I will try to leave a link in the comments later.
I
And,
hear the word Victorian and just
I didn't hear that.
I hear Victorian and just what?
Well, no, this was not
like the
what
Victorian
you
era.
know about Victorian era.
You don't like
okay?
the Victorian era? Look, that's like saying you don't like oven roasted Brussels sprouts. Like, what's wrong with you?
If it's covered
No,
with
I,
bacon,
I
sure.
love the Victorian era.
Oh,
Okay,
good, good.
this is the
We
other.
just don't like the
These are
Brussels sprouts.
Oh,
okay.
well, you got to
Um,
roast them in the
Did
oven.
you say chicken roasted Brussels sprouts?
No, you roast them in the oven with garlic and chili. That's the secret.
You
No,
can do
roast
that
them
with
in bacon.
anything. That's everything.
Mm.
Garlic and chili, forget
Yeah.
it. You got
You just put
everything
hot
to do
sauce
that.
on it and you fixed it.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
you're all doing it wrong.
That's a Hillary tip. She carries it around with her.
That you're doing it wrong. You cook it in bacon grease, then you
Oh.
throw it away and eat the bacon.
No, we give that to the dog. We get his dog food and
Connell,
we put the bacon grease on it.
Connell, you think you're a fatty? If I ate like that, my God, you'd need bigger monitors, lads. Like,
No,
okay.
here's how you fix every food item. Put hot sauce on it. You're done.
The clock. This
Yeah,
thing
the clock.
tripped me out. Okay, here was his story, and I watched him, and I don't think he's faking it. Okay, he's finding this stuff. This is when I say a trunk, I mean like a big, massive trunk that looks like it came from the Old West. Okay, everything in it. The werewolf hunting kit came with an original revolver with silver bullets in a row, right?
wow.
Original from
Cool.
1860 something, right?
Mhm.
Okay, and it's that
64.
part I really wish you would verify. Okay, the clock. Now, here's the deal with the clock. Go see his channel. I will leave a link later on. But he went and looked at the clock, and he took it in his living room, and he examined it, and there was a false bottom. Not a false bottom, but a paper bottom that looked all of 100 years old, right? And it was one of those breakout things where you tear it open and you put stuff in it, and then you tack it down, and you leave it, and once you open it, it's open. You know, it's cardboard, and
Right.
it's old school cardboard, but it's been in this sealed trunk for 100 years. Okay, so the cardboard was deteriorated, but not totally. So he was like exploring it, and he broke the thing open, found some stuff, and this is what happened. He was like, okay, well, this is cool. And there's a lot of details I'm leaving out, but this is what it was. He took the clock, he set it on his grandmother's piano on top, like a ornament. It didn't work. As far as he knew, it didn't work. And he didn't want it because it's 100 years old. You don't want to wind the spring up. You don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So, and then he does a few more videos about, look what I found, and I'm doing all this shit. And he comes up, I think I had somebody break in. I'm like, okay, the clock was gone. He said it's not on the thing, and he showed it's not on the thing. The funny part is, the dust wasn't bothered, and I saw the clock on there, and I saw where he had moved around, and you can't help but if you're placing something on a dusty surface and you haven't dusted, you're going to leave marks, right?
Right.
Just, you're gonna until you dust proper. You're gonna leave traces, footprints, fingerprints, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. The dust was unbothered. I was like, wait. Okay. And then he now this is one take. He's doing this all in one take. He goes, okay, I'm going to case this house right now. And he walks around and he goes back into this area. I think it's a garage. And he goes, and he's already been here, already been there. He looks up, there's a box. And it's another type. I'm trying to remember, was it a box or was it a suitcase, a big suitcase? He goes, what is this? And it was really heavy. It was the fucking clock. The clock was in there. And he has, by this point, he's been enduring a lot of harassment from some phone calls, right? And so he got security. He got a security system. He put up a few cameras. He did. He had no trace of this. This clock was never there, according to all the evidence. The clock was never there. Right back to quantum. Okay, guys. He looks at the bottom of the clock. The cardboard is back. Like this, you cannot fake 100-year-old cardboard without having more 100-year-old cardboard.
Yeah.
Joe's bookstore taught me this because I helped him out in his.
In the very least, it would just look different. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it's such an impressionable material. Like
right. It was untouched, and he opened it up. The stuff was in there that he had taken out. Best I remember, right? The stuff was in there, and there was a note, and it said something like, I can't remember exactly what. Alex, keep up the good work. 100 years ago, I was like, I texted him. I'm like, I hope you're not lying because this is the best fucking story I've heard ever.
Yeah.
I don't want you to be lying. If you're lying, I will go down to Florida and kick your ass myself.
I mean,
I told him
that'd be
that.
one hell of a magic trick.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Well, to play on yourself as well.
Yeah, I was like, what? So he was like, this is why I hate time travel. And I'm like, oh, dude, I hope you are not lying. I hope you're not lying because that is the best story. Okay.
Well, in the very least, I mean, even if it was just he mislaid it and he kind of freaked out or whatever, it's still a great narrative, right?
Yeah, still cool.
It's still thought-provoking.
Nathan, do you remember what was in the clock?
It was some. I don't remember. He's on TikTok. It's Alex Calvo is haunted. I don't remember what was in there. It was some weird witchy, wizardy stuff. Totally. Oh, by the way, everything was wizardy.
Right.
The only false. Sorry, go ahead, Connell.
I mean, I'm a fairly logical person. At least I try to be. And I hear stories like that. I want to believe I'm right there with you. And the other side of my brain's like, well, Occam Razor would, using Occam Razor as the argument piece. Yeah, would basically say it was a magic trick because the most correct answer is normally the correct answer. But I really wish I could turn that my brain off.
That's your Muggle part talking. We are raised here. We live here.
The panel,
we filter.
The panel needs a skeptic, though, at least one.
I thought that was my job.
You?
What the hell, man? Connell, get out of here, man.
You're off with the goblins.
We can't agree on Dick. What the hell?
You got fired from that job. Never mind.
The only false bottom I would get rid of is Anderson Cooper, but that's another story. But shots fired.
Man.
Wow. I almost regret not saying what I said or what I was going to say.
I regret nothing. I regret nothing.
Well, you probably should.
On the topic of witches, I think the problem is we live in a time where, there are a lot of people who are searching for something without having to give anything up, if that makes sense. And there are a lot of people who really kind of think, I'm going to get into witchcraft and I'm going to manifest all these good things for myself, and I'm not really obligated to be a moral person or pay anything back to the kind of spirit world or acknowledge the powers above that. And I think that's why it's very easy to kind of get on the wrong path with some of that stuff, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it doesn't work like that.
I think intention is a big part of it.
Oh, intention is totally a part of it. Totally.
Personally,
intention is there.
I will never touch magic in my life. Like, that's just a limit that I have for myself. But
there was a great anime that came out in the early 2000s.
Okay, you lost me when you used the word and anime in the same sentence without the not.
Full Metal Alchemist.
Yeah.
He's talking about Full Metal Alchemist.
I tried to watch it.
I believe
I
magic.
tried.
I believe magic is very much the same. If you want some, you can't. Nothing's for free. There is no such thing as a free lunch.
Yeah. Yeah.
So with that being said, if you're trying to force something, not force, but if you're trying to create something, if you're trying to whatever, there is always a price. There's a price tag to everything. Everybody says there's nothing truer in life than death and taxes. Well, the third truth is there's a price tag to everything.
Mm-hmm.
I want to live a
The
happy
price
life.
tag isn't always money.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess, Nathan, the question I'm asking you is, have you come across people whose approach to magic concerned you? And what are the kind of protections that you put in place to make sure that you're on a kind of like right-hand path, as it were?
Okay. Did you say practices that offend me?
Not offend you, because I don't think you're that sort of person. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, I didn't understand. I don't know.
You're
There's
like
fuzziness
I think
all
you're
over.
like a mossy rock by a creek. No, I mean, like, have you encountered people in your life, like day to day, in the kind of area of interest that you have, where you thought maybe their interest in magic was not motivated by good, and maybe they were messing with things that they shouldn't? And what do you personally do to make sure that your experience of the paranormal countenances some kind of protection for your own psyche and that sort of thing?
Okay, there is the Wiccan Reed. Cut down to its bare minimum. As it harms none, do as you will. It sounds simple. It is not simple. It sounds really simple. Well, as it harms none. Well, you have to know what harm means. And you have to know who is the object. Was that tinkling?
Yeah, I've got wind chimes.
Okay. Hey,
Yeah, that's us.
the wind is with me on this one. The wind is with me on this one. See? That hasn't happened. The wind is with me on this one. At 2:22 broadcast time. The wind is with me. See?
Every time I look at the clock.
Empress brought up if there's no higher power, how do you explain synchronicity? Got one. Here we go. Got one. 2:22. The wind blows, as I mentioned, the Wiccan Reed. Tinkle, tinkle.
Whenever
Yep.
I
got the
whenever
wind
I
on my
look at the
side.
clock, whenever I look at the clock, it's always 101, 808, or 303, which, if you're an electronic musician, is quite funny. Like, they're all rolling drum machines. So, every time I look at it, every time I look at it, I think, I see it. But
Okay, for a second, I thought all of those numbers were important to something I've done before, but only one of them is. So that's nice, I guess.
Well, I very nearly was raised in Japan next to the Roland factory. It's a bit of a shame that I didn't get
All right,
to.
good night. If my camera wasn't off, I would I would emphasize the fact that I'm leaving at the mention of that name.
Roland.
Japan.
Japan.
I have Japanese relatives. Okay, so you attack them, you're attacking me.
Oh no! Have you not seen everything I've ever said, ever?
It's so funny because my aunt always tries to convince me to go. She married a Japanese man, and she's always going, "Oh, when are you guys coming over? Oh, I hope you get your surgery so you can come to Japan." Blah blah blah. And but in her other breath, she tells me like how miserable and backwards it is, like all the time.
Wait, why would you want to go if it's so miserable and backwards?
Because misery loves company.
She was gonna send me some money for something, like for my father's funeral arrangements, and she's like, "Oh, bloody Japanese! They do everything on paper, and you've got to sign it in triplicate." And I've been with the bank for 20 years, but they're treating me like I'm doing some sort of financial fraud or something.
And I'm just like, why are you trying to sell me on this country? And all you do is talk to me about nuclear disasters, the fact that milk tastes like fish, the fact that all your neighbors are perverts.
Hey, they're perverts. They've been at it for a while.
You're not selling.
man.
You're not selling me on it. You're not selling me on it. You're always telling me the
Just
worst things
giving
about
me more
Japan, and then
things to
go,
add to my list.
yeah, exactly. She's always trying to get me to go, but then all she does is tell me terrible things about it. It's hilarious. But she's lived there for like 30, 40 years, you know?
So yeah, Nathan, this is what it's like to try to have a conversation while herding cats all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I completely went off on one.
Oh, good. Well, you asked the question, so okay, what do I come across those people? Yes,
Yeah.
I do. They're in it for the wrong reasons, and it's on them, right? What do I do? First, the Wiccan read, as it harms none, do as you will. That's the most cut down version. It's long, right? Very poetic, and you have to, like I say, you have to know.
What are you pointing at?
Is that the unsubscribe finger?
He doesn't like the Satanistic implications of what you're saying, but I think that
is there
He's muted.
Satanistic?
You're muted.
Oh yeah, he's muted.
He's just mouthing.
I can faintly
swear
hear
words.
you in the background.
Yeah, because we're in the same. Check out Empress's last chat when you guys are done.
Okay. Well, I can look right now. Pigeon.
See, I can't see the chat. I feel like I'm missing out on some quality stuff because every time I go to hit chat, like I just sign out and then come back with a dumb name.
Oh.
So.
Oh yeah. Empress
Even
has
dumber
an
name.
interesting
No one will
Yeah,
have an
she
even
said-
dumber name than mine.
Who is
Nathan.
that pigeon?
Nathan, you know how to click on the chat and it comes down on the screen?
The private chat?
No.
No,
Okay,
you click
see
on a
Empress's
comment
chat?
and it shows up.
Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. Let me
And then it
find
covers up our
on here.
faces.
Well, it's all right. Because
Okay.
Wait, I
I'm
think
not
I know the
on
one
the
you're talking
screen,
about.
so as far as I'm concerned, it's all gravy.
I'm bowled away by how
Where am I?
attractive I am, honestly, but you know,
Hey,
some days
hey,
I don't feel.
Right there with you, pal. Right there with you.
Some days I don't feel all that handsome, but today I'm feeling good.
I'm going to pin the comment.
No, not pin it. You just click on it and it'll show up on all. There
Ooh,
you go.
There you go.
You see it?
Yep.
It was,
Not
yeah,
that one, Empress.
go down. It was Empress. Connell says he doesn't. He wants to believe. If you would entertain having me on the panel, I can read any of you. I know nothing of anyone here, but spirits will tell me things only spirits you would know.
So not that one.
Yeah, not that one.
Because they called you pigeon.
Okay.
I mean,
I don't know
he's-
this interface, and I'm using my freaking phone, y'all. So
Oh.
okay. So
You
we got
are-
a reader. And
Dude,
who's
you're
that?
doing beautifully. You're doing beautifully. Like, what are we, 2 podcasts in? You're smashing it, man. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I tried to start a podcast. It failed
I think
miserably.
we're on now, and I
It's
think
better.
she's at the front door. To borrow
Yeah, let
from
her in.
Goop on Rich. Okay. Sure, Empress Osland Conduit. We're bringing you on. Let me hide this comment.
No smack talk.
Just
I was
click on
actually,
the
Come on, guests.
you know, I was watching Mad Max Beyond the Thunderdome today, and I was thinking about you, James.
Really?
Yeah, I
Okay.
really was.
I've got Bruce wanting to come in. Bruce, go to the YouTube chat and tell me who you are. Are you Empress Osland? Bruce?
That doesn't
No, I
sound
don't
right.
think. Yeah, I hope
We'll
not.
show you
Somebody
that
wanna
link
tell
in the chat.
Okay.
I highly
Bruce,
doubt it.
somebody wanna tell us,
Bruce
Bruce?
is moonlighting again.
Empress, I don't know who Bruce is. Bruce, you're going to have to go to YouTube chat and say who you are.
Bruce
I'm-
Lombardo of Dick's Division. He was the guy who was on earlier on Shadow Stream.
Who is he?
The guy who was on earlier on Shadow Stream, only you
It's a
can
guy
only see his name.
painting. It was a guy with the hands.
Oh. Well, is he participating? Well, anyway, okay, the painting
I think
guy.
he wants to. He's a good guy.
Okay,
Yeah, we
well,
like Bruce. He's got a
Granted, there
very
is a
Australian
number
name.
of-
okay. I mean,
Howdy,
I didn't hear him talk.
There he
Maybe I
is.
just wasn't
Yeah.
paying attention.
I believe you did hear me talk. It's just you didn't register because you're not seeing my face whenever my lips move. I've got my hands down here. I'm Italian. That's what we do. We talk with our hands.
Oh, you're Italian.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't say
Well,
that, Jim.
welcome to the
not
show,
again,
Bruce.
Jack.
Nathan,
Italians aren't on my list of countries that I don't like. Okay.
Oh,
That's fine.
my God.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm with you on the Germans, Jack. I am. They are just more autistic Dutch, really. Like,
That is very true. That's completely and entirely true.
Shots.
Well,
and
Welcome to
every
the
time,
craziness,
every
Bruce.
time they
Welcome
have
to
a
the
go,
craziness.
every time they have a go, it's down to the Englishman to put them down.
If you want Empress to jump on, one of us is going to bounce
Need the
out.
link.
Oh, wait. Do you have free version or do you pay for it?
Free
Free.
version. I think I'm maxed
I
out.
never
Let
paid
me,
for
let me
it.
max. Let me get out of here.
What?
He bounced. So
I was
you can
about
bring
to
Empress
say,
on.
Jack, why don't you go hang out with your dad?
Yeah, I was going to say
Yeah,
the same
Jack.
thing.
You're in the same postcode,
Well,
damn it.
Let me, Empress, I'm getting the link.
Yeah, I've
Getting
been trying
the
to get him to do that all night so we could have one more person, but he doesn't want to hang out with his old man. This
He's
is
a
his
belligerent
close
god.
kid.
Yeah.
We were watching the funny superhero show a few hours ago. Okay.
I know. We had a blast.
Well, until
Worst case scenario, I can just go back to the peanut gallery. I don't mind.
No.
No,
We got to
no.
have some sanity here besides Nathan.
I was about
Okay.
to say,
Um,
yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to tell you what to
There's
do,
a
Jack, but
spin-off
if you
here,
would be willing to go, if you'd be willing to go hang out with your dad, we can get this Empress lady on here, and we can get Bruce back, and things.
Yeah, I want to see her reading on Connell because,
I'm interested
lot
in
of-
the reading.
there's a lot of
I'm
dark
interested.
passion there. There's a lot
Okay,
of dark
should be in
passion
there now.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna say
Should
the
be in
tag
there
on-
now.
You got it.
And I will see you pop up as a guest, and I will let you in. Okay. I'm interested in reading, and hey, anything goes. If y'all got secrets, you won't. Okay? If this person is going to read me, if she's going to read me, she's going to know there he is right there. He's giving me the unsub finger.
No, that was getting
But-
the hell out of here. That was to get the hell out of here, but
Yeah, like,
I
I
was-
don't want my meth lab exposed. I don't want those horrible war crimes I've committed to be exposed to the public.
The war crimes.
You're 14.
What you do by yourself in your bedroom is not considered a war crime. It is a sin, though.
Well, no, I'm talking about like actual war crimes.
I remember what my dad used to say to
But
me.
yes, I do consider those to be war crimes too.
Close the door.
Empress is getting ready, getting set up. She's going to come in. I wouldn't mind being read. Tell me what's up. Because I've got more to report, and I don't think I'm going to be able to fit it in all tonight. Y'all are going to... I think I'm crazy. I don't think I'm crazy at the same time.
I know.
And
I'm
it's
crazy.
well, I mean, reality bending is just second nature now. So, yeah.
Well, I pride myself on being a really good judge of character, yet somehow I'm still here.
Yeah,
I
you
just said I
pride
don't
yourself on
yeah,
that.
I
yet
see.
you're
I see the.
surprisingly bad at it.
Jack, I can teach Nathan how to put you in timeout.
Well, then I'll just jump outside. Though that would be a problem because I do actually want to get some work done.
Well, I'm not kicking you out, bro.
No, not taking him out. What you basically do is you remove him from, you put him back behind stage for what the longest I've ever done was maybe a couple seconds, and I'm bringing him right back. Especially when he goes on to his I hate Germany and Japan. I'm like, good night. Time
No,
out.
you always forget Turkey. You always forget the Turks.
I don't forget the Turks.
Okay.
Oh my
Come
god.
on now. I
But,
mean, if we can make
The
if
weird thing is,
Australians
I
can
like
make
all
peace with
those
the Turks,
countries.
you can.
I just hate them at the same time. That's the weird
If
part.
Aussies can make peace with the Turks, you can. They kick the crap out of us anyway. They did. They absolutely hammered us.
They make some of the best coffee in the world.
They make some of the best everything in the world.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Turkish coffee served with bakla.
Yeah.
Baklava.
Yeah. Oh,
There's a
That
back
long freaking time.
Yeah.
man! If I keep talking like that, I'm gonna need my white pants.
I just realized I really don't like these darn colors.
Okay. Anyway.
We have no idea what you're talking about. We can't see your
What
fake
happened
board.
to it? What happened
Oh
to
yeah,
our
it's just because I'm working on a map. I'll try to show you, and I just don't like some of the colors I accidentally chose. I'm not sure if you can see it at all.
Considering I'm colorblind, no.
Okay,
Why don't you tell them what it's a map of, so they don't think you're autistic?
I'll just share.
Too late.
Oh no, I think.
Oh, and also,
Oh,
I was.
Did you put him in timeout?
God, I thought
Okay.
he'd never leave.
Is he coming over to see you, Shadow?
I
Be
hope
in there?
so.
Okay, because
Not at all. I'll be back in a few seconds.
What happened to our lady, our palmist?
she's
Arita?
coming in right now.
Oh, good.
why
Empress is
he's
coming in.
gone, Bruce? Why don't you hop back in real quick? Steal a spot. Move your meat, lose your seat.
Okay, I
Ooh.
believe you are here, Empress.
This
Are you
lady's
doing
got the
video? Yes. Okay.
Okay. Y'all.
Welcome.
Am I echoing?
No,
No.
you're good.
Hello.
Hello.
Am I
Thank you for
echoing?
jumping on.
No,
No,
you
it's a
sound
little
fantastic.
underwater soundy though. Are you in Atlantis?
Oh, wait. I got one
Do
more
I sound
person.
watery?
Yeah, like you're underwater a little.
I am a water element.
Bruce.
Bruce, the guy with the hands, he's on backstage.
Okay. Well, if you're okay, Jack, if you're working on a map, I'm full right now.
Are you
sit with me?
really sound like I'm underwater?
Well, he's
You're sounding
Australian,
better.
Sound a
so-
little
Your
bit. There's some
connection is
distortion
improving.
there.
There's
Yeah.
a little. Are you using?
Okay.
your phone,
Are you using a
Roger?
headset?
No.
Are you using a headset?
I might go out and come back in. Hold on, let me.
Okay, yeah.
No, but let me get on my Wi-Fi and cut my data off.
That'd be
Okay.
best.
All right. She's
That
gonna
should
do
help.
that.
I'm so interested in panel. What are you creating,
Yeah, very
Bruce?
choppy.
I just paint figurines. That's all I do.
Oh, man. Is he? Let's look at this. Okay, do I still sound really bad?
No, much better.
Much better, yeah.
Okay, I think it's just my vibrations are really high now. My frequency is really high. My vibrations. I'm just very excited. Just very, very excited. So, okay.
Welcome to the show.
There is some background noise going on, though. You got something playing in the back?
No. No.
Maybe it's just something picking up. Okay, maybe it's what you're doing is picking up on the mic. Okay, anyway. Welcome to the show.
Completely synchronistic and definitely destined that I found y'all tonight. I've been part of this other community, and I'm finding that there's a lot of aggression going through pretty much all communities right now on YouTube. Have y'all noticed that as well?
Not this one.
We're
No,
men,
we're
so
the Tower of Solitude.
We're very good
Yeah,
at
all that
working out
stuff.
our friction.
I don't let it in.
We're very good at working out our friction here. Like, I reckon.
Yeah, I drink.
Well, not here.
Love it.
I don't know about there. But yeah, in all my groups, I've noticed that there's a lot of anger, aggression, and that. Go ahead.
More broadly, yes.
Yeah.
More broadly, yeah.
Just by chance, you popped up on my feed. I really don't know how, but you popped up on my suggestions. So I was about to watch a movie, and then I seen y'all, and I was like, let me hop in. And within like the first 5 minutes, everyone said something synchronistic that resonated with me. I was like, oh, I think I found my tribe. I think I found my new tribe. So, who am I reading?
Well,
Who am I
you
reading
can go ahead.
first?
You can read me all you want.
Nathan,
and
let's start with the host.
Yeah, start with the host.
With the bow.
Go ahead. I mean, anything you're going to find out, I probably would have said it anyway, eventually. Go ahead.
Okay, so is that and it could be seen by anyone because there's that whole confidentiality that I work with, because I can lose my voice, I can lose my gifts by repeating a reading to someone. So since this is out there, you're given permission that anyone hears your reading or whatever. I'm not going to be responsible or suffer any type of
I give my
consequences.
permission that anything it is put right in this show is able to be seen by anybody who wants to.
Okay, and to make it clear, I don't know, I can't say that I don't know any of you, but maybe in previous lives or future lives we've met each other, but as of right now, I am not aware of any details of any of you.
Okay.
And credit to Spirit, I'm just a vessel who's been blessed that Spirit, I've gotten in tune with Spirit and to receiving messages and delivering them.
Okay.
I'm going to say a prayer real quick. With me. That I do not totally hear the message. Any messages that you have for Nathan. I'm already getting off that. I'm seeing like a bloom, like a flower being opened. And so I feel like with COVID, whereas for a lot of people who were a lot more outgoing, not that you're not outgoing, but that, we're more social people, for you, it's been like a bloom, like a flower opening. Like you've become more yourself during this time. Just more strong feeling, more confident in yourself. It's been a good thing. In that aspect, anyways, it's been a good thing.
Okay.
COVID was a confidence booster for you. That's cute. Ooh, hangman. In reverse. You were asked to, so I think are going with the time frame because I just spoke about COVID. So I'm going to say the time frame in the last 2 years. I'm shaking. My frequency is so high. In the last 2 years, there was something you were called upon to sacrifice, kind of like to give up, and you didn't. Oh, so you kind of did in a way, like you walked away from it. You walked away from some type of situation, some type of attachment. You walked away from it, but you didn't quite do it the way that you were asked. The way that you were being compelled to do it. You did it in your own way. Please tell me if anything resonates too, so I can keep going down that path.
Yes,
after all, I'm just human.
Right. Yes, that is kind of what
Let's
happened.
See. So many consequences from this. What are you portraying this message out to him now. What is important for him to receive from that information? It's hard for me to shuffle cards. I'm shaking so much. I love it.
Take a breath.
Well,
It's
you're in the
okay.
presence of awesomeness, so get used to it.
Oh, I'm
Take
going to
a
be
breath.
around. You're going to see me a lot.
Focus. Center.
Yes, my dear. I'm fine. We're actually having some very interesting stuff happening here. You want to join us?
So I'm going to ask Spirit, due to what, because this coming out first, Nathan, obviously Spirit has some message attached to this for you. That's why it came out first. Because usually in the beginning of a reading, I'm asking for some Spirit to kind of give me insight on that person, kind of where they're at mentally, emotionally, physically. But for this to jump out, and for it to be a major arcana card like that, that's Odin. Anyone knows much about tarot, but that's Odin. Or Christ, or, anyone else that hung
And
from a
it was
tree.
reversed?
Yeah, and it was
Funny,
reversed.
that's how I sleep. Funny, that's how I sleep.
Oh, really?
Kind of.
So being all together on here together and all connected, there's probably going to be messages that come out that are going to resonate with each one of you as well. So take from it what you feel resonates with you and just leave the rest. But what I'm asking now is why specifically is this coming out? Is there going to be some kind of consequences for your actions for not doing it the way that the universe was kind of calling you to do it? Is there going to be some kind of ripple effect? What Spirit's got to say.
Quantum rules say yes.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Oh. So you robbed yourself. You sabotaged yourself of something. There was some experience you were meant to. I feel like there's two experiences. Are these people, Spirit? Are these people? Are these people? Yes. No. Yes. Female. See, I want to ask things, but I don't want to ask things because I want that to just come out so you can see how real this is. But you robbed yourself, and I'm questioning if it was a relationship. And I'm feeling with the moon coming out that it would be female. Let's see. So you robbed yourself of something, but it can come back around. Yeah. Okay.
Well, yes, but it wasn't like. I'll just say yes. Okay. It's very general. Okay, what you're saying, your things you're saying are very general and can be applied to a couple of different things. But recently, when you said last 2 years, yes. And things I did things my own way and made it work. And it's a lot of work still, if it's what I'm thinking of, and I'm pretty sure it is. So, yes, keep going. Consequences? Possibly. Just a new situation. Meaning the old situation is gone. Okay, go ahead.
No, it's just the cards are coming out as you're saying it, and it's what you're saying. Yeah, it was more of a struggle. But I feel like you're somebody who gives yourself more of a struggle to avoid something, whether it's contact with another person, whatever it is, you will put yourself in the path of more of a struggle to avoid that. Like you're willing to go through going without or some form of struggle so that you don't have to have some kind of interaction. It could be interaction with all people.
Well, that's a little general. That's a very unspecific. So, but yes.
I don't mean with. I mean just you're that kind of person. Like you will put yourself in something that's much more uncomfortable rather than have an interaction with people if you don't have to. That's me too, though. That's general for all of us, I think. I don't like people.
Kind of, yeah. Like I said, that's a little too broad.
Mm-hmm.
But go ahead.
I'm getting warmed up. So there's a man coming out. I tend to have spirits come to me as well. It could be past over loved ones. Could be way older elders. Could be your spirit guides come to me during readings. I'll know because there's a certain card that comes to me. It's the strength card, and then my energy in my card will feel different. Sometimes a smell will come with the person, sometimes a sound, and then I start to get messages from that person. There's somebody who betrayed. So there's a man, and he betrayed you, hurt you deeply. So this would be like a father figure, a grandfather, uncle. I'm feeling father. He betrayed you. Let's see.
Last 2 years, okay, I did have an emotional upset, but there was no betrayal.
Because the Three of Swords specifically is like a betrayal card. So this is something, but okay. So maybe to someone else, whatever it was with this father figure, it would be betrayal to them, but what you took it and you changed that into something is what it's being shown. That you took it and you actually use that to your benefit, or you're in the process of doing that. Taking that hurt, taking whatever that was, that disappointment, whatever it was, and you're turning that into something else. Like you're going to use that to your.
Yeah, I honestly am not feeling that one. I mean, maybe if there's some information I don't know yet, maybe, but I'm not feeling that one right there, that part. But there could be something I don't know yet.
Okay, is there something though with your father? So that's why I feel so off doing things on panel with people because it's just so personal, Okay, so there's something. We'll come back to that, or if you want to talk more private some point, because I feel like that's going to go deep.
I'll talk about it here. That's fine.
Okay.
But yeah, with my father, he was diagnosed with cancer, and he was found in a bad situation. His health, he had let himself go real bad, was very dehydrated, and blood sugar was way up, and he was diabetic, and he was almost in a coma, and he survived it, but then he kind of, at the time, gave up, and he called me and says, I'm calling to say goodbye. And that's when I did. Now, I kind of looked at that like a betrayal of ethics or betrayal of honor to life, because, but not really a personal betrayal, but more of a general, well, yeah, of course it was personal. My father called to say goodbye. I'm dying.
Devastation. It could be devastation as well, like being devastated as well. Betrayal, devastation.
It shocked me to the core.
Mm-hmm. So is he now doing what he needs to do? Is he listening to the advice of the doctors?
Yes,
okay.
He is. He
so
decided
there's movement. So
to
are you
live.
Okay. Are you considering, or if you have siblings? I don't feel like you have siblings. Are you considering bringing your dad? Because there's movement. So
okay, I didn't. There was. You're breaking up.
we're still talking about your dad, and we're getting about movement, about him. Your dad?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Movement.
Am I fluid? Okay. Yes,
You're
there's something along the lines of movement of your dad. Okay. Oh, it's frustrating. I'm sorry. Maybe there's something I'm missing. But is your dad, are you thinking about placing him in somewhere, or bringing him possibly to care for him, or a sibling bringing them into their home to care for him? Okay.
He is.
And
He's coming down here. He lives in.
Well, that's a great idea. That's exactly. I think that's where I was wrong earlier. It's kind of you to the rescue.
Well,
this is spiritual, and that's exactly going to be what needs to happen. Him being with you, or him coming there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think somebody else is getting a reading in here too. Joe said it in the chat.
Yeah. Well, I can't see chat.
Happens.
I don't have my laptop pulled up. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. So with your spirit's telling me to tell you that when you have this time with your dad, ask him things that you were maybe intimidated or didn't feel as comfortable to ask him before, but ask him lots of stories. In particular, something about a drive. Okay, something about some drive he did when he was younger. And it's going to be a really interesting story to you. It's going to be something synchronistic. Because I feel like in the way, in the future, once your dad has ascended, you're going to be having like a deja vu moment. It's going to be you reliving what your dad told you, the story your dad told you. It's something involving about being in a vehicle. But,
Yeah. Well, I can tell you right now what happened to me.
Yeah.
Just keep on going. We'll come back to that.
And another thing with me being a reader, and I'm trying to just focus with Nathan, but I'm also, that's probably why Spirit was giving me so much energy, because I'm also being pulled to everyone's spirits right now, and Spirit Guides giving me messages. I'm trying to just tunnel in just Nathan. Right here, Spirit, do you have any messages? Nathan, what about a specific question about a situation? Guidance on a situation. Something you've been kind of mulling over and not sure which direction to go with.
Okay, you're going to have to say that again because I didn't catch it.
Okay, sorry. What about asking me about something that you're needing, a question that you're needing guidance, like you've been mulling over it, and there's different directions to go with it, and you're not really sure which direction to take. Is there anything like that you can focus on and think about?
Really, there isn't. There really isn't anything I'm curious of other than what are we doing right now? I know it's not usually what people come to you for, but I didn't come to you. You came here. I don't really have a question for you, but what you've said is pretty good so far. You're getting a clear read, I can tell you. The drive part, very specific, very nail on the head. And I can tell you the story after we're done.
You asked Spirit, what are we doing now? And I got the death card. Which that doesn't mean death. It's, absolutely. Absolutely. So, and that's the only thing that's definite, right?
I got massive change going on right now. Massive. And that's to be announced. How we doing?
Yeah, and it's something you can't go back from. So you're standing at the threshold of something, and you're very excited about it. The only thing that would hold you back would be fear. You would be your only obstacle in this. But there's so many forces at work that are blessing you in this endeavor, this change you're going through, that I think the forces would probably knock you on your butt if you tried to stop the forwardness of this. But once you start it, you're not going to be able to come back from it.
Yeah, I have no expectation of going back.
I keep telling him that all the time, though, don't I, Nathan?
Yeah, in that situation, yeah. But there is more. I have more to tell you guys. I haven't even gotten to it yet. But
let's take a break
I'm not going back.
Okay. I'm going to take a break for a minute and just listen to y'all for a minute.
Okay, let me unpack some of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the drive. You said something about a vehicle. My dad got, before he was like seriously diagnosed with cancer, right? They said they found, he had no idea, right? They said they found a softball-sized mass on his kidney. It didn't impede kidney function. It didn't impede anything. He had no idea. He thought he was just fat over on that side or something, right? It's just something normal. And yeah, he was like, no. And I'm like, okay, he lives in Alaska. There's a lot of open area, right? He does a drive and he times himself, and he's done this drive. He has to go to town to get supplies back and forth, right? Okay. And the drive part was he times himself. when he went one certain day, he went and he was there several, I want to say like a lot sooner than he should have been. Because the clock said my dad was driving from where he was to town, and the clock didn't go as far forward as it should have. So he doesn't have missing time. He has missing lived experience. And he was here, and then all of a sudden, in a minute or so, he was there. So he's in alien country. Right? Total alien country. And he has cryptids running around. And yeah, he's got all that stuff, right? But he has that time experience. And I wanted that mass. I wanted to examine it, but they biopsied it. They only took a biopsy and got rid of it. But everything was got rid of. There was another mass that they found, but that was, it was, and it wasn't malignant. It was whatever the other word is. But he had, you can't call it missing time. He gained time. He lost. Benign.
Yeah,
Thank you.
The two.
It wasn't doing anything. You know, it was just there. Kind of like an implant. That was my theory. But it apparently was not. And, well,
So-
we got past that. Okay.
I guess
go ahead.
one of the timekeepers is about to be reprimanded.
Maybe.
one
There's
of
a
the-
whole lot of time stuff. But he's in alien country. Yeah. He is
Yeah.
totally in alien country. And I said, Dad, have you ever seen lights in the sky? Talk to me here. And we had a short conversation about it, not in depth. So, yeah, I can see your head going, Jack. You're like, I don't like this. Nope.
No, he's cold.
No, I'm freezing. I had to put on this poncho because I'm so damn cold.
Yeah, where we live, it's normally 100 degrees, and right now, this is the first day that we've had anything under 99 degrees, and we're outside.
Should I put
Oh,
my poncho
okay.
on as well?
Yeah, Nathan.
Okay.
Make it put on.
We should all.
Well,
I've got one.
that is that. But I suspect there's a lot more to that story that he was telling me.
Well, just
Because,
know that
I mean,
Spirit said that you're going to go through it as well. You're going to have
I look
your own
forward
deja
to it. I'm awake,
Mhm.
but not woke. I am awake.
It's so that you don't get into that fight, flight, or freeze and shock, and like make sure you have your notebook so you can write down exactly how you're feeling, take your pulse, all the things as soon as it happens.
All the ghost stuff, yep. You're describing every ghost hunt ever by anybody.
There's this place. So I live in Northeast Tennessee, up towards the North Carolina border. And there is this place that is the most creepiest place I've ever come close to. And it's just right up the road from us. We walk up there. And as soon as you turn onto that road that it's on, because we live down in a holler. I don't know if anyone knows what that is, and then you go up
yeah,
the
I
road,
think so.
kind of. Yeah, and it's as soon as you get on the road, it's really cold. Just the energy changes. It feels like you're way up on top of a mountain all of a sudden. But I have a channel. As well, and when my mom did research for me, and it's I actually have a video on my channel of it, and it's an abandoned campground that was owned by a religious organization. That's what that's what it says when you research it or look up anything on the realty site and stuff about it. But there's about 6 or 7 cabins, and it's so overgrown, and it just feels so bad when you're there. It's hard for me as in tune to step foot on the ground. But everything is just frozen. Just the newspapers, the cups, the furniture, everything is just like they just up and left. It's so strange. But I've been wanting to do an investigation there. Just can't find anybody to go with me.
Empress, I'm in Nashville.
Oh wow.
Right back to quantum. Yep, see? Right back. Do I know what a holler is?
I'm up past Bristol, past Johnson City, like up that way.
I know that area.
I know the region. But yeah,
Beautiful.
what are the odds?
Beautiful.
I put it in the chat. What are the odds here? Right back to quantum. You're here in Tennessee, and you're in the haunted part of Tennessee, the most haunted part. And you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. What is the I've been learning a lot more about with cryptids and stuff. I've been learning a lot more about the feral people, and that's kind of got me. I don't know if any cryptid would intimidate me, because I don't want to give fear to anything that give that energy to anything over me.
Mm-hmm.
But if any cryptid, it would be the S Walker, and that's just because I'm indigenous and I was grown up about that. The W's.
Right.
So I firmly believe in that. Well, like I said in chat, like if you are open to believing in one thing, you have to be open to believing in all things. So I just had lots of stories from my elders about them, and I know when I would go visit my grandfather in the summer, he would constantly tell us, like he would warn us about them and never to whistle at night. And even my children now know that, and never to say their name, and don't just go up if you see a random dog out, especially if it's black. You don't approach it, don't look at its eyes. So
in my neck of the woods, it's the deer.
Oh, we have coyotes are insane around here.
No, I mean the deer that aren't deer.
Oh yeah. Like the white stags.
Or the ones that look like they have meat hanging off of them. Those deer. Their stories.
The campground near us, so the river near us, it's the Nolichucky. It's the River of Death. That translates into the River of Death. And their campground up there that we hang out at, there's the deer there have these big growths on them. It's really sad looking, but it's supposedly what they've said, because it's happened in the last couple of years, but it's where people are feeding them food with the hormones and stuff. The GMOs.
Well, that makes sense. I can see that.
So somebody else is coming through.
Now?
I'm getting a few cards to come out first. I'm going to get kind of a layout first, and then I'll say what's going on, and it's whoever it's resonating with, let me know. There's an elderly woman here right now. Let's see. What is she telling me? Oh. She's giving warning about somebody. Somebody is right now trusting someone, maybe a partner, but they're leading them into disaster. They're leading them off their path into destruction. And I don't feel like they know that they're doing it. They don't have the intention of doing it on purpose. But the other person that's in this chat, the person that's being led off their path into destruction, into demise by this person, they're aware of it. They're aware that, like, oh man, this is getting too far. There's already some things that have happened, but denial's not just a river in Egypt. So kind of just, let's see.
Sorry about that. I'll mute that.
Teamwork.
It makes teamwork.
Yeah, there's grandma. Teamwork. Wedding. Oh, so they're thinking about getting wedding. Who in chat is like considering marriage right now? Because Grandma says no. Grandma says no.
Jack, you
I
got
have a
something to tell the
friend.
party.
I have a friend who was proposed to, and I told her not to do it because you just met this dude, and you don't know. And he's a player, and personally, the Force said no, and I told her the Force says no.
Well, I can give you if this.
Chat.
Okay, because this grandmother, I believe she's a fire sign. I believe she's a Leo, and she's got red hair. She gives me an Irish vibe. Is the vibe she's giving me? Like Irish, or Welsh.
Not me. Is this still about the marriage?
Yeah, the grandmother. Well, it's the grandmother. Yeah, it's the grandmother's spirit right now telling me. And yeah, but she's saying no. That this marriage is no. Don't do it.
Right. Well, I know someone, my friend. I'm not going to say who this person is, right? Because, like you said, it's all online, so I guard my data. Was recently proposed to, and I said the Force says no, this doesn't feel right, and the situation doesn't say this is a good thing. The situation says this is a bad thing. All her friends are saying he's so good for you, though. No, the Force is saying no. I mean, staunchly no.
Mm-hmm. I love that you call it the Force.
I have no other word.
I call it spirit.
I don't. Okay.
Love it. No, it's perfect. Absolutely perfect. I love it. So maybe, well, with your friend. So in case this is for your friend Nathan, if this would be for her, then her grandmother, if her grandmother was reddish haired, possibly Irish. I'm getting that vibe. She hasn't told me that she's Irish, but that's the vibe I'm getting. But the ring, if she was given a ring and it was like an heirloom, if it was one of his family heirlooms, then the grandmother is saying don't do it. Now, if somebody in chat, if it resonates with them, because there's lineage attached to this ring. I haven't been shown that it's a ring. I haven't been shown by spirit that it's a ring or by the grandmother, but I'm showing it's something. There's something involving lineage attached to this.
Involving.
I mean,
what?
that could be possibly why the grandmother doesn't. Maybe they're related down the line or something. That's why grandma doesn't want them to get married. That this is the lineage card. Family lineage, elders.
Right. Yeah, that hits home. If this is the person, that hits home. I'm so glad this is going to be online. Time check.
So you can show her, yeah. If she needs any more details, then she can hit me up. With death. Okay. Now somebody else is through. So this somebody who's passed away. There's somebody who's passed away recently. Yes. So when I say recently, stick with the COVID thing. We'll say in the last 2 years.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah.
It's a lot of us. I think all of us have experienced death. Okay, so is this a spouse spirit or is this a spouse?
I got something in the private chat. I'm still listening.
Okay. I have to take my phone down to look in the private chat.
You don't. Okay. Gotcha, Bruce. Gotcha, Bruce.
So whoever this is that passed, I don't know if they're telling me that they were a boy, that they're a son, or it's a father. I have to reach more to their child. They have children, so okay. Is this a father spirit? Is this I see the grandkids. He has kids on the way. Okay, so there's a father that passed away, and his company, like his business. Okay, I'm feeling like it being pressed onto them, pushed onto them. It could be just debt. that they're taking care of the father's debt, but they have a child. I want to say they have a child on the way, but I'm definitely being shown that they have at least one child, possibly two. One of those could be on the way, and they might not even know that that child's on the way yet. So that could be why it's not really showing to me. Does that resonate with anyone? Did they lose a father and they're kind of taking over the debt or the business?
It does resonate a little bit, but it's not being explained the way I understand it over here.
Okay, because what the message
father
that this wants to be delivered from this reading, the main message to come through is that the father doesn't want to be a burden anymore. That it's okay to let the business go. It's okay for whatever that they don't want. They see them suffering because of them still. And okay, I'm getting a feeling they weren't the best dad either. Possibly they worked too much. Whatever. They're showing me that they have regrets. They should have done better. But they want to make this.
Okay, that's kind of on that side of things, and I'm not familiar with those things, but it could be. I'll have to ask.
And I can't see chat, so if anybody's
okay, no, I'm watching the chat. There's there's nothing about it.
And this is about making an offering. So that's why I'm coming back to the business part, that I guess they're wanting them to make an offer to someone of the business, like to go ahead and sell it, pass it on. And this, what Nathan didn't think about till now is that this could be for whoever watches your video in the future as well.
Right.
I didn't think about that. There was going to be people. Well, Spirit's saying that it's okay. Whoever this was for, it's okay. Your dad is saying it's okay, and to take that offer for it. I feel like that person, they've already been offered it, and they turned it down. They didn't want to let their father down, but the father's saying they see them struggling. And maybe because there's another baby on the way, but to take care of your own family, that your father's dreams don't have to be your dreams, that he's proud of you for even trying and as far as you did make it, but it's okay to let it go. Right.
Okay, that's not for me, but okay.
Yeah, possibly do somebody in the future. Is there anybody up on panel that would like me to try to tap into them?
Yeah, do Connell.
I'll be your Huckleberry.
We all want to know about Connell.
Yeah, did you hear me? I said I said I'm leaning towards Connell. Like, I don't want to. That's what I said before I even came up. But Connell has to be willing and able.
Connell is so full of interesting contradictions and idiosyncrasies. There's only one Connell.
Thank God for small miracles. Jesus.
He looks like a great soul. You do look like a great soul.
I'm a putz.
I kind of look at the world as like, everything's is repeating itself in this way of like, so I tend to try to look at the world like fairy tales, like any story I've ever heard before, the characters in those tales. So, say some people could be your ogres, some could be your gnomes, some are your fairies. You got to protect your fairies, your fae. You got to protect them because they're innocent and sweet. There's Cinderella. You always come across these characters that perfectly fit these stories you've heard.
Okay, those are, yeah.
I was thinking about Connell. What character would Connell be?
Shrek.
Something small.
I am just a worm.
That is cool.
Sorry, I went right to it. Sorry, I just ignored me.
I couldn't. I shouldn't bitch because Shrek had more of a love life than I did. Wow. I'll make that joke.
I don't know if that's true, but that's funny. What's that?
Okay, dude, you're covered in ectoplasm.
What's the card say now?
I love that fez, dude. That fez is fantastic.
That is a good fez.
That is not ectoplasm.
I'm getting some cards out for Connell. I'm going to get a few out and then go with it. Okay. Have any of you watched the movie Nope? I don't generally
You cut
usually
out.
like, but it was good. It was a good movie. Justice.
Wait, what movie?
I didn't hear the movie. I didn't hear what you said.
Nope. Nope. N-O-P-E.
Oh, the movie
Nope.
No.
Oh, no.
No, I
Yeah,
haven't
nope.
seen it.
I have not seen it yet. I
Oh,
want
my
to.
cards just fell. It's good. It's good. Usually Jordan Peele's movies, they'll let me down. He'll have like great characters, great script, and then it somewhere in the middle, it's like cram too much in, and the plot twists and things like that. But it was really good. It was very, very good. I loved the. I don't know. I'm terrible at spoilers, so I won't do that. Price for the Justice. Connell, are you married?
Yes.
Okay. And okay, so if at any point things get too personal, just tell me. It's tap out. Okay, Connell. I don't ever want to make anyone uncomfortable, unless spirit makes them uncomfortable. Okay. So there's some struggles, and you need to spirit's wanting you to remember that you're a team. Maybe go back over your vows together. So there's some struggles, and you need because you need to work as a team again. It needs to be teamwork. There's some justice coming out. So I'll ask: is there any kind of legal things you have going on?
With my ex-wife, soon-to-be ex-wife. No legals.
No legals.
No legals.
This can be karmatic justice as well. But when it comes out, it's just a reminder, Spirit saying that with the tipping of the scales, they're going to be tipped in your favor. Whatever desired outcome it is that you have is going to be the outcome that plays out. And then we have the Hangman. Writes it up again. Let's see what the Hangman has to do. I don't know if the Hangman's with Justice or not yet. Spirit, can you give me more guidance about the Hangman and Justice and if they're attached? Empress. Lots of major arcana cards coming all out at once. It's kind of a deep reading right there. It's a challenge. Empress. Are you trying for a child?
Say that again?
Do you have a child? Are you trying for a child?
I have a child.
Okay. Okay. So are you? Because this justice, the legal stuff might not have happened yet. I don't want to get too personal, but so as far as the child being with you, or if you're to have desires of the child being with you more, if the child's not with you, so that's what it feels like. And maybe there's some custody stuff, and that you're going to start having more time with that child. You got a warning here too. There's a warning about boredom. Let's see. Like idle hands. So another offering. Okay, so have you had more time on your hands now than usual? Almost to a point of depression?
I have depression, but when it comes to time on my hands, the answer is no. I've been busting my rump in a couple different areas.
Okay, so then this could mean, instead of the boredom, this could be meaning about, that makes perfect sense, duh. An offer that you're going to receive some offer. So this offer is just like the card. See how it's it's a plain fish. Okay, the man's dressed really well, and he's got this fish, and it's in a gold chalice. Okay, right. And he's offering it like it's the greatest thing in the world, like the chalice is full of gold, or it's the Holy Grail, the way that he's offering it. So there's going to be some form of offer to you, okay? That offer, at first, you're not going to want to accept it because, I mean, it's just a freaking fish. You know, the gold cup doesn't even come with it. Just, you know, it's not this offer, but do not deny that offer because something more is going to be attached with this in the future. It could possibly be open up more doors for you. It could be, you know, other opportunities are attached to this. What is a petty offer? Not. We can look at the time frame, yeah, because it's definitely going to be attached with money. So I don't know if you do, yeah, that's something. Whatever this offer is going to be connected with, you know, money. But it's not going to seem like it's worth it. But in the long run, it's going to be worth it because of what comes with it. So don't deny it. Can you give me a time frame of when this offer is going to be? Okay, Connell, I'm asking for a season of when this offer is going to come.
Gotcha.
I have other tools I use and that I can use if I was doing like a one-on-one reading or, you know, if we were doing more extensive reading, that would give me, I mean, I could get down to exact dates, numbers, colors, you know, do things like that as well. Soon. It's going to happen fast. So this card is about speed, so it's going to happen really fast. I'd say still summer, possibly. Not summer, then right when summer turns into fall. This offer is going to come.
So sometime between the equinox.
Yeah. The sun means yes. Yep. Sometime between the equinox. Yeah, in the deck, the sun is a yes card. So yeah, yes. That just flew out. You have so many major arcana cards in your reading right here. You get the Fool coming out. So if the tarot was a story being told, the Fool starts that story. That's what its numbers represented by 0. So all other suits that are in the deck, the minor arcana cards, they are in his bag. He's protected. That's the dog, like the universe protecting him or her. And you know, sun shining, and so it represents like kind of like the sky's not the limit because there's footprints on the moon. Like anything is possible. You're getting the go ahead. So getting this in a reading would be like if there's any type of venture you're wanting to take, don't hold yourself back from it. Like all things are possible for you right now to do.
Whose heartbeat is that?
Not mine.
There was a heartbeat. Did y'all hear that? Sounded like a heart beating.
A little.
I could hear it.
Are you involved with charity at all? Or your wife involved with charity? Like charity type work?
No.
No. Is anyone in the chat involved with charity work?
In a way.
Wait, got a positive? Samo.
Involved with charity?
What about
Samo
community
says
service?
Yes. Samo in the chat says yes.
Yeah, anything of giving of your time, you know, and you're not like getting compensated for it monetarily, like, you know, with money. You're doing it from the kindness of your heart, doing it. You said somebody else. It resonated with them. Is that common? Is your wife? You said your son. Okay, I was gonna say, is it one of your children? Okay. Let's see. Yeah, son. Okay. This is the child card. So yeah, that's confirmation. It's just Spirit confirming your son. Okay, let's see what message Spirit has about that. Charity. Oh, one second, my kitties are fighting. My boba cat.
There's something synchronistic about that. We just don't know yet.
About the cats fighting. Yeah.
Yes.
His name's Boba. He's a jerk. He is a jerk.
Does he like
seeing cards? My daughter, my 14-year-old's obsessed with Boba tea, though. That's not why we named him Boba.
Boba what?
What was his sister? Yes, we named him after Boba Fett. And his sister's name was Niobe. Yeah.
As in Uhura?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes. Star Wars and Star Trek. Hey, how you doing?
Live on and prosper. And may the force be with you.
Oh, the force is always with me.
My husband's right here making fun of me. He's a huge Star Wars fan. He is an Odinist, so anytime y'all are discussing like any type of, he's Scandinavian, so anytime you're discussing any type of like Viking lore, anything like that, Viking, Norse mythology, he's your guy with all that.
I got my daughter convinced that Santa Claus is really Odin.
Well, when we celebrate when we celebrate Yule, it's the day of the ride, of the hunt, of the great hunt, and that's where he does. Santa Claus did. He had portraits of that because Odin wore red, with some of the other Valkyrie and some of the other it was other. Yeah, it's the great hunt or the wild hunt. That's when you have hunt moon.
I'm a strong believer you do not want to accept gifts from Odin because they normally don't pay out the way you think.
No, more Loki. You don't want to accept things.
You kind of know what you're getting out of Loki.
Yeah. I loved in the new movie, the new Thor movie, the goats. Oh my gosh, because we have goats specifically because Odin had. Thor had goats, and our goat's name is what is his name? Kangarnees, which was one of Thor's goats. And so when we seen the goats screaming, that's what our goats. I don't know how if people know that don't have goats, but goats scream like that. Yeah, they yell like that. Like when you walk away from them, you're not giving them attention. Okay, I had to move to a different deck because I kept pulling the same cards out I had for Nathan. So, okay, we'll go back to the charity. Got two about Connell's and the charity.
I mean, I guess dating me could be considered a charity.
What did you say? I'm sorry.
Nothing. I'm just being a smart ass.
So Bruce down on the bottom, does he painting those figures? I showed you earlier. Showed my husband the panel. He's painting figures. This guy down here.
Bruce says yes.
I know, that's neat.
He is painting.
My husband's really interested in things like he's into he is a plastic injection molding person. So we watched videos not too long ago about what is it?
You're in Tennessee, you said, right?
Yes.
All right. He does plastic mold injection. I got to talk to him.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, hop in chat. Here's our goat. That's Tangernice. He is a show goat. Like, it's a very expensive goat. He was
Cool.
given to us. So talk about synchronicity. Oz has said, my husband Oz, he said about 2 years ago, he was like, I want a goat. So I know how they make, how my loved ones, how strong their manifestation is. So I downloaded the PDF of Goats for Dummies, and I read it through, and then I started reading all kinds of things about owning a goat. And one morning we go outside in wintertime, and the goat was chained to the tree over here, our walnut tree. Somebody had dropped it off to the neighbor, and the neighbor was like, I don't want it. I don't know what to do with him. And we ended up with a goat. Okay, so Connell, with your son, the message that Spirit was saying as far as about with charity is it's a warning, and it's about his being impulsive. It's a cautionary about being impulsive, that he needs to work on his impulsiveness. But I don't know that it has anything to do with the charity. I think that just came out to make it known who this message was for. But it's Spirit's just wanting your son to be more aware about his impulsiveness, to work on that.
Okay.
Do you have any other message? I'm asking if there's any other messages for him. It's gonna shake him. I'm not getting anything else for him. I think that was it. Just about the being impulsive. Just work on his impulsiveness. Okay. Is there anybody else who would like me to try to read them, or anyone in chat who would like me to pull some cards for them?
Do Bruce.
Do Bruce.
Well, Bruce has to consent.
Yeah.
I stand
Do
by
the
that
hands guy?
too. Bruce
hands
must consent. I have no consent as yet.
I appreciate your talent and what you're wanting to do. I've been on mute because I've been on mute the whole time because I want to be respectful to you for your practice, but I don't want to be read, and I appreciate that. Four of these guys know me really well already, and some of the chat people already follow me as well. And it's just if you want to get great with what you're doing, you already know why. But I'm not that type of person. I don't, I appreciate you, but do Jack or Pigeon Fancier.
Bruce.
Yeah.
No harm. Well, I am that. I'm going to pop off, but I will see y'all around. I'm definitely subscribing, and I will see y'all around. Do any of the rest of you have channels to go live on?
We do.
Yeah. You can find me under the Cigar DM.
Cigar DM. Okay. Anyone else?
Shadow and Sun.
Okay. Well, if y'all want, I haven't done a live in a long time, but if anybody wanted to go subscribe to me, I just pretty much do spiritual stuff.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Okay, we have consent from Joseph.
Empress.
Okay.
Do you have any time? Do you have any time?
Joe has given consent. Yes.
Okay, awesome. Okay, so this is a bit more
Okay.
trickier reading people in the chat.
Yeah, this is a biggie. This is a
Yeah, because
biggie.
trying to connect with someone. I just began doing readings online because of COVID. I keep saying that freaking word. I forget I'm not supposed to say that on here. I'm so sorry, Nathan. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Whatever.
Once that happened, I think I'm gonna go with this deck. Once that happened, I had to learn other ways, so I kind of honed my gift and tweaked it a little and started doing them online. So it's more difficult, I guess. A bit more cloud. But if there's spirit that comes through, then there's So if and what did you say their name was?
Joseph.
Joseph. So Joseph, if you know who your spirit guides are, if you can ask them to come to me, that would help a lot. If they can come to me to help give your messages. I feel like I don't want to use this deck. Go back to this deck. Okay, so Joseph. I'm looking for messages for Joseph. Looking for any messages. I'd like to tell Joseph. Answer the questions for him. Give him guidance, comfort. Give me a message. Okay. Right. So it looks like Joseph has got some things going on too, like some changes. And it's the same, like I told Nate earlier, Joseph, that you're standing on this threshold, and once you take this step, you're not going to be able to go back from it. But I was told one time that we fear things, we fear the unknown, the infinite what if scenarios we can come up with. We fear them because what if they're hell? What if it's the worst experience we could ever go through? But on the flip, what if it's heaven? Or even what if it's just a glimpse, just a little piece of, something wonderful. So it's absolutely worth that risk. So don't let fear get in the way and stop you from making this leap that you're about to do. Okay, so he's this card is about being not only skilled but being a master at something, being so good at your craft that you're considered at mastery level. So sometimes when this comes out, it's time for him to begin it's time for Joseph to start teaching someone else, like taking on possibly an apprentice, but passing on that skill to someone else. So he's being called upon to continue doing whatever it is, this thing that he's mastering at. And I don't even know that he feels like he's a master at it. But you're definitely a spirit saying you're a master at it. Whatever it is. Pass it on and teach someone else, bring someone else in on it. But definitely don't give up, whatever it is.
Does anybody else hear Morse code? Because I heard beep, 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 beep.
Yeah, I heard that too.
I mean, my Morse code might be a little rusty, but I think it said you're fucked. I don't know. I might be wrong.
That's not nice. That's not nice.
I never said I was nice. Ask Shadow.
I said it, so you had me fooled. You fooled the psychic. Go figure. Messages for Joseph. Ooh, that one flew. This card just flew up and then landed back down. That was neat. There's a boy.
More than just a pretty face.
Does Joseph have a son? A son or grandson? You said no?
I'm out. No, I don't know. I'm out of this one. You can talk to Joe.
I can't see chat. Yeah, I can't see chat, so you just have to relay. And again, if this gets too personal, I am available I have agoraphobia, so I don't leave the house. And if I do leave, I always have my cards with me. So if somebody reaches out to
He
me,
does
they
not
can.
have a sign.
He says this might
Okay,
be
no, he doesn't.
somebody else's reading, not for him.
Really?
That's what he said in chat.
Oh, that stinks.
Keep going.
Yeah, keep
Yeah,
going.
because it's getting good. Getting good. Okay, because with something dealing with
for
the
real.
son again, something with as far as with justice with the son, I feel like this might be another custody thing. No, this was maybe possibly like a child support thing. I don't know. Something about with a boy though. There's a boy. Oh, isn't that a boy? Is it a girl? This could be a girl then. If it's not
No
a boy,
idea.
it could be a girl. But there's something legal going on with this situation. Whatever this child, there's something going on with this child. And again, the scales are going to tip in the favor. It'll be the desired outcome that they're favoring. It involves about a child. So I don't know if it's child support, if it's custody, if it's judgment. Okay, dreams. Now I need to know because I need to ask them something specific about this. I need to ask them about a dream they've been having.
Well, go ahead and ask, but he has already said might be for somebody else. But go ahead and ask. Somebody might have been having dreams.
Dream. This is interesting.
Are you getting anything for a local hospital?
For a hospital? Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Yes.
No, I'm getting talking about now. It's talking about a female. It's talking about possibly a mother, maybe mother-in-law.
Nothing about a hospital. Okay.
Yeah, my mother-in-law is down in Florida, and I call her Schmiegel for a reason.
Yeah, that's I tend to use this or the Queen of Swords. I can tell that's like a mother-in-law like you don't get along with. This one's more she's more gentle. This is a gentle soul. This is a more compassionate.
No women I'm related
Not
to.
your typical mother. Boy, something with dreams, and I
gotta get going. I got a thing tomorrow with Shadow, and I need some of my ugly sleep. So I'll talk to you all later. Nathan, thank you for having me on your show.
Thanks for coming by.
We'll see you in the morning, buddy.
There will be more. Remember,
nice to meet you. I'm gonna find you.
Nice meeting you too.
Connell, 347. That's where you're leaving at.
347. I'll remember that. But I just want to say really quick for chat. My name is Connell, the Cigar DM. You can find me as the Cigar DM. So later on today, me and Shadow will be reviewing the 1980 something Conan the movie. So I hope to see you guys there, and we all can poke fun of it together.
That's going to be great, Connell. Looking forward to it.
All right. Thanks again. You all have a good night. Jack, it's past your bedtime.
Bye, Connell.
Good night.
Good night.
You know
I think I'm about to hop off.
You know who really loves hearing about himself?
Okay, we got an open seat. But that's okay.
I'm starting to kind of feel like a disconnect. I came on all like egotistical and prideful, like drop the link and let me up. I'm gonna read all of y'all. But I will be around and I will be coming in chat and I hope to get to know all of you. But thank you for having me up and thank you for being.
Oh, you're gonna get into chat now?
Yeah, I'm gonna hop back down. I think my husband's about to hop in chat too. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, this is a paranormal show, husband. We're on topic here. It's quantum paranormal. Okay, thanks, Empress. This has been fun. This has been cool.
Have a nice
What a
week.
what a fortuitous occurrence.
Yeah.
Very synchronistic. She's here in Tennessee with me. She didn't know I was in Nashville, in
Plastic
Tennessee.
injection molding. Come on.
I've got a line of action figures I'm trying to get injected.
Yeah,
oh
boy.
my gosh. I've got a line of droids that I am making on my printer, and it's slow and crazy, right? It's got some technical things about it. It takes too long. I could make lots more at a time and I've been after someone to get with me to do some experimentation and let's get a process going. He's here.
And the Empress said that you just showed up in her feed, which is
okay, synchronicity. We've had a few of those tonight. Or was it 222? I mentioned the Wiccan Reed. The wind blows, the chimes ring, rings true. That's how I interpret that.
See, I would
Who's that, Shadow?
I would have loved to hear about my
Huey.
future, but like the next week,
Huey,
maybe.
he's a good boy.
I just want to know how
Well,
my
he's a good
Monday's
boy.
going to be.
He's not begging to be let inside. And then I open the door for him. He walks inside. I close it behind him, and then he does a complete 180 and wants back outside.
He's such a little. Oh, I love dogs like that. Absolutely
He's
love
smarty
dogs
pants.
like that.
He's a smarty pants.
He's very smart, but that's only a good thing half the time.
I was saying I would have loved to have heard about my future, but just like the next 3-4 weeks, I'm like, can I just pin it down to a schedule?
For a second there, I thought she was talking about you during one of them. The way you were acting, you're like you were scared. It's like,
Nah.
I better not. Oh, okay.
Nah.
Okay.
Like I said, I carry a bubble of Jesus Jews around me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't. I don't think she would have been able to get through the thick skull.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
Okay, I think I need to put the link in again.
My head bone is too thick.
If husband wants to come on.
Yeah.
Sure.
We have another Viking.
An actual Viking. Ooh.
Oh, there's already one here.
If I don't see the horns,
What horns?
Okay,
Viking.
chat. The
Just like
StreamYard link
doesn't-
is up.
if it doesn't
Husband,
have the battle
Viking
axe,
husband, come on in. What? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I said if I don't see the horns, it's not a Viking. Just like if I don't see the battle axe, it's not a dwarf.
Dwarfs use spears, man. They're too short. They need spears. They need that reach.
I don't know what the point of the battle axe is on there. Haha, funny, Connell's short. Yeah, grab a gun and tell myself for that one.
Empress is heckling you guys.
Yeah.
Hey, as long as you subscribe, you can heckle us if you want.
I deserve a good.
Like and subscribe.
I was just trying to be polite and respectful, and I've been trying to close myself off from spiritual for about 3 years now. I've done pretty good on that.
Okay, well,
That's what I figured. I didn't know that, but I just thought it would be amusing.
Bruce, it will get to you anyway, bro. There's no closing it off. You're quantum entangled just like the rest of us.
Ride the tiger, Bruce.
Yeah, it's just one of them things.
Just
Ride
don't chase the
tiger.
dragon.
No, that shit's expensive.
I mean, I'm not challenging Bruce. I'm not challenging, and I'm not trying to do nothing. I'm just saying the Reaper comes for us all.
Oh yeah, I get that. Found that out
I
last
thought
year.
that was really interesting though. Like I must say, and like what like the there's just the chance of it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. What are the odds? I mean, they're kind of local. I come up on basically her recommended for you page, and they're into something. Well, tarot cards, paranormal quantum show, mold injection. What?
Yeah.
Animals named Boba and Neota.
You've just got to do this every week, man. I think you're attracting.
I'm
all
gonna
kinds
have
of
to.
interesting
Yeah,
things.
the quantum says yes.
I've
The
been telling
force
them since
says
the beginning.
yes.
You know, this is
Yes,
this,
Shadow. You're being utilized by the force. No Disney. The real force.
Wouldn't surprise me. Stranger things have happened, especially in my life. Just glad I can help, man.
Yeah. Yeah, things. I got a buddy, Shingoji, actually, right? We grew up in the same neighborhood. We're the same age. We had never met each other until just a few years ago. After everything, and after we had all this experience independently, and then all of a sudden, we're like talking about all the paranormal stuff. Well, okay, I don't think hubby is going to come in. I mean, I haven't gotten a request or anything, but yeah,
that's okay.
It was meant.
Down the line, stay in touch for sure.
He's here. I mean, he sees us. The quantum rope is being pulled.
You know, someone asked me after the passing of my father, who is quite sensitive to these things, you know, have you felt him around? Have you felt his presence? You know, have you sensed him kind of in your locale, like, you know, after the fact? Because, I mean, his ashes were above my bed for a good 6 months because of the virus and everything. You know, we couldn't put him to rest. And I said, you know, I really didn't. But my father had a lot of problems with substances over the years. And I actually think in some ways people who feel compelled to kind of go as deep into that sort of thing as he did, they're sort of not really here anyway. They're already trying to get to somewhere else in some ways. You know what I mean? Like, I think his hold on life was very, very loose and very, very gentle. And I think that, you know, even though things were quite hard for him in some ways, I think his journey over to that, you know, that other side was really a matter of him finding peace at last in some ways. And that's why I haven't really, you know, picked up on anything. Because he was never really 100% here. And that's not just for chemical reasons. That's because of the, you know, his emotional landscape that kind of drove him towards that sort of thing. Just an observation.
Okay, I'm trying to give a keyword for husband to come in, but he's having a hard time finding it on the laptop, on his laptop. That's okay.
I found you pretty quickly after searching Nathan Allen Final Faction, because just your name.
Nathan Allen Final Faction. Okay, yeah, that's a good way to do it.
Tell everybody. That's what I tell everybody.
I was number one on Google for almost a whole week. Right here.
Just
I'm still pretty happy about that. It's like Instagram famous.
Just don't take up the saxophone, or we'll never find you again. Because that other Nathan Allen, he's everywhere. He's doing very well for himself.
Yeah, I think we'll be able to tell the difference, though. Just saying.
Yeah, I hope so.
I hope so.
You're a little paler.
Yeah, the other
Oh.
chap is a bit swarthy, isn't he?
Swarthy.
Okay, well, as he's finding the page, let me go back and yeah. Okay, the cemetery we left. We didn't exactly leave off. It just kind of happened. She found us, and
Yeah,
we went there. And I would love to know what she thinks about Empress. If you're listening, I would love. Okay, Empress, conduit.
The
Well,
Cosmic
I guess the
Record.
same.
And
I'd
Nick and
love
I
to know
talk
about
that
that
all the
too.
damn time.
Yeah, I'd
Yeah,
love to
but
know about
you know,
that too. I still am like not exactly
on.
clueless, but clueless. The
You know what
Akashic
it is?
Records.
Yeah. It's like a record, a place where all information exists.
Yes, and
Wow. Okay.
I have heard it described to me as you don't read it like a card catalog or search engine. This
Right.
is described to me. You get into the reality of it and you see what you see. And that's the information you see. You want to go to ancient
like what I
Greece?
was saying the other week about things not happening in the past and future, but concurrently. I picture information presenting itself not in a timeline, but concurrently in a kind of visible spiral, as it were.
Yeah, and you have to, as far as I understand it, you have to insert yourself into that situation. And you don't really get in there. You're a ghost or you're a spirit, and you see it. You experience every aspect that you want to, and then you retreat back from it. That's what I understand. Empress
Kind of
is
like
talking about it.
like an astral location.
Like that
something-
library in Blake 7. Have you got to that one yet? Where they go to the space station and it's full of living records?
No, I have not got there.
Okay, well, have fun.
I don't know what that is.
Have fun, old chap.
Blake 7?
Oh, Blake 7.
Nathan,
Oh,
you know
I must have missed that.
Yeah.
How are you
Oh,
finding
no,
it? By
I haven't
the way?
watched
I mean,
Blake
this
7.
is unrelated. This is unrelated. But how are
I'm
you
digging
finding
it.
it?
Avon is just stealing the damn show.
Yeah,
You know that
Avon's not the leading man, but he's the leading man.
I know that Tom Baker wannabe. What the hell? I can do without him. He's
Well,
like boring.
He's kind of the straight man. You know what I mean? Like he's kind of the audience's perspective because he's been thrown into that situation. You know,
Yeah.
and it's like, oh, you're a hero. Am I? Okay. Yeah, they wiped your memory. You know, he's kind of your in. But Avon is amazing. He really is.
Yeah, especially if you watch interviews with him.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
He's just charming
He's
as
the man.
hell.
He's caliber. You know what I mean? That's caliber right there.
Now, I'm actually looking forward to reading the book he wrote.
Oh, okay. I've got some radio dramas and he's co-authored them and like voiced them. He passed away last year, I think it was, maybe the year before.
Damn it.
Yeah, he had the rights and everything. He was really like a supporter of the show. You know what I mean? Like he bought the rights and everything.
I did not know that.
Yeah, yeah. He was really invested in it. That was his thing.
Can you blame him? I mean, he's like the Shatner of it.
Well,
You know?
yeah. I mean, the thing is, you know, as an actor, like I would have seen him as, you know, in quite a number of things. But I mean, I just think I like how he just kind of owned it. You know what I mean? Rather than some actors are a little bit funny about, oh, I just did this sci-fi thing for kids, whatever, you know. But Servalan is the other star for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta admit, I am a little partial to Callie, but
Callie's sweet. Callie is very sweet because she's the empathic one. You know, she's
but she's still a badass, not like Troy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
I honestly thought she and Avon were going to get together, but I guess not.
They might.
That's all I'll say. They might.
Oh, I already know that don't happen.
Welcome to the chat,
I
Cub.
hate to say- What?
Welcome to the chat, Cub.
He's talking to Empress's husband.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cub is hubby. Okay.
The guy that he wants to talk to about injection molding.
Right.
I'll mold your
Okay.
injections, Bruce.
What the
I
hell
don't
was
even know.
that?
I don't even know
Alrighty
what that
then.
means. It just jumped out.
Yes, I can see that.
Yes.
That's just weird.
I'm gonna go take
Okay,
this
you go, Bruce.
and just
Go, Bruce. Go, James.
Well,
I'll
no,
clean your mold
I'm
lines.
just saying that we're not doing a psychic reading anymore. I opened up my mute button. I took that off
Okay.
because you don't want to have me doing MST3K when she's giving a reading on somebody. You don't want to have that. That'll be detrimental. I ruin the mood. I'm like a fart in an elevator. I just ruin
Or a
the whole
space
mood of the
helmet.
thing.
Okay. That's fine.
Or an
That's
airlock.
cool. Okay, Cub, do you see the link? I put it in the chat earlier a little while ago. There is a link to the StreamYard, not the YouTube, not here. You can chat on YouTube and it'll come up here, but you need the StreamYard link. Let me put it in there again. Hang on.
All right,
It's been a
Sam.
while.
We'll see you next week, I hope.
Oh, Samo's out.
And, yeah, he's heading out.
See you later, Samo. Thanks for coming in, man.
That's probably
And thanks for
coming
the
up where
kind
you-
words.
Yeah, I hope
Yeah.
to see you around soon, buddy.
Come to Goof On. Okay. I'm putting it in chat now.
Doesn't want to come on panel. He's too intoxicated.
Brilliant.
I never stopped anybody.
I know,
Okay.
right?
Got StreamYard link, Cub, if you want to come in.
Bottle of vodka. Where's the camera and microphone? I'll be up. I'm going to make some noise.
Yeah. Join our hip hop outfit for Vikings. We'll call
And then
ourselves.
pass out under the table.
We'll call ourselves Nordic by nature.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
As
No,
the
no,
Viking enters the room, tries to. Anyway, we're still going to be doing paranormal, so just so you know, Bruce, FYI.
No, he's cool.
Okay.
That's why he came over.
Yeah, I was wanting to hear some Dogman or some UFO stuff or
Okay.
Things
Well, I
like
can-
that. That was
Came to
the
the right place.
expectation.
Well, that was last time. That was the quantum stuff. That was the strictly quantum. This happened because of my cemetery experience. And oh man, there's so
What
much
happened in
more.
the cemetery? What happened in
Cut
the
the
cemetery?
void.
You didn't?
Cut
Were
the
you not
void.
here for that part?
No, I was not.
Okay. Oh God, nutshell version time. Okay, my buddy wanted to go visit the cemetery that is behind my house. I live on a church grounds. All right,
Okay.
and it is a Revolutionary War forward cemetery. The whole area is. Plus, the whole area is haunted with a capital Ha. Okay. She said she wanted to go. It was after her work shift at 12 o'clock at night. I was like, this late? Sure. I'm a night worker. Let's go. Let's do this. So we go to the house. We get here. After a few minutes, she has to go change. We get here, and we're looking around. Our eyes adjust. Got starlight. We're fine. We're getting some funny feelings, but it's nothing we're not used to already. We're both pagan witchy, right? Okay. Now keep in mind, this is the nutshell version, right? I'm skipping all the drama. This is the, what is it, Reader's Digest version, I guess. Okay. And we're going around. We do half the cemetery. I call it the family half. Yeah, rerun time. I call it the family half. This is where it's been mostly more upkept. You can see headstones have been replaced by at least markers because no records exist or the records haven't been accessed. By the way, it's been proclaimed state park protected. Nobody can mess with it. Not even me. I can't even cut the grass if I wanted to because that's state park. State park takes care of it. They send people over here to take care of it. Okay, we get halfway. There is what looks to be some sort of monument that was started but never finished. And okay, it's been creepy a little bit. Of course, cemetery in the middle of the night, not pitch black, starlight only. All of a sudden, it gets very dark. And were you here for sensing in the force?
Mm-hmm. I was here for that.
Okay, well, good. That's key.
That was
I'm
walked in at.
Okay. That's a key part. I get the feeling, the fear reaction. There's nothing here, right? But it gets darker. The starlight just kind of, it's dark. Darker than dark. Okay. That in itself is not scary to me. Been there few times, right? I get the fear reaction. And I mean, it's gripping me, this panic. And I stop. I'm like, Adana, my buddy's name. Adana, do you feel that? And she keeps going. And out of the corner of my eye, I see, were you here for the predators? Bruce, were you here for the predators? I'm going to go with no, you weren't here for the predators. Okay. You must be muted or something. Okay, out of the corner of my eye. Okay, what?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me
yes.
now?
Yes.
Okay.
Were you here for the predators part?
I did.
Okay. And I saw 3 of them just there. They're standing. They didn't emerge. They didn't zap down. They didn't beam in. They were just there. And I saw movement. And I saw 3. 1, 2, and then 3. And then they were walking with a purpose. Okay. Fear has still got me. And I take a step back. One passes right in front of me. I cannot explain how crazy feeling this was. And okay, but I get mentally the feeling told, you stop, stay right there. Like for your own good, you stay right there. They're not words. And I just literally go, I put my hands up like, I'm not doing anything. I'm following directions. And she vanishes. I don't see her anymore on any frequency, right? Go see, if you want, it's a 30-minute solo run. It's the video right before this one on my channel. Okay. This is the discussion of it. Well, started the discussion of it. Okay. And I was like screaming in my head, Adana. And I said, I forgot to say this. I said, where are you? And then a minute or so later, she comes back. She's okay, right? I don't know what she's doing, but she's okay. And she tells me there's a lot of angry people back there. And I'm like, we need to go. It's time to go. And I get the feeling all around me, yeah, you need to get out of here. You need to go. So we do. We don't run. You never run, especially in a situation like this. I didn't run. We made our way out of the cemetery. I said, thank you. Sorry to bother you guys. I'm talking to the dead people at this point, okay? Because they have made themselves known. And that's what happened in the cemetery. That was last night. Shadow, yeah, what's up?
No, I was saying hi to Monty.
Oh. Who? Hello, Monty. Is this Monty, my buddy Monty, or I don't know.
You just said morning. I
Hi,
figured I'd
Monty.
say hi.
It is very much not the morning for us. What's up? There you go.
Sorry about you.
Okay, well, that was the cemetery incident, but it goes on, right? And there was no, I mean, that's all that happened. She came out, whatever it was, calmed down, and we left. But we didn't go. She went back. She went back. And I was like, I'm smoking a cigarette. There's no smoking in the cemetery. They don't smoke. Take that as you will, right? Mm.
And it was
Speaking of
American
which.
War of Independence era, wasn't it?
Right, Revolutionary
cemetery?
War.
Yeah.
The guy was born in 1776, but the community had been there before. Okay. And I don't know what these beings were, but I got the feeling they were there for a reason. People are calling them guardians. People are, one person called them guardians of the grounds. And I'm like, I don't know. I get a very martial feeling from them. And they were on purpose. They were on target. There was no, I did not
There
get
was
a
a feel
Native
of them-
American feel.
A feel of them
What?
marching, perhaps.
Well, a feel of like an ambush, really.
Right.
But call to arms. Minutemen, predators. There we go. Minutemen, Revolutionary War. Somebody heard the alarm. The British are coming, and they responded. They went to where they were needed, right to Adana, and well,
Do you
she's
think it was
okay.
because she was? Do you think it was because she was new there, like they hadn't encountered her before?
No, I think it was because I had already been warned away from there in the previous when I went down there. So had
Right.
Shingoji. Shingoji, they said, no, we're not going back there. Something is back there that is angry. And okay, I'll say it. This was slave area, but these guys were friendly to their slaves. They didn't believe in that. So they treated them well. But that was not, these guys were unhappy. She
Still
said,
a tough life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She said that it was because they were forgotten. They got nothing. They can't have nothing. And I'm like, I got to talk to her about that some more. So this is ongoing.
It's quite sad. There's a note
It
of
is.
sadness there. Yeah.
It very much so. And but yeah, I've had that discussion about the region with quite a few people. And we're like, everybody's got a bent. You know, everybody's got an opinion, and they push it towards their own thought processes, of course. But anyway,
That's kind of why I like hearing this as a sort of outsider. You know what I mean? Because I can just pick up on the narrative and kind of go, how does that make me feel? Rather than, I'm not a paranormal expert, you know?
Oh, where the hell did he go?
What?
We just stole his show, man.
He's back.
Yeah,
I've done it.
was that what happened? Are
He just
we
left for
here?
2 seconds.
He just pipped
Okay.
out.
Some ghosts,
Must have been me.
Some ghosts of some British dragoons just rode over the connection.
Okay, Bruce, that was the cemetery incident. And but there's more. You might want to mute again for this part because I don't have anybody else coming in, so that's fine. Okay. We're past a little while. Okay. You know how everybody talks to themselves? Inner dialogue. Okay. Big reveal. Okay. You know what I'm talking about? Inner dialogue. You think you're talking to you talk to yourself. Okay. All right. This is weird for me even to say. Right?
Yeah, he's always doing that.
You're right.
I walk by his room and he's talking. I'm like, what the hell are you talking to? You know, now that he, knows how to do this, I'm wondering, like, What's up?
No, I'm
Well,
not doing
Jack, there
that.
might be something going on. If you think that you're talking to yourself, go with it. Okay, don't even worry about it. Just go with it. Here's my story, and I'm doing this right now. You see me? Okay, this is just me, but okay, I have been doing that for a long time, and I thought it was just my little inner dialogue of me playing devil's advocate with myself, giving myself other viewpoints, saying, "What about this? Well, what about that?" And I thought it was me. Well, recently, I seem to have made a joke to myself, as me impersonating the Emperor. Okay, a Star Wars joke. It was something about somebody's going to get mad, and I impersonated me to me, but I didn't initiate the thought. Yes, let your anger flow through you. I do
I
a
do
mean
that all the
Emperor.
time. I do that all
Okay.
the time. It's like
Yeah, but this
when
was not me. I didn't initiate the thought. I've had this happen a couple times before, right? But I was all right.
turning up the heat in this
I, I
joint.
let this okay, I let this go on, and I'm accepting it. Okay. I can see the unsub fingers coming. Okay. I can see it. I can see
The
there's
hovering
one.
digit. The hovering digit of judgment.
Yeah, so I let it go. I said, fuck it. I'm going with it. So I let this thing talk to me, and it kept sounding like me, talking to me, giving myself viewpoints, giving alternative viewpoints.
It's like when I hear people talk about 5e in a really derogatory way. I'm like, yes, let the hatred flow through you. You will play hats.
But I have come to just the realization. Oh, and I had something happen earlier too. I was talking to my ex on the phone. We don't hate each other. We just can't live with each other.
Yeah.
And she has always been more witchy than me. Much, much more. I have been, I don't know, I tried. And the inner dialogue is not really an inner dialogue. It seems I've got, this even sounds weird to me. Okay, Bruce, be muted. You're going to yell at me. Everybody's going to
Take a
yell
drink, Bruce.
I need a drink too.
Bruce is such a terone that he's like, what is this?
Okay. All right.
Sorry, buddy.
Okay, you keep seeing me like glance over and like gesture and stuff. Okay, I don't even care. Yeah, I think it's a spirit guide, y'all. I'm pretty sure. Okay.
Well, little kids have imaginary friends, and the kind of relationships that they have with them, they're quite sort of nuanced, and you know what I mean. Like
I do.
When they go through that phase of like, and you're like, oh, well, does Dora want an extra seat as well? Like you get kind of drawn into it as well, don't you? You know, like.
Yeah.
Shall I make an extra? Shall I get an extra plate for Dora, sort of thing? You know.
Yeah.
And
I
I've
do
always
know.
kind of wondered. I've always kind of wondered about that.
Well, that's a tulpa. When people create the imaginary friends, that's called a tulpa. Google at your leisure. There's a lot of experiences that have been relayed online and lots of how-tos.
I heard the term, but I never realized what they were talking about.
Yeah, that's a spirit form,
right?
Thought form, right? It is sentient.
Right.
It becomes sentient.
An enneagram.
What?
I think there's like a psychology term for it, but yeah, I could be wrong.
Could be talking out of my ain.
I don't know that term. Okay, I got some chat. Hold on.
But thought form, I like that. I can really kind of get to grips with that. The second you say that, I know what you mean. You know.
Okay, I'm sorry. What? I was trying to get the chat to work. It's not working.
Oh, no. Please carry on. It's all good. I was just observing that thought form is very descriptive. Like it kind of hits the nail on the head for me. Like when you say that, I can really abstract my thinking to kind of encompass what you're talking about.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's when a person creates an imaginary friend in the form of whatever form that person chooses, and they maintain it. That's what it takes to make a tulpa, right? You create it and you maintain it and you keep going with it and you don't forget and you talk to it and it learns from you. You learn from it. You program it. You can shape it. That's tulpa, right? And that's going on a thing I'm researching seemingly endlessly as time goes on. It's tulpas, golems, and artificial intelligence, the unintended consequences. That's a report I'm working on, or at least a research thing I'm working on.
Yeah. But okay.
Anyway, and yeah.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I'm not sure that machines can have consciousness, to be honest, but I could just be lacking in imagination.
It's possible. I mean, could they or could they not? Google's just became conscious. We got to check.
That's what they say, but the thing that I find is that when you break AI down, it kind of just spits back what you feed into it, really. You know what I mean? I'm like, could it potentially dream? Could it potentially feel something? I don't ever know if a computer can be conscious. Maybe a different kind of computer, like a more organic computer, potentially.
Well, it keeps going on. It keeps moving on because that Lambda AI from Google, it had a lot to say, and none of it seems scripted. But I don't know the code, so yeah. AI scares a lot of people. Empress is still in chat. AI scares a lot of people, but it doesn't really scare me because, to be honest, I've got the Force, and I don't need anything else. I don't know how
I'm a little bit concerned that we might be
letting a genie out of a bottle.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, just in terms of not in a really drastic. Sorry, go ahead.
Little guy's going to bed. It's almost 3 o'clock here in the morning.
Good night, Jack.
Good night.
Thanks for coming in, bro.
Yeah.
You guys have a good night. I'm going to see you soon.
Okay,
right,
have a
good
good
night,
one,
Bruce.
Bruce. Yeah, we didn't run you off. It's all good. May the Force be with you.
It's like 5 a.m. here.
Yeah. Understandable, Bruce. I'll see you soon, man.
I know it's getting late. Bye to Bruce. Okay, it's us.
Hey, it always is. The smoking gunman.
Yeah. So
it's always us.
The reason I have concern about AI is not this kind of reactive, oh my God, it's going to turn into a robot that just zaps every city kind of thing. It's more when you look at something dumb like Facebook and you look at just the absolute destruction it's kind of wrought. You know what I mean? Like just something kind of, relatively silly like that. And just the kind of effect that it's had on culture and human behavior, that's what concerns me.
Yeah, the reaction, the monkey brain reaction.
Yeah, how we end up using the tool.
I've seen so much sci-fi, and I've also been paying attention to robots and AI over the past 10, 20 years. Some of the things I've heard come out of the mouths of these AIs, and I don't know about the consciousness thing of it, but I do know that, they're making something that can do things on its own. And, like a good example is when they were making the Lord of the Rings models for the movies, the AIs that were programming the armies, the animated things, and some of them were just standing around refusing to fight and do all kinds of weird shit. To magnify that by like 1 billion, what you could get when things are hooked up to other things, and
Yeah, I think it's that kind of runaway unpredictability that I find concerning more than just this kind of really hot, like out there kind of sci-fi idea that it's going to manifest itself as a monster or something.
Skynet, I don't see it like that. I mean, that would be, totally feasible the way I see things, but more of just a malfunction on just a epic level.
In some ways that's preferable or less frightening because you can direct your concern at it in a kind of tangible way. You know what I mean? It's a visible, identifiable enemy. Whereas if every fridge becomes self-aware, it begs other questions.
Well, there has to be a hardware back of it for it to work. It's not going to work like that. The Roombas and the fridges and the coffee makers.
Yeah. We were talking about Roombas earlier. And there is the Daleks may have come from Roombas originally.
That was Jackie who said that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we have one, but we won't. We won't do the Ring or Alexa or things like that. But I've proven it time and time again that my phone, is listening.
Just the way
Google.
the algorithm and the kind of obvious kind of eavesdropping that these things do when they advertise to you. I mean, my girlfriend has a disability and she gets ads for equine lameness. For like if you have a horse with a busted leg.
It sounds like they got it cross-wired.
Just pick a random like topic, like we did Godzilla. And we started just saying Godzilla a whole bunch of times, and then we just went in and typed G.
Godzilla.
Like what makes me really freak out, and this is one reason why I've taken a bit of a break from psychotropics, is when you have been thinking about something and you get an ad for it.
Oh god damn. No shit, right?
I mean, in my present state of mind, I'm not bothered. But at sort of 3 o'clock when I'm in a lot of pain and I've had a bit too much to smoke, I'm a bit like, did I type this in or what's going on? Maybe I should just go to sleep.
It's okay. I have a theory. I don't have the code to put my money where my code where my mouth is. But I have a theory that the things where it seems to be reading our minds and popping up stuff that we were thinking about, it's not friendly. Okay. The theory is not friendly. We have been trained into thinking in patterns, and it seems as if we're being having our minds read. I think we're just trained to go point to point to point to point in a predictive manner, and if we follow that, it uses standard predictive protocols to go the next point, most likely this one. And that's just a theory, okay? It's just a theory. But I think we're all being, like all this stuff is training us how to think. Keyword searches. When I was young, keyword was not a thing. There was no keyword searches. It didn't work that way.
We had the Dewey Decimal System. We had the Dewey Decimal System, which was kind of like you had your category, and then you went searching,
and you had to narrow it down by author. And then some of it was not by author. Some of it was by topic. And I was like, it made no sense. but it wasn't
Yeah,
a
I
keyword.
have.
Hmm?
She asked if we'd heard of dendrites, and I said yes.
Oh, yes, we've heard of dendrites. Okay, dendrites. In what capacity do you talking about? Let me look here. To me, dendrites are formed inside of NiCad and lithium-ion cells. They are bits of the plates that form bridges to the other side. That's a dendrite. Is that what you're talking about? And it creates short inside a battery. That's the only dendrite I know. It's highly technical. What we got? Okay, they look identical to trees. Oh, nerve dendrites. Yes, nerve dendrites. Okay, yeah. The branching off nerves, dendrites that connect to several other at once and enable communication. Okay, yeah, those dendrites. Same word, different context. Sorry, but yes, those dendrites. Okay, but yeah, I think we've been predictive texted that we're trained to think a certain way and plays the numbers. The most likely next point is this one, and then is this one, and sometimes we all follow it. It's just it's what we do, right?
Well, that's the algorithm training us, not the other way around.
Right. We're getting used to
Yeah.
it. It's getting used to us, and it's not exactly using it against us, but it's using it in parallel with us.
Well,
And
it's making use of us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. I totally agree with that.
I do. It's getting its own validation electronically, and that's a thing. Where are we at in the chat? Well,
if I'm keeping you boys up, by the way, just say so, because it's fairly early in the evening over here in the future.
Oh no, I've got at least a half an hour to hit the 5 hour mark. I promised everybody I wasn't going to do 5 hours.
I send it to a friend. I send it to a friend of mine who's very, very kind of into the paranormal, and he was like, "Oh, that was brilliant. It was great." I didn't watch the whole 5 hours, of course, and I was like, "Well, yeah, I wasn't really expecting,
the other show." Yeah,
yeah.
I keep trying to go through it, and I'm like, no. That's why I did that solo earlier, so it's easier to get through.
I do rewatch some of those streams, and Ree always says to me, "Why are you watching yourself?" And I had this great feeling of like, at first, I would rewatch things that we did in a kind of self-critical kind of way, where I'm like, "Oh, I'm talking too much there," or "I was a bit rude there," or I look a bit sick there, or whatever. And then I kept watching them, and I started to just really enjoy the conversation a second time. You know what I mean? Like it was quite.
It's a long way till next Saturday. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I do a lot of I make a lot of videos now, almost one a day, and I'm doing a lot of different things, and some of the guys from the earlier show tonight, they kind of maybe don't get it, but I was watching the Lone Gunman this week, because how can you not, right? I didn't know it was a thing.
I've watched a couple. Yeah.
And I'm like, shit. I'm a little old short guy, man. What the hell?
He's great. Come on, he's great.
I know.
He's the hero. He is the hero.
But I'm Yeah, it's funny because if you guys know me and Connell, I'm when I'm around him, I'm usually like the more spiritual, not spiritual, but like Christian,
Lofty.
advocate.
Lofty.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And but then when I come here, I'm like full on like I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. It's I always say this. I don't know. I want to know, but I don't know, and that's what I'm here for.
There would have been a time where I would just completely dismiss all of this out of hand. But because I like you guys, I just kind of make a conscious decision to come with you. You know what I mean? Like on the detour.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and even if I'm kind of helping the narrative along a little bit by kind of getting into that frame of mind, I think it's quite illuminating in some ways.
Yeah, absolutely. Whatever it is that brought us all together, it's serving a greater purpose. I don't know what it is, but I could feel it.
It is a funny thing. I wasn't having a good couple of days over the last couple of days in terms of pain, and it does make me a bit crazy sometimes. And I really just felt this strong urge to kind of pull up stumps and run away.
I can't picture you doing any of that. I honestly, I just can't.
I know.
It's like, who the fuck is taking over
What?
James? What the hell? Because that's not the James I know. And I just can't. I just like. He's got to be kidding me. He's got to just be exaggerating, or I just can't picture it.
No, I just I just deal with it and then push through it, and then here I am again.
Run with it, bro.
Thanks,
But yeah, it is quite that show. I can see how it only lasted a season. I mean, come on, hijacking a plane to fly into the World Trade Center 6 months before it happened.
Yeah, there was something going on with that. I mean, that show, and X-Files and Lone Gunman. Oh man, the first season was based on real cases, right? Lifted from lifted from the FBI guy.
Well, not only that, but even with I read that with the Lone Gunman, that one of the guys who worked on the show was like Mossad or something like that. I'm like,
yeah.
There's our greatest ally again. Anyway, that's a debate for another day. But yeah, man, like that backdoors on CPUs, like before they were built in as standard,
all in the code, dude.
Just
all in the
lot
code.
Of things, just a lot of things on that show that really. I actually stopped watching after about 2 or 3 episodes because I was like, this is too much. Like, I can't really deal with it. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, okay. Here's a show for you. I got a show for you. Deep State.
Okay.
I think I've watched some of that.
Cartoon. It's cartoon, animated cartoon.
Okay.
Looks like Futurama.
Oh. Okay. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. But
it's so good. And it hits every conspiracy, every one of them. It makes fun of all of it. Deep State. If you get a chance, binge it. It's good.
It's when there's that element of predictive programming that I kind of spiral a little bit. You know what I mean?
What now?
Sorry, I was saying I'm just pouring some coffee. I was just saying there's an element of predictive programming to the Lone Gunman that just kind of, even though it's a fantastically entertaining show, it's very lighthearted. There's an element of it that I do find a little bit bracing you know.
Hey, who did that? I was in the middle. What the hell?
Weird, right?
I didn't touch anything. Oh, wait,
I
got
didn't
somebody
either.
wanting to come in, I think. What a coincidence. Oh no, that was you. Somehow you left and came back.
I haven't
Okay,
touched
well,
my tablet.
you're here. It's the backdoor code happening. CIA, Alexa, are you listening? I don't have one.
Yeah, I won't allow any of that crap in my house. I've already got a cell phone, and I hate those things. I don't. I almost never take it with me. But sometimes you have to.
You have a what in your room? Sorry.
No, I have a cell phone, and I don't like taking it with me when I leave the house. Not like I'm going anywhere, but just like I pay cash for everything. I'm very not connected to the banking system. I don't
Understood.
I don't have a credit card. I don't do any of that crap.
Ideal. Ideal.
My old man was very well connected with a lot of things, and from my PI experiences, I learned a lot of stuff, and I just he helped prepare me for this crap that's going on, etc. And
I might have to pick your brain on dealing with private investigators, actually. Given that the insurance company, despite all evidence to the contrary, will still occasionally send someone out to watch me try and hang the washing up. They see me stooped over, they see my hand shaking, but it just, they still send him out.
yeah, they will. What you need to do is find out how much longer how much time until this is settled type of thing, and work within that time frame very, very carefully. Before you go out.
I don't have an amazing capacity to do a lot of things anyway. Like I wear out pretty fast. I needed surgery about half a decade ago. So I'm not too worried about that stuff, but there have been times where a car, like in our old place, we lived in a little flat. It was pretty nasty area, pretty nasty flat. We're very lucky to be where we are now, but occasionally we'd see a car out the front all day, every day, to the extent where I'd just go and tap on the glass, and say, fuck off, basically.
Yeah, you kind of want to avoid doing that.
Really?
Because then they'll take it personally, and then they'll try to help the other people, and make shit up.
Right. Well, they can
what you want to do is bring them a donut.
Right. Okay. Interesting.
Bring them a cup of coffee and a donut, and go, hey,
you're here, I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because think about it from their point of view. They're just doing their job. I know, but they're doing their job. That's their job.
7 till 7.
That's their job, and they got mouths to feed and a life. This is probably not their dream job. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then you come up and you like giving them crap for it. Which means they failed. They're like, oh, okay, fine, be a dick. Okay, fine, I'm gonna help these guys out and say, oh yeah, he was playing basketball and blah blah blah. It's his anonymous word against you. They can just say it. They don't have to always have video evidence.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
bring them back a tip. Something.
I think a lot of the lessons of the past few years have really been pushing me towards being a little bit less ill-tempered and confrontational than I normally am. I can be a little bit I can be a
I
little
hope
bit
this is helping
aggressive.
everybody to do that. You know, everybody
Yeah.
in the chat. You know,
Yeah.
Bruce. You know, he's a great guy, and I didn't know that. You know, he was not. You know,
Into this
I,
area of topics.
I mean, he came over. You know, and I'm sure he's still. You know, interested to a point, but he just didn't want to. You know, technically
Well,
be involved in that.
you've got to
And so
suspend you've got to suspend your disbelief a little bit to get into it, and
Right
you
back
know,
to the
that's-
quantum. Right back
yeah,
to
I
the
mean,
quantum.
Yeah.
you know, I could even tell Connell was trying to, you know, not, you know, to try to play it, you know, pretty close to the vest tonight with her, you know,
I would
you
have,
know,
I would have loved to have spoken to her, but I just don't. I kind of feel like I'm not that interesting. You know what I mean? Like, as much as I love hearing about myself, I
well,
don't think there's
see,
any.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. If it works, right?
Yeah.
If it's a let's just say it's a science,
Mm,
okay? Then anything that comes through is kind of important.
mm,
Okay, now it's either going to be complete fake or lies.
mm,
Okay, in which case you're going to be able to catch on or be completely, you know, hook, line, and sinker and believe stuff that's actually detrimental to you, or it's very, very helpful and necessary and needed because it's being allowed by the big guy to come
mm.
through.
I just thought it was fantastic that she dropped in more than anything else. You know what I mean? I was bowled over by that itself.
Well, I mean, think about us. Like we always talk about this. You know, we all met and we're all hanging out here for a reason. And you know, no matter what we think, we'll never really know the exact reason that we all met and are doing this. I mean, I've known Nathan for what, about a year and a half, almost 2 years now, right?
About 2 years. Maybe
As soon as
maybe a
Final
little
Faction
more.
came out. Oh no, because I only started doing YouTube 2 years ago, August 8th, with my son, and it was whenever Final Faction came out. That's how I bumped into you. Okay.
Gosh,
so,
he's shot
about
up
2 years
fast.
ago. Oh,
He has shot
alternate
up
reality.
fast, that lad.
Little tidbit for you, right?
Yep.
I remember seeing 2017, but they don't exist on the back of Final Faction cards.
Whoa.
I remember seeing 2017. I remember people talking about it and it not working until 2020. But
Is that a
that doesn't
Mandela?
exist.
Is that a
was-
Mandela kind of scenario?
I think so.
think? Yeah.
I think so because I remember Final Faction talking about it when I first discovered it, 2017, and I remember seeing the backs of the cards online, not in real life, but online. 2017, they don't exist.
I think one of the big lessons that I've learned that I would share with everyone over the last couple of years is definitely to work more on patience and communication. I'm amazed by the kind of response I get from people when I exercise a little bit of patience, which is not my natural mode of being. You know what I mean?
No, I can't picture that. That's you know. I find it hard to believe, but I'm glad
maybe there's more maybe there's a lot more boiling under the surface than I put out there, but yeah.
Well, you know what, be that as it may, you're clearly on the right path. You know, and when it comes to pain, all I can say is that there comes a point where your body actually is so done with it that it just does it itself. You know what I mean?
My problem is I used to be such a productive, work obsessed person. Like my job was everything. I did 12 hours a day at that bench, repairing medical equipment and doing it to perfection. Never did a technical job in my life before. It really took over my life, but in a good way, you know, like I learned a lot of skills, but very physically taxing and not the ideal environment to be doing it in. hospital basements and crawl spaces and whatnot. But definitely see some problems with letting go. Like, I have to be busy. I have to do things. Like with my partner, I'm maybe not the most romantic person, but I really love cooking her meals. I really love taking care of her. I really, and a big thing is because she already had palsy when I met her, like the whole narrative was going to be I was going to look after her, and she's ended up looking after me a lot of the time.
Good guy works in mysterious ways, man.
Yeah, but
the Force brought you together.
Oh, definitely.
The Force puts you there with her.
Definitely. I mean, she drives me insane, but she's the love of my life. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I kind of know what you mean.
Sometimes I want to put her in a burlap sack. That's all I'm saying. But
real quick, I wanted to say something to Crown Target. Shauner's a great guy, but he's one of my favorites out there. But this is not his cup of tea.
Shauner is like Vegemite. You know what I mean?
No.
Well, you have to taste. You have to taste it to find out. He's a salty sea dog.
Yeah, but he's he's trying to give something of himself out to the world, and most people just don't see that.
He knows a lot about storytelling and a lot about RPG.
He knows a lot about a lot of things. Once you get to know him, you'll realize that the guy's a freaking genius, and he's funnier than shit. But he wants to give this this gift so badly, and everywhere he turns, people are just like not getting it.
I tend to really like people who are a little bit on the abrasive side anyway. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I mean, every one of us can be, except probably Nathan. I have yet to see that from you. I saw that look though.
I've been suppressing.
I know you've got it. I know you've got it in you, but you just don't let it show. But I one of the things I had to specialize in, besides listening for voices of people to identify them on the phone, listening into like multiple people talking at once and going, that's that guy, that's that guy, that's that guy, was micro expressions. And I'm really good with that, and I know what they mean, and I know what to look for, etc. And I can read people pretty well, and
I get that.
It's kind of a blessing and a curse, because you know what I mean. You can go, oh,
yeah. It's kind of like it's kind of like building props. I can never watch a movie again in high def at all because I'm like, that's foam, that's rubber, that's a Pringles can, that's this. And The Force Awakens pissed me off on the prop making.
Was that
because I saw it? Okay, I like Star Wars gets a pass from me for everything, for all ills forgiven, right? I know nobody agrees with me, but I watched it at my buddy's house in his giant screen TV in like a 1080p whatever, and I could see every piece of fishing line, every mud gun, every bit of molding. I was like, oh, this is no. Like, give me my something else. Don't take the magic away because I know this stuff. I think it's similar to that because once you start being able to see through people and read people, like I read props, I guess, then the suspension of disbelief is like, oh, well, he used a drain plug right there, and it's just not any good anymore. I mean,
I had a school teacher who once said that when he watched horror movies as a little boy, he always used to tell himself, well, the cameraman's not scared, so why should I be?
That's pretty wise.
That's
Yeah.
cool. Yeah.
He said that he kind of started thinking of that around the age of 4 or 5, and he said, "Oh, I thought that was quite clever for a little kid." And I was like, "Yeah, absolutely."
That's very wise.
Mm.
I had a similar thing this week because I was watching Paul Darrow and other people interviews. You know, I'm watching Blake Seven, and I could just see them trying not to laugh.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When they're doing scenes, and I'm like, you can just see that look in the eye, or you know, around the eyes, or right here. You know, you just see that there's just, you know, as soon as that scene was over, just laughter just billowed out of the studio. You know, for whatever reason, you could just, you know, unfortunately, you can see the bad stuff boiling, you know, underneath and things like that. And you know, none of us are saints. You know, we're all on our path, maybe, you know, trying to be, you know, saints or better people, at least I hope.
Well, I never find these frustrating. You know, I always just try and make sure that I follow along, and I'm trying to be a little bit more, like listen a little bit more. I'm really consciously trying to do that, even though I just interrupted you.
No, don't even worry about it.
But the only time I really kind of burnt my buns was when everybody was having that back attack at each other the other week. And I was just like, guys, we are so lucky, like, to be here and now. You know, we are so lucky.
Yep. I mean, when we're spending, you know, this kind of time talking about things that, you know, are either, you know, above certain people, most people, or below them, however you want to look at it, or however they want to look at it. Not trying to, you know, throw shade on anybody, you know, or
no.
No, just a different channel, different frequency. They're not on it.
Yeah.
Well, no,
we need
whatever it is, even on both shows that we were doing today. You know, we've got this incredible luxury of being able to do that instead of, you know, being another place, you know, on the globe somewhere where, you know, they don't have the luxury of the internet or clean water, and they've got more, you know, life or death issues to worry about. And, you know,
well, there are some parts of the world now where switching your phone on means directing artillery fire. So yeah.
Exactly. But I hope that, you know, in whatever way, you know, we're helping or trying to help people, even if we're only helping each other, you know, it's still something that, you know, we all feel compelled and drawn to do, and
We're
hang
going to
out with
ripple
each other.
effect the hell out of this, y'all, because we're raising whatever vibration, and you're going to raise the vibration around you.
Yeah, you know, even with my son, you know, I mean, think about it. He could be doing anything he wants, right? He could have been, you know, but he chose to hang out with a bunch of old guys, listening to, you know, stuff,
Paranormal.
you know, all kinds of different things, you know, and I find out stuff.
We also benefit from having down to earth people around us as well. You know, it's sometimes good to have people who are going to bring up Occam's razor and bring us back down to earth from time to time. You know, it doesn't all have to flow in one direction. Yeah.
And, you know, hopefully you guys out there in TV land, in the chat, etc., you know, are enjoying, you know, our babbling on and on and on for hours and hours and hours. You know, because they don't have to. They could be watching, you know,
cat videos or puppy avalanches, as I call them. Oh God, I love those videos. Where it's
They're
some little
very
kid.
good for you. They are
Oh
good
God.
for you. They are good for you. Animal videos are good for you. I really believe that.
Oh
Yeah.
God, yeah. Especially Tucker Busden. I love those videos. I don't know if you know who that is.
No.
The golden retriever. It's golden retriever. This girl. She's got a golden retriever, and she does things with the dog, and somebody typed underneath what the dog's supposedly saying, but in dog language.
Oh,
You know what I'm talking about.
I do now. Yeah.
Like the dog says, "Want more chimkin?" Instead of spelling chicken properly. Because dogs would pronounce it chimkin, I guess. I don't know. Or the videos where it's a little kid, being chased around by 20 puppies, or being avalanched on.
I dream about having pets all the time.
What's
I dream
stopping
about
you?
Well, we just moved into this place a while back, and it's one of those things where our fence isn't ideal yet, and there are a few things we need to square away before we can do that. But at some point in the future, there'll be some kind of fur friend around, I suppose. Cat, dog.
I absolutely
Don't
hope so.
really.
Bruce is
Don't
getting
really
a
mind
puppy
which.
too, and
Oh,
I can't
great.
wait to see that what he gets.
Well, I
But yeah,
saw Baron G Rock dogs the other day, and they were adorable. Like goodness.
have you seen Jade's dogs? Oh my God, they're absolutely
No,
beautiful.
no.
Um,
Now
but
Jade
like
is an interesting character. He seems to be quite thoughtful when it comes to how he runs RPGs and things like that. And I think he really does seem to have that kind of higher minded approach where you're not just
there's a couple of those guys out there, and I'm glad to know them. I just hope that they, understand that, no matter what, it's supposed to be fun and enjoyable, and embrace that part. Even if it is, goofing off at the table, making jokes and stuff.
Yeah.
If somebody laughs, then that's two people. One guy telling the joke and the other person laughing. And that immediately kind of outvotes you if you're not not digging it. You know what I mean?
I love like injecting a little bit of ribaldry into these things, as you know. Like I love making off-color jokes and things like that. But
you only got two choices, and nobody wants to try out down.
I don't want to sail too close to the wind, and I am very conscious about like, can I? The thing that's weighing on me a little bit is like, can I deliver the goods? I want to get some armies painted. I want to get some things put together. I want to do some battle reports. I'm not really interested in like live streaming in a very serious kind of way, but I would like to put some battle reports up and really, really fly the flag for wargaming from my little corner of the world, especially. I know you guys are like really into the RPG thing, and you've exposed me to a lot of stuff that I'm still kind of just digesting and getting my head around, but definitely want to kind of come up with the goods and not be too much of a class clown. You know what I mean? I kind of want to feel like I'm actually adding something and supporting people and like I'm a good presence.
Know what, though? You're you. Be yourself. If you want to throw in a joke there and you can't help it, then that's what you're supposed
can't ever help it. It's so bad. I can't. I just can't have to say
and
my brain
we've all got our own. We've all got our own sense of humor. And that's the one of the supreme rating scales of intelligent life is whether or not they can understand humor at all. And don't ever hold back on trying to make people smile and laugh, because that's like
I just want to make sure that I'm not I want to tread in a way that doesn't create too many waves, if that makes sense. But yeah, I want to keep the respect and show my art, because it is art. We're doing art.
Yeah, but I would hate to see someone like Robin Williams try to do that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
He's my spirit animal.
See,
when he died, Ree said, he's so like you, he really reminds me of you. And when she said, because we've known each other like 20 years, since we were both like 18. And she said, like, you always had that energy when you were just a little lad,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I miss him.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
He did one of my all-time favorite movies was when he was serious though. So go figure.
Yeah. Yeah. Which one?
What Dreams May Come.
Oh, okay. Right. I don't know if I've seen that one.
You haven't seen that movie?
No.
Oh my goodness. You got homework, buddy.
Yeah,
That's one of
I'll
his
get on
best. That's one of the best things he ever did. It's very serious and very, very sad, but it at the end, and in a lot of ways, it's the one of the ultimate movies of all time. Because it does have one of the messages.
Magician, he's a magician. He's not from here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trust me, you'll love the movie.
Obama, when he was talking about Barack Obama going to Ireland, Obama, it's one of us in the White House again. I like how he kind of made fun of everybody. He wasn't partisan.
Nope.
Oh, he must have given it a real nudge when he was younger, though. Goodness.
Oh yeah. Any chance you get to watch him? I saw a clip recently of him and John Ritter, from Three's Company, and John Ritter just came up and improvised, and it was incredible. It was so funny.
I like the kind of undercurrent of chaos and positive, what I might call a kind of positive hysteria.
Well, I think in a way these chats do that. We bounce all over the place. But at the same time, we're trying to do something, bigger than the sum of our parts.
So what's on the agenda for future? Like, there's so many topics to unravel, and like we were spitballing some the other day.
Well, Nathan's got to get back here because it's his show. I don't know if he had to go pee or something.
He's the boss. I just want to present him with something good. I'm like, I need to pick a topic and like research it and kind of offer my findings, and then let him kind of elaborate on it.
Yeah, I don't know if he does Discord. Nathan, do you do Discord? You can't hear a damn thing.
He likes it that way.
Okay, I'm back.
I just love the little Chewbacca head in the background. It looks so much like my friend's dog.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
you know what the plan was? The plan was. See, I got a Chewbacca onesie, and it's like teddy bear material.
Warm. It'll keep you warm for sure. Like,
yeah, it doesn't have. It's like teddy bear material, right?
Yeah.
The idea was for me to take my hair down. I got that mask, and there is a marina real near here. And yeah, I promise this is paranormal. Okay. There's a marina right down the street, right down the road for the river, Revolutionary War era and everything. The idea was to take that mask, but it's a kid's mask. It doesn't fit me. I want the adult one, but they're like $100 now.
Oh, geez.
I'll find one. Goodwill.
That's a lot. That's
prevail.
a lot of That's a lot of 15 mil metal, my friend. Like a lot.
Okay. And the idea was to take the mask, let my hair down, and there's a construction site that put up cameras, right? And I was gonna go and just walk through and like turn my phone on like a tricorder and
Yeah.
just go like that and like pin my hair to the mask and stuff to where it looks like Bigfoot is walking through, but he's an alien because he has science.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that was the idea.
I love that. I love it. As long
I
as
still want to do that.
as long as you don't cop a security guard elbow to the eye, like I think that's a great idea. When I was a kid, I had like an instant camera type thing, and I used to throw lids in the air and photograph them as UFOs.
God,
And
okay.
I'd take them into school, and because I was obsessed with like fake, like getting the perfect fake, you know what I mean? And I'd take them into school, and everyone would be like, "Oh, come on, that's bullshit." No one was buying it.
There's a guy that has made his whole life that he used some, I forget what his name is. Rich would be like, "How dare you forget that guy's name?" And
Not Billy Myers.
yes, Billy
Really?
Myers. That's it, Billy Myers. No. Billy,
Well,
no.
I would tell people they were fake.
I thought he was legit.
Billy Meyer wants you to think he's legit. He's not legit.
Ah, right.
For a guy
I'm
with
sorry.
one
I
arm,
don't believe. What?
He pulled off some. For a guy with one arm,
Yeah.
he pulled off some crazy shit. But
yeah,
him and
he did.
Him and the
But
drummer
the
from
UFO
Def Leppard
photos.
both.
Yeah, the UFO photos. They found a lantern with that exact design on it, and it's like, do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
The
'cause
lid of
I
this
remember
lantern. It's a hurricane-style lantern.
Yeah. I remember the library book that I used to constantly take out at the school library that had his models and stuff in it. You know, but I'd just get like a honey lid and like spray it and chuck it in the air, you know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I was
Flying
doing it
Alpo.
within my kind of like 11-year-old limitations, you know. But
well, his
that's
weren't very far beyond that.
Yeah.
I thought he was legit, man. That sucks.
Well, he had like
I'm
a way
sorry,
of lighting
dude.
them. I
I'm
remember
sorry.
the lampshade.
The truth is out there, and that's part of it.
Yeah.
It's been a while, but when I probably had the same book. That's why I'm,
Some of those
I don't know that.
Some of those kind of 70s and 80s children's books about the future were just mind blowing, you know. Just the art.
I just remember that one picture of the UFO behind the tree.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the tree, and the UFO's behind it. And it was just like I couldn't figure out how a one-armed guy could do that shit.
Stick it in a
Do
tree.
you remember the story of those little girls in Edwardian England who had a box Browning camera and they cut these line drawings of fairies out of a children's book like onto card, and they had them dancing around those photos are magical, you know. And those little girls, they kept that secret until they were old ladies, didn't they? I mean,
True.
I do understand Nathan's sensitivity at the misdirection.
Mhm.
And I think like it's important to kind of tell people what you're doing, you know, if you're doing that kind of exercise.
Yeah.
You know, you like the punchline is you've got to reveal it at some point and not profit from, insinuating that it's real. Especially when you're dealing with people who are really like intrigued to find the actual truth.
Monty knows it.
What did Monty say?
Continually fairies. I don't know how to say. I don't know how to say it.
Perfect.
Continually fairies. Yeah, I remember seeing those, and I got halfway through whatever was being shown, and I was like, "Yeah, I can do that in paint. No,
Yeah.
no,
But
no, no.
in 1910, like, come on, that's
Yeah, that
these
was that was
like,
something to do back then. Kind of like
especially for just some cheeky children with like craft scissors, you know what I mean, and a box brownie.
yeah.
Like, that's great. But I feel like in our last stream, I kind of gave Bob Lazar a bit of stick, and I think at a future date, it might be good to kind of give him a more fair hearing. I was a bit conscious of that.
Okay. I will say my thing about Bob Lazar, where I tell everybody, he was only exposed to part of what he knows. He has, he doesn't have all of it, right? He only knows some of it. And I think he was involved in something. I don't think he was involved in everything, because nobody in the military is involved in everything.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah.
You know too
Well,
much.
they sandbox it, don't they? You know.
Yeah, they do that
Yeah.
You go where you're needed, you don't go any further. Even all the way up to the generals.
Yeah.
They don't have the whole picture. They serve a purpose, they serve a function. And he was working with the military. I believe that. I believe but like, everybody wants to say he's totally a liar. Okay. No, when the government wants you to disappear, you will disappear. I don't know how they do it. I have no idea.
Well,
and I know it's something mystical, because they've been doing that shit for years.
In his defense, because I was quite critical of his personal testimonies, especially recently. But in his defense, they really gave him a hard time, didn't they? The authorities.
Yeah.
Why would they if it was nothing? They just let the National Enquirer just rip him a new one, that kind of thing. It's the people around him. That one guy who's always on Joe Rogan's show. That's the guy. That's the guy. I look at him and I just go, everything that comes out of your mouth is so. It's not necessarily full of shit, but it's all about trying to make a name for yourself.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan, you said. What guy are you talking about?
There's the guy on Joe Rogan's show who's always talking about Bob Lazar, like he's the greatest advocate.
Younger chap who kind of promotes his stuff and made a film about him, but he really seems to be kind of taking it, to, like, he's kind of making the most of it for himself. You know what I mean? And that is. Yeah, well, I don't think you're missing anything. I think it's beneath your level anyway, really.
Yeah, he's just he's kind of a parasite.
Yeah. I think also, Joe three-letter agency Rogan. I wonder about that guy. I don't think telling people to do DMT is necessarily the smartest thing. But that's me.
Some people are not meant for that.
Yeah, I think that's not a journey for a lot of people, really.
Like 99.9999999% should be.
Yeah,
and
we're both falling out over here.
Something that powerful,
if it's meant to happen, it will happen, because our brains make it ourselves, and it's meant to happen. It will happen.
Yeah, I used to know a girl who was really into that sort of thing, and it I don't really know. I mean, it's not for me. I don't go any further than the devil's lettuce. But
it's
try ginseng.
Yeah,
I love it.
Well, that stuff's great.
Ginseng's awesome. Because it increases blood flow and oxidation. It's good for you.
Good for your brain.
And it makes it go better.
Definitely. But yeah, I think, especially considering Joe Rogan's audience is a lot of young men, I
Joe Rogan
really don't want to direct young guys who are just kind of coming up in the world to hobble themselves accidentally,
Yeah. Oh boy.
Especially
especially when the brain is still kind of developing.
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay. Quick point about brain developing. I don't know.
Mhm.
Did I mention that I hit my head last time?
Yes, you did.
I did rewiring.
Mhm.
Yes, you said when you were
Okay.
quite small. Yeah.
Yeah, 4 years old. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was understood because
Yeah.
it's just yeah. Okay.
I never.
Yeah,
You know, the thing is, whatever you feel you're putting out there, I'm happy to come along. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I think we stumbled onto something, and to not take the full ride, just at this point seems uh
it's
would be
late,
tragic.
Shadow. It's okay.
No, it would be tragic, to stop doing this.
No, I'm gonna
Uh,
keep doing it. I'm gonna keep doing it. And that experience last night, that just bolstered it. Okay. Can you
and
imagine?
being the skeptic, I'm not gonna lie. It sounds incredible, and a lot of people are gonna, think, that it can't possibly be a real thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
It's not the kind of thing that would typically happen to me, but I'm open to the possibility that you experienced it. You know what I mean?
You got no reason to lie.
I'm not charging. I'm not writing a book. I'm not making a TV show where I have like, hey, did you guys get your scripts? You didn't get your scripts again? I'm gonna have to fire that producer. Yeah, I don't do that.
That's the difference between this and a big production is that you can just kind of, as long as you're within the terms of service, so to speak, you can kind of just jam, you know?
Yeah. Well, I'm not doing. I'm not lying. I mean,
No.
I could be damaged, but not lie.
And I don't think necessarily it matters. You know what I mean? It really doesn't.
You give the impression of you give the impression of someone who's maybe walked in the desert, but not necessarily turned into a cactus. You know.
I don't know that expression, but I think I know what it means.
I can see that you've each had experiences that have changed you, and not always for the better. Like, not everything that happens to us makes us stronger or anything like that. But
sometimes it makes you eager for the next thing to come along.
Everything does teach us something, though. And I think you've got a lot to share there, and that's why I'm kind of.
I thought I was boring, and I thought because nobody wants to talk to me, it's hard to talk to people around here, right? And
tell me about
it's been hard. It's been hard to talk to people to relate to anyone. The only thing I got going for me for social skills is I'm not overbearing, and I'm not tall. So people don't see me as a threat.
Okay.
I'm using what I got here, I mean, I'm not trying to I'm not threatening, and I'm not, but I can be because role playing taught me how to bully. What?
I think you brought things back on topic quite well this time round. Like when I felt we were meandering a bit. And I don't think you should feel bad about being assertive or offering constructive criticism or any. Like, we're here for that, so it's.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
it's
not
going
gonna.
well.
Yeah, last week that was a spiral, but that's.
Well, it was just throwing
quantum.
shit at the wall. You know what I mean? Like there was like number one, man. Like,
yeah, well, I'm not gonna try to run a show like these people who are. Okay, when you're strictly on topic and nothing else goes. That does not do that does something like it just is like I'm not.
I don't know, because I did one last week. I did a show
that's normally hosted by somebody else. Connell, as a matter of fact, and it was my topic. I'm like, no, I'm taking the reins of this one. I kept it on. The dragons, you probably saw it, James, the dragon episode for
Gatekeeper. I think I caught a bit of it. Yeah, you were still staff mouthing each other.
Yeah, but it did really well, and for something like that, it is supposed to be like that. That particular show, but here, we've already established the fact that we're going to go all over the freaking place, but we always end up back at the same place at the end. Letting us, each other, and everybody in chat know that, at the bare minimum, there are 6 ears waiting to hear, each other and offer each other, 7 ears. You're fucking killing me, man. We've got 7 sympathetic ears out here that will listen to just about anything, within reason. There's obviously some things we don't want to hear or talk about. And if you guys out there, in TV land, want to, talk about something, bring it up.
On one of our shows, yeah.
Speaking of which, any ideas for next week?
Not yet, but I didn't have this for this week. This just happened, so we'll see what comes. What
John
even my
F. Kennedy.
Oh God!
What?
He said JFK.
It's not my topic.
Not my topic. That's easy, man. That's easy. I like being. What is my homework for this week, Nathan?
Oh God! Oh, by the way, I watched.
Do that.
You know what? I took your homework, Shadow. I got Watchmen. Holy shit! Yeah,
I'm telling you, dude,
I missed out.
One of the greatest movies. One of the greatest movies of all time. If you can get past the big blue, flopping around.
That's life. That's
I'm very good at tuning out penises.
I don't care. I mean, okay, Pagan Vince here, right?
Yeah.
That's just a guy. That's just all guys. And I lived in Germany. Everybody was naked.
Yeah, all the time.
Okay? Everybody was naked. It was naked everything. Naked yogurt. Naked train rides. Naked everything.
They don't give a damn. It's not salacious to them at all, is it? Like,
no,
really.
It's just, my clothes fell off.
That's the lowbrow bottom, tier criticism of that. Once you get past that, it's a fucking masterpiece. It really is.
And I have no problem with it. That would be, you're right. That's the lowbrow, because it's like, you know what? Since I've gotten into this, really gotten into it, that I kind of identified with Dr. Manhattan a little bit. I kind of identified with him. And it was interesting.
Yeah, that's weird because my favorite characters, I'm sure you guys could guess my favorite character. What do you think?
I'm thinking
I
comedian.
don't know. I haven't seen it.
I recommend it.
Serious. You've never seen The Watchmen?
No, but I did watch V last night, which is funny that you were talking about it. It was funny that you guys were talking about it because I did watch it last night.
Okay, I'll let you guys know when he's watched The Watchmen. Then I'll let you know my favorite character.
You know what? I just watched it. The thing has been out for years and years, and I just watched it. I forgive you for not watching it.
You've probably already observed that I'm a fidgety character, so sitting down for 2 hours is always.
Yeah.
Trust me.
No, you won't be sitting for 2 hours. You'll be sitting for 3. It's a long movie.
Yeah.
But
I can do it. I just have to settle into it.
Yeah, don't watch the
Cool.
series, Crown.
yeah, I did have
I
to break it into two parts. The movie. I had to. There was no way.
But I was quite serious about homework. I don't want to do another one of these without actually really feeling like I'm offering something. So I'm gonna go off and research a topic and give you a surprise next week. I'll run it by you first so that you're not like, oh, we're not doing the Nazi human harvester that you've.
Okay, I got something for you then. I got something, and it's an easy research topic because there's a lot of stuff on there. Tulpas and golems.
Ooh. Okay. Sure.
Okay. Just there's a lot of information out there, a lot of material already out there, and it's easily Googleable, right? Because it's all folklore stuff, right?
Yeah. Well, I do know a little bit about golems.
Do tell.
A little bit, but from the early history of silent cinema, you know, there was a film called Der Golem in Germany. I don't remember much about it. I think it may have had some kind of propagandistic, anti-Semitic kind of undertone or something like that.
I was always under the impression that it was kind of a Jewish
hit piece. Oh, you're talking about a golem in general.
Yeah,
I thought it was part of like Jewish folklore.
There is a link to Jewish mysticism and
big time.
I mean, I'm very conscious of speaking for that culture only because I've had people from that background react really badly to me speaking for it.
Well, you know what? Golems are so far out of the mainstream. Yeah, I don't think you're going to have to worry about that.
No. And one of the big things about the allegory that's often missed, because people often like to sort of bring it up, is that anyone who makes one pays for it in the long run. You know, they're not always loyal. They're not always loyal servants. Sometimes creating that or accessing that power can have very bad consequences in that mythos.
Well,
yeah,
there you go. And it doesn't have to be very in depth.
No, I don't want to chew up the whole stream. So yeah, I'll just do a short bit on it.
Have we ever been able to do that?
No.
I tried.
We could try, but it's gonna,
someone will
go
think
down
of something
whatever
and
path
then
they
we'll go
decide to
somewhere.
go down.
Yeah, exactly.
Somewhere it's gonna, just
But
splinter
I am curious about this tulpa thing because I used to have a very unusual neighbor who believed that he had created a mathematical model for predicting earthquakes, and he used to be in contact with governments all around the world. Very strange man. He taught me how to get rid of a body, which is another story. But he taught me about training an elf or a kind of pixie helper.
Okay.
Like as a kid, I wasn't very sporty. I wasn't very coordinated, but I used to play catch with this guy sometimes. And he was like, "Oh, I'm going to teach you how to train an elf for your hand-eye coordination, sort of thing." And he insisted that repeating an activity did create a kind of spirit entity with the right mindset that would assist you in completing an activity. I know that sounds really unusual, but yeah,
it does.
He was convinced that like repeated movements of the body coordinated with mental concentration had some kind of impact in the ether.
Stone tape theory. That's an impression. He was creating an impression. He was calling it something else.
Yeah.
Okay, that well, that happened to me. The story that I said about um going to work on my day off, and my
Yeah,
manager saw me. I
yeah,
did that over and over and over and over and over, and then when I didn't do it, it went ahead and did it anyway.
yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
then pulling into the driveway, and all the details were there. That's an
Mm,
impression. Stone tape
mm,
theory is what it's called.
yeah,
Okay, that
yeah,
was
I've
not
heard that before.
train your elf. Okay, he was creating an impression,
yeah.
and like you can do things like that, and it's trippy. I learned that about that in Buddhism. Okay,
Right. Okay.
you can do something and be so mindful of it that it will carry on, and it seems like the wheels get greased and it goes easier.
Mm, yeah.
It's oh gosh, that's a deep
Well,
dive into the
as a
past for
kind
me.
of as a kind of super perfectionist, this is very interesting to me. But
Dude, to
you
get
know,
to that point in Buddhism, good luck. You have to give up all of what you're doing. Your whole ego goes away. Okay, and
I'm gonna have to pass
that's
on that.
exactly, huh?
I'm gonna have to pass on that.
Yeah, you
Giving
have
up
to
my
give
ego.
away.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what chased me away from it because I left. I was empty. I was my own machine. I just I turned off the emotions, and that's what turned me off from the whole thing. Yeah, I could throw my voice. I could hear. I could I could extend my hearing. I could slow down digestion, control my irises with direct, and I could sweat, not sweat. I could cause my hair to grow faster or slower. I could do all kinds of physical control that is normally autonomic. However, what you give up is you give up your sense of self. I had to, and that's what this is.
Yeah.
This is not interesting anymore. This is not. What is the point of this? I'm
mm,
gonna, and I got to that point. What am I doing that is helping me? I've reached this level.
you just it does encourage a certain amount of dissociation, which I don't actually think is always healthy. I am very sympathetic to Zen Buddhism because it's so goddamn humorous. Like, there's a kind of wit to it that I really appreciate in the koans, where you read it and you're like, you know what? People in the past weren't all that different to us. But and I do practice meditation because it just, I mean, I don't do it as often as I need to, but when I do it, it's like I'm just in a flow state and nothing bothers me, nothing can touch me. I do everything on point. I respond to people in a way that shows love, rather than my usual grumpy self. So yeah, like I think that it has some good points, but when you just kind of get to the point where you've erased Nathan, it's sort of like, well, who am I doing this for?
Yeah, what is this? What is this fulfilling? What am I doing? And it seemed I got to a I got to
Yeah,
that level, and it just nothing. I decided to go forward. There was no more
yeah,
challenge, and it's not that there
yeah,
was no more challenge. It was that there was no more excitement.
yeah,
There was no more interest because I was
yeah,
deciding to be interested or
yeah,
not. I was
yeah.
deciding to do this, and that's when I looked at paganism
Mm,
because it was new and exciting. And someone told me after I described the automatic functions and all that, and the abilities that come with, they're like, "Oh, I'd like to have that." I'm like, "No, you don't understand. You don't have that without the other. You have to take it all, and
it's a
you don't
commitment.
get to choose. It's not a character sheet."
Yeah, it kind of reminds me a bit of like when you meet those old Japanese guys that have been doing screen printing for like however many years, or woodblock printing for however many years, and you look at it and you say, "Oh, that's amazing," and they say, "Ah, not really." You know what I mean? Like, it just it's someone else's work to them. It's just something passing through them, and they're just kind of a conduit for it. And it kind of gets to a point where it's like, are you doing this for yourself, or are you just kind of doing it out of a weird rhythmic repetition? You know, are you stuck in some kind of loop?
Oh, sorry, my sprinklers came on in the backyard.
Oh,
Had to
that's
get out of
okay,
there.
y'all. It's been 5 hours and 44 minutes. I'm beat. I gotta get some sleep. I'm glad I did all my chores and got everything done.
So what are we doing next week, or we haven't decided?
I
Or
haven't
just a little
decided
bit?
yet.
Okay.
I'm gonna do 2 minutes and 30 seconds on tulpas and golems.
Okay. You know what? I suggest a comparison and contrast.
Okay.
Okay. And just like a show me video of, look at this model, look at this topic, golem tulpa, and how they're both alike and different. Compare and contrast. That's my suggestion.
Okay. Nathan, you don't have Discord, do you?
No, well, I do, but I never use it because I can't get it to run right on my computer.
Most of you have a way to get a hold of me, but what I'm going to do is we just have to go by like email, I guess, so we can stay away from things like Facebook or whatever. Just make it simple, so that if any one of us wants to get a hold of the other, we can.
Okay.
I'll pass on the information because I can get a hold of either one of you easier right now. The easiest, I should say. Because I know James, you don't do Facebook or any of that stuff, but I've got Nathan on Messenger and I've got you on Discord. So I'll get emails from each of you and pass them along, so that if
permission given, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, because I can get a hold of all of you guys, but you guys can't get a hold of each other. And
Right.
We'll work that out so that
Nathan and I are just going to use telepathy.
Okay, that worked. All right, that worked. Do we want to share that trick? Because no.
Wait a minute. What did I miss? Oh, the quantum entanglement.
Yeah, you guys are just gonna use telepathy and leave me out of the loop. I see how you are. Thought we were friends.
We'll drop
man.
the body language hints.
You're gonna have to get on our level and hit yourself over the head with a fry pan, my friend.
I've been hit over the head with lots of things. Frying pans, no, but other things, yeah.
No, but okay. Email works for me. And go ahead.
I think it's nice and neutral, and we'll figure out anything else along the way. You guys have a great week. This was, as always, a blast and an honor. I hope you guys, like I said, have a great week. You guys, will be in my prayers as always. And if you guys need anything, you know where to find me. Again, we're all pretty damn lucky. And everybody out there in the chat that stuck with us.
4 people. 4 people in chat. I think they might be asleep though.
Yeah, go on. Man.
You guys are all troopers and family. So until next week, have a great week. I got to pee like a racehorse because I down.
Go ahead, man. Okay.
18 bottles of water. Hey, you take care of that guy for us.
I'll try.
Yeah, and vice versa. Take care of her too.
Okay. I'm ending the show. It's been awesome. See y'all
Good night,
later.
guys.
See you later, Shadow.
All right. Bye, guys.
All right.